Well, good afternoon and maybe good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into one of my favorite tournament series thus far. This is week 2 of the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival. So excited to be joining for week 2. My name is Goj, and I'm joined by the wonderful Enigma, who had a chance to cast the last week. Enigma, how you feeling about this week? How you feeling about this series in general?
Feeling real good. I mean, I'm not going to try and spoil too much here, but you missed out last week, Goj. It was good. And today, I think it only gets even better as we welcome in the group of death. But very quickly, of course, always a pleasure to cast alongside you, my friend. I can't wait for this week alongside you.
Yeah, I had so much fun watching the first week. Again, I said it's one of my favorite series ever because we have such a unique format. Let's take a look at that format graphic and start walking through how this is going to work. It's a total of 4 weeks, by the way, and we are in week 2, 3 weeks of group stages, but a total of 48 trios between our 3 groups of 16 trios, all competing over these first 3 weeks. So we have our A versus B, B versus C, and then A versus C. Everyone will get to play each other. $100,000 on the line, and in our group stages, we're trying to basically find the top 40 teams of our 48 trios, okay? So think of this as qualifiers with money on the line, but once we get to the grand finals, we'll have our top 40 teams, and they'll be playing for the biggest of prizes, of course, with the majority of our prize pool. And talk to me about this prize pool, because again, it's a unique prize pool here, Enigma, specifically $10,000 in the group stages, and then $65,000 in the grand finals with that extra 5K bounties.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're looking at that on screen right now, you're seeing the 10K for each of the 3 group stages over the 3 weeks. First taking home 3K per week, and then 65,000 for your grand finals. If you're doing the math, that is $95,000. You're missing 5K, but each week there'll be $1,250 going to the trio with the highest single game kill total each week. So, for example, last week, Team Destroy, that ended up coming 11th and only taking home $200 for their share of the afternoon. Up until very close to the end of the tournament, they were, looking to pick up that $1,250 themselves. And then right at the end of things, Team Ebates, led by Advanced, Prospect, and Vonbot, they not only take home the whole tournament, getting first place, beating out the other team on match point at the end of the day, but they also take home the bounty as well. So they took $4,250 last week. A beautiful way to start your EGL Summer Series.
Yeah, such a great breakdown and such a unique pricing breakdown as well. We still have that kind of top-heavy format that we all know and love, but a ton of other ways to grab some cash along the way. Let's talk about some of those teams, though, because frankly, I gotta say, Nego, we got some stellar squads, and today it is all about Group B and Group C. So for Group B, Enigma, you were here last week. Talk to me about a couple of these teams, because Group B competed last week against Group A, who is currently on their break, if you can call it that. Group B in front of us has got some heavy hitting teams. Of course, Team Aydan is the first team that my eyes get drawn to here. Aydan, Z-Smith, and DJ Moss ended up getting 3rd last week, if I remember correctly. But talk to me about your favorite, the French, and some of these other squads.
I think there's 2 squads in particular to keep an eye on, and that is 2nd and 3rd place from last week. 2nd being, yes, my favorites, the French, enkeo, gromalokk, and heeds. I can talk a lot about all the wonderful things that they do, but sticking with our summer survival here, the average across this group last week in terms of kills was about 7 kills per map. However, these guys were bringing home 14. They were putting up a ridiculous performance throughout. I think that they've got it in them to go even further today. And then you also look at Aydan. Now, they came 3rd last week, but it was Aydan, Z-Smith, and they had a sub in Iceman Isaac. So the fact that they end up coming 3rd with the sub, they bring DJ Mass back in. That's their World Series trio that finished 5th in NA Finals and have qualified for LAN. I think that they could be the side that take it all home today.
Yeah, watch out for that Louis CM squad as well, a top 5 team from that matchup between Group A and Group B. But we have also an entire another group, Group C, that has some heavy-hitting squads that haven't had a chance to prove themselves. Not in the Summer Survival yet. Wow, yeah, we've got some of the biggest names in Warzone here in Group C. Obviously, all eyes on Team Biffle, Shifty, Hisoka. There's no question about it. They are the best team on paper at any level of competition in Warzone right now, on pretty much any map. That doesn't mean that they will win today, but they definitely are the favorites. Jowo squad, a really good team as well. I mean, we can go down the list and talk about every single one of these. Give me a couple quick hits on a couple of these teams, though, Enigma.
I think the biggest one-liner here that sums up the quality of this group is that 9 of these teams will be at the World Series Finals. That says everything for the quality that we possess here. You look at top right, you got FIFA Kill, Jukies, and Lennon. We've spoken a lot about the story that they've had so far this year. They also looked really good in the 10K Samir tournament that was held at the weekend. You've got Team Fnatic, Almond, Noob, Skullface. They come into this, a ridiculous lineup that seem a bit hit and miss, a bit inconsistent on Urzikstan, but there's no denying that top-end potential that exists within that team. And then you just continue to look through the list. I know that you're going to have a couple to talk about as well, but an interesting one as well, of course, on Rational, Dongi, and Scum. And I'm already seeing people on the timeline talking about them being one of the favorites for today.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they're a really, really strong team. And I think the key to success last week was go out and slay. Like, some of our top scorers were looking at 40, 42 points overall with those wins in particular. There were several teams that didn't get a win, though, that had over 20 kills as well, that still netted some sizable multipliers. So kills are definitely going to be important today, especially with only 32 teams in the lobby. If you're able to net 20 plus kills in a lobby that only has, you know, however that math works out, what is that, 96 players? That is a massive feat, and that Unrational squad certainly is one that can do that. But all of these teams, incredibly talented, and I want to take a look at our overall leaderboard as it stands currently from last week. It's the only week we've had thus far, so here's your leaderboard. And Enigma, I think what's crucial about this leaderboard is that, yes, it includes teams like Team Ebates, who won last week, who are not competing today. As a reminder, Group A, not competing, but Team Ebates took it all. Once we reached that 120-point threshold, they were able to win it. And though they didn't have the most points, that's how this Call of Duty Warzone match point format works. You can get your win, you can secure the victory even if you don't have the most points. And that also secures them a spot straight to the grand finals. They could throw up a 0 in their next group stage matchup next week and they still make it, okay? So you'll be seeing that Team Ebates squad, which was actually advanced subbing in for Ebates with Prospect and vonbot taking it all. You'll be seeing them there. But talk to me about a couple more teams on this leaderboard.
Well, yeah, so, by the way, Ebates, had to let him know on the timeline. I think your boy's cooked without you. Maybe sub in as a coach for this one. But I think that what you've got is a list here. And again, we are aiming to find the top 37 after the 3 that qualify as week winners. So we are looking at a couple of these teams further on down to do a little bit more. For example, I'm looking at team rated lineup. Rated, Bulieve, mayappo. I'm expecting to see a little bit more out of them when it comes to their next group stage performance. But I think that generally speaking, because of the fact that of the 48 teams, you've got your 37 that need to go on through, as long as you've put up, you know, a relatively like top 2/3 position, if you're 16th and up, I think you can kind of count yourself as being relatively through. You can just put up a kind of mediocre performance going forward and make yourself into grand finals. Of course, no one's going to be looking to do that. Everyone's going to be looking to bring home all the prize money that's available in these group stage weeks.
Yeah, you know, it's a fun conversation because, yes, these are qualifiers. Yes, you need to do well. You're also winning a ton of cash each week, too. So no one's gonna throw up any mediocre performances if they can help it. I'm sure some teams definitely will, unfortunately, because they're going to get slammed by some of these top teams. But who knows? Anything can happen. It's always with Warzone. Things get shuffled up. Anytime I make predictions, I have been known to be decent at predictions, but I got to say with Warzone, sometimes it is just total crapshoot. You just throw stuff at the wall and see what happens, because some of these teams just show up to play, especially when you're in this Call of Duty Warzone match point format at 120-point threshold. The window of opportunity for some of these teams down middle of the leaderboard halfway through this tournament is wide open. Like, that door, that window, it usually closes pretty quickly in these Warzone tournaments when some of the top teams pull away. But based on this Call of Duty Warzone match point format, especially at the 120 threshold, that is well within reach of some of these teams, even if you're middle of the leaderboard, to make a play for it and then win the next lobby. So I love this format. I love the idea, and I'm excited to see it come into action here for week 2.
Well, I think one of the beautiful things about this format, if you want to just check out exactly what kind of storylines it can build, just go and watch last week back. It was the most ridiculous ending. You had enkeo's team, who had been on match point for a little bit. They'd been there for a while. They were running away with the points a little bit. And then Team Ebates come in and basically ace it up. But also, the last 2 teams that were alive in the final game were Team Ebates and Team Enkeo. And Team Ebates slam Enkeo after Team Enkeo had knocked Team Ebates just moments before that. And it's this whole storyline that we get to watch unfold, of watching not only these sides rack up a lot of points early on in the maps or whatever, you know, kind of setting the pace a little bit, but then watching those teams clash, you know, and watching them kind of fry each other out. There's a couple of moments where those two teams also ended up in the gulag against each other, and our observers did a wonderful job of catching that and let us breaking all of that down. And as we continue to build our Warzone space here, can build our competitive scene, all we're seeing is more opportunities for these top teams to just absolutely trade blows. And when it comes down to those match point games, the stakes have never been higher, my friend.
Yeah, and as always, I'll go ahead and use my word now. We're not even going to wait till we get to the first game. It's the litmus test time, all right? Is it acidic? Is it basic? Is this going to be the tried and true Warzone format where people are a little bit timid to fight early? They don't want to chalk their tournaments? Or are we going to be swinging for the fences early? I'm really excited about these first couple maps. They're right around the corner because Enigma, I'm excited to see who contests who on drop spots, right? Especially if you're Group C, you might have a slight advantage here. Most competitors know where most other teams, especially if they're well-established trios, land on Urzikstan. However, in a tournament like this, things get shuffled around. And when you have a group like Group C who hasn't played yet, they were able to watch week one with the other groups. They're going to know where this Group B tends to drop depending on circles. You might see some of the top teams contested because, again, it is a battle between all 48 teams, between all three groups, for the top 40 spots. So just because you're down near the bottom of the leaderboard of this matchup doesn't mean you're not gonna make it to the grand finals, right? So you got a lot at stake. There's a lot of story we could talk about, but Enigma, I think right before we get into this first match, I want you to set the scene here with some of those drop spot locations. Talk to me about the efficacy of Superstore. This is recently added into the game. Not a lot of buy stations around that area, but some pretty solid loot.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. I think you're starting to see, for example, I've seen Thief Juki's Land there a couple of times and clear it out. And if you can have a relatively clean experience, don't lose too many players, don't give up your gulags nice and early, I think it can be really profitable. You do have that buy station. The one thing about that location of Superstore here, there's no balloon relatively nearby, and if you do want to rotate, there's some difficult spots to try and cover. It's a lot of open ground quite north of there. Obviously, you're not going to go very far out to the east. If you're coming down south, then you start to get yourself into Low Town, which is obviously a very congested spot and difficult to maneuver through. So I think teams are still very much so figuring out exactly how they're going to play around Superstore, and it's interesting watching, you know, we've spoken a little bit about it there. There's teams coming in from C. Are they going to try and contest players for their landing spots? We see it all the time when we start mixing North American and European lobbies, for example. No doubt we're going to see a little bit of that today. So it's going to be interesting kind of watching that conversation unfold. You know, those squads that were landing on certain spots, if they were getting a certain success rate last week, will that be falling today when we welcome in this group of death?
Yeah, a very great breakdown. Thank you for that, Enigma. You are the big brain of Warzone community. I gotta say, I love it. No, look, chat, I'm so excited about this event. I'm so excited to get into our first map because, again, it's exactly what Enigma talked about. You're gonna see some of these teams contest each other early, and that really sets the tone and sets the pace for this event. And like I was mentioning about some of the math before, there's a couple more mathematician type stuff that you and I were cooking up on the sidelines here before this event. Number one, frankly, Group A actually performed sizably better than Group B. On average, if you played in that first matchup, if you're a Group A team, you placed in 15th roughly. Whereas if you played in Group B, you placed in 17th. That's the average, meaning Group B actually placed a bit lower on average than a Group A team. We had more Group A teams in the top 10, so that Group A on paper is stronger. However, that does give the status of underdog for Group B, so maybe that underdog mentality is going to have them swing for the fences. Let's jump into the very first game of week 2 of Summer Survival. It's here, and we're jumping straight into it, and can I just say, I am so excited. We have Codcaster, and we're starting with the marvelous Falcons SSD over there with your player picture. Here's our first map, first circle. This is a fun one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm with you all the way when it comes to Codcaster. Like, one of the shots we had last week, for example, final game, 2 teams on match point, and they were running parallel to each other, and we got to witness all of that from above because of our beautiful work from the observers here, using the Codcaster, putting it to great use. And, of course, what we do want to watch, the people that we do want to see, are the best players in the world. And Biffle, Shifty, Hisoka, they're here to make a statement today. Make no doubt about it. They actually came second in the Samir 10K last week. There's a lot of talking on the timeline. And, well, second is honestly probably the worst that these guys have seen in months.
So it's honestly a great shot, but that Fnatic squad, Almond, Noob, Skullface, look, frankly, a lot of people expected a lot from him, and apparently, Showstopper, Robstar, they were not expecting a lot from this team, and quickly all sent to the Gulag in a matter of seconds of joining into this one. A nice start here for Fnatic.
Yeah, not bad at all. Getting rid of Showstopper and Co as well. That is a strong team. We're also seeing more squads wiped in the back. That's Danya, Kush, and Skinner. They will be sent to the Gulag nice and early. And this is what we're talking about when we speak about your early game sometimes. It's not just a case of, you know, can you get yourself looted up? Can you get yourself your loadout? It's also avoiding giving up so many of your Gulags. As we see Showstopper lose his, just puts teams into a difficult spiral, and when we get into customs, you just have no room to recover going forward. You're up against some of the best players in the world. Horrible spot to be in. Looks like we did manage to get at least one of that Showstopper team back in from their Gulag, so a moment to recover. No full teams lost just yet. And
yeah, nice
Strix
and early.
Inco, they're chilling.
They're chilling. I was going to say, nice and early loadout. That's exactly what you want. This squad looking pretty strong. Again, this is some of these teams, they have captain names. They had some substitutes come through. So this Clutchbelk squad is Clutchbelk himself, actually, I think, subbing in for Brittany Reigns, who wasn't able to make it here today. But this is that team, Brittany Reigns, for Group C. First time they're competing today. Next week, they'll be competing again against Group A. But back to some action we go, as you see some kills off screen. But this is the fight at hand that is a big one. This is a fun conversation that we can't spend too long on Enigma. But I will say, Wars mounted up frying on Rational right now, opening up a window of opportunity for Z later is not something I thought I would say in any frame of a conversation, but it was the perfect opening for Z laner to get the full wipe on one of our top teams. Welcome back to competitive Warzone. Z, we missed you, and playing with Bubble at Wars, such a fun combo.
I mean, yeah, Z mostly retired from competitive this year, right? Decided to take more of a focus on content creation, which is totally understandable when your guy is frying like he does when it comes to the streams. Although he's just lost a gunfight to Tommy, and Wars is going to have to try and check out. One smoke will cover. The second one will not let him slip away freely. He does take a couple bullets in the back. Can Bobble provide the protection? Tommy's running headstrong into this. He might overcook it a little bit. Nades go out. Wars is going to have to check out, and this is now a 3v2 hunt. No smokes, although they are great for now, they will not last long. Orbs and Teeny are on the trail.
Yeah, talk about a welcome back. Tommy had a sub last time, and well, this week Tommy's here to make a statement, taking down apparently one of the top teams today, as that Z-Laner squad got some early eliminations and one of our early kill leaders in this map. But quickly finding some elims and hunting their quarry. Tommy on the run, as it looks like here comes that third party. Blast, Mutex, Intex. Looking for a beast of the action and finding it actually with a fourth team here. That's that Devo squad right here on the edge of this fight.
This is one of the things right now. Military base is busy. I know that we've got ourselves a slightly northern pole circle, but I didn't expect it to be this hot already. Tommy will find Mutex, spins and finds Intex as well. Intex might have tried to use the smoke, but the man from the UK says not today and finds himself his third already. I mean, right now, if you're Tommy Teeny Orbs, I feel like this year hasn't been amazing for you. There's probably still quite a few things on the table that you wish you'd made happen, made do, but what a start this afternoon already. Blast. Given a rain, Swisham's lying in wait, and Swisham will send Blast to the Gulag.
A great timing on that fight for Swisham, sends the whole team. It looks like all three sent to the Gulag. They'll be fighting for their life there as we swing over to, frankly, on paper for me, a bit of a surprise team fight here. They do clean it up, not without a bit of blood, but a nice cleanup here, a nice trade. Means Louis is right there to get a res as needed. There's a trade on the other side. Great setup, great execution. And I was going to say, a surprise to see this team, a top 5 team from week 1, but with a team fight like that, I guess I'm not as surprised as I should be.
I think that one of the big things is this squad is a threesome, but we're expecting a lot of kills. Like Nida and Niersen in particular, 2 young French demons that are kind of always expected to bring great technical ability to gunfights. But one of the things is, can they get the placement? Can they balance the risk v reward? I think with Louis CM, they found a way with doing that. Last week, they were averaging around 10 kills per map, but also an average placing of 14th, which doesn't sound extremely hot, but to be honest, it's probably like tied for 5th best placing across the lobby.
Yeah, no, I think consistency is even more crucial when there's only 32 teams, right? This is a smaller room for error. There's not as many teams to quote-unquote farm, as it were. So having some good placement is valuable, but having kills along the way, which they certainly did, is pretty nice as well. As we watch Team Aydan first looks at this full trio in this competition. looking for a piece of this same action. Military, you're right, very hot early, and it was likely because of that northern zone pull. Some of those teams that traditionally land, you know, maybe Manor all the way in the bottom right-hand corner of the map had to potentially shift positions or just rotate quite aggressively early. A lot of these teams will get held on those rotations if you have to take the long rotate. Again, with a smaller player count in the lobby, you have a little bit more room to work on the map, so maybe some of those teams elected to go down south, grab loot, and then move up north.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. Could well be the play style. Personally, I think that teams like Scum and Dongi and Rational, I don't think they were expecting it to be so busy. You can see they're almost a little bit shook up by how quickly they were run up on. The aggression, sometimes you come into game one, you think, okay, well, I'm one of the big dogs in this lobby. I can just take my time and figure things out. Hobbs taking a lot of damage here. DJ Max trying to provide coverage. I think, oh, Aydan just about slips away. Nearly gets caught trying to hit that flank. I like the idea, but Hobbs reads it like a book. Tommy's just going to back on off and catch DJ Max, who's perhaps overextended, but actually Smith's there for the coverage. So Tommy's out of here, and all of a sudden, the entire script flipped on its head. Smith's going to cover on over. Does not win the fight against Teeny. It looks like there's actually a little bit of a trade. Aydan now trying to provide cover. Tommy's into the gulag. Teeny, can he get back up? Z Smith can see him a tiny bit, but doesn't finish him on off. Teeny actually manages to get back on up. This is a ridiculous exchange of blows here. And with that kill not being confirmed, that leaves Smith in a 1v2. And I've seen him do some miraculous things in the past, but this early, honestly, you probably want to try and isolate these fights. And these boys, we've already seen it so far. They're getting pretty good at hunting people down in packs.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually going to go for the buyback here on DJ really quickly. So a big buyback, unfortunately, is going to get punished for it likely. I can't imagine he gets out of this one alive. DJ probably goes and finds another position. Almost grabs a knock. Definitely not going to be enough, though. There's a quick trade, and you'll see DJ flying somewhere else. Now, here's a quick look at that circle. We are not only going north, we are going to the true north. We are all the way off the map at this point. Popov nearly only. So we know exactly where this is going to end, and so does every single player. So everyone's going to have to rotate to Popov power and likely be met with some untimely demise by some of our favorite teams that like to drop there.
And they might well will come back to the map in a second. Smith's putting Zank on skates. The Italians down to no health. And that is as clean as you like for a gulag for Smith. Showing part of why he has been one of the top forces throughout the competitive year here on Urzikstan. Not just there either. We're so good at the Esports World Cup. He has had a real hell of a year. Mireille, who's had a mixed one himself, actually takes bullets from Skullface, will fall, and his two teammates are nowhere nearby to cover over, potentially provide a trade. He is out of here. But going back to the zone that you brought up, we are indeed headed to Popov, and we've seen some wild zone pulls from there, by the way, in the not too distant past, with extreme northern pulls all the way to the map border. But one of the things I will say, honestly, when we get these very northern circle pulls, I expect a lot of teams to die en route. We've only lost 7 at this point. I think we're seeing a lot of wounded teams, a lot of individuals dropping, but full teams staying in this.
Yeah, it's a great call out, and I think it's just because there's more room to work, right? You got more room to kind of relocate and move around the map with somewhere around the neighborhood of 24 less players than, you know, a full lobby, which is, frankly, a boon for some of these teams. I think it might actually hurt this SSD squad. You see Biffle, Hisoka here in Industrial. They just have less teams to kill, so they're not going to be dropping those just gigantic kill margins. At least that's my expectation, unless they get a move on. And especially when their favorite drop spot, Popov, is where the encircle is. Sometimes that actually stagnates some of our teams to stay in that area and not find as many squads to fight because there's not as many rotating in. So
yeah,
something to keep in mind. Late game is usually where a lot of these teams find a lot of kills, but right now, Ahsoka already on 4 is a nice start.
Yeah, Shifty himself on 4 as well. He's off by himself, finds foulness. And obviously, these boys are expected to do pretty wonderful things on the map at all times. We will see another team eliminated, by the way. Squad 16, that is xressolve and Co. And Shifty might well be by himself. Stuo just ahead. Players... Oh, actually, Exian's going to be above, so he might be able to provide pings. Exian comes in. I don't know if he saw him, though, but that bullet will tell the Vitality duo exactly where Shifty may be. Shifty tries to win the gunfight. Shifty nearly snaps eventually, but Exian does enough. And when I talk about that team, that Exian, Stuo, Patsuka lineup, everyone talks about, you know, how they've been together for a long time, got chemistry, but they also can snap just like that.
I haven't seen this Biffle trio do a full split like that in a very long time. They used to do that all the time when, you know, they had to use it. And Shifty, wow, gets scorched by Reed Boy. Thought that was going to be a free and clear victory, but unfortunately just bad timing as he tries to push around the corner, gets barrel stuff. So I was going to say the boon of the split there is that if you have Gulag and you feel like you're going to win that 9 times out of 10, go run around, get a bunch of kills, go to your Gulag, and then come back and join your team. And unfortunately, they're going to have to spend some cash to get him back. I'm sure they have plenty, but watch out for that squad that's in green. I believe 25 is the team in question. They just got the buyback, but lower on resources than expected. As we take a look at this map view, a great look at Team 2 on our screen and on the map. Watch out for this purple trio. They are in a prime position to be there for the final fight. But the question is, how many kills do they have in total, and how many will they end up with? As Tommy on 7 does get cut down, this squad is frying out with just 12 between 2 of 3 of their players. But they are in a bit of trouble here. We've got to secure some of those multipliers, Enigma. Yeah,
you do. You got to start to prioritize that at some point. All the hard work that you've done early on in the lobby can be undone. Gotta ask. I'm assuming Lapatan is going to be Thief, unless there's a sub that we've missed. But Juki's Lennon and the man on your screen right now attempting to just patrol the edge of this zone. Teeny looking to use the vehicle, and then, well, he completely read that. And Teeny forced to bail out. The problem is with this, you don't want to spend too long on this fight because otherwise you go from the hunter to the hunted once you start to get pushed in by that circle. So, gotta balance your risk v reward here. Again, you mentioned it just a moment ago. You want to play for your multipliers. We're only up 19 teams, which is still several squads away from that 1.4x.
Yeah, I think truthfully, you're really only getting paid if you make it to top 10. 1.6 and above is going to be a huge value add, especially if you can net sizable amount of kills. Ultra Squad here, Nick Cool, Waldo, Colony 2K. I know you shouted him out last week as being that wildcard victory team. Still got a long way to go of building chemistry, but a fun team to watch. They've got some highlight level moments, and I'm not sure this is one of them. Does get out of the way. I thought Z-Smith was going to do his classic beam them out of the air strategy. Not beaming them up, beaming them down, to be very clear. Z-Smith on 4s was beamed a couple, but not enough. Make huge waves. Yeah, I will say still with 19 though. Look at that. Team Tommy fully eliminated. Likely out of this lobby. Might have a Gulag. We'll keep eyes on that and keep you updated because I believe they are our top slaying squad. Well into double digits as a trio. Somewhere around probably 14, 16 kills in total already. Could be one of the biggest games of the day if they can secure any multipliers. And we see Teeny falling again, which means not fully eliminated, but it's not looking good for that squad.
No, if they are not hanging on by a thread, then they're definitely going to spiral, because if you're coming back in at this point, you are fighting full squads that are tooled up, ready to go. Bigger tools, by the way. That STG coming into the meta at the minute, extremely powerful at mid-range. Expected to be used in these building-to-building gunfights for sure. It's basically a hit-scan weapon. However, we saw Smith try and line up a couple of shots from players out of the sky. Over that longer distance, that bullet velocity drops off quick. Not as good at plucking those players out of the skies. Blast here, just patrolling his factory that he's got here in Sorokin, but does he know that Team Maiden are just across the road? Oh, look at that.
Here we go. Let's see some. Yeah, as expected. The true north. As far north as you could possibly go. One of my favorite zones because it's just sometimes utter chaos. But the team that predicted it perfectly, that Team 2 in purple, that Heed squad, that's the squad we've got to watch out for. Gromalokk, enkeo, Heeds. They knew exactly where to be, and they're there. The question is, will they get paid for it? We are still looking for top fighting. Here comes the onslaught. Every team trying to rotate to some singles cover inside the zone, and plenty of teams getting cut down and punished for it. You can see Team 17, Louisium, top 5 last week, starting to make their big rotation here on the outskirts of the zone, being held by, I don't know, 5, 6 squads. They got to make a clear rotation, likely to the eastern side is what I would suggest. Here's a look at that western side. Industrial, getting a little mixy here, because this squad has been here since the very beginning, which means, I will say, there's a glimpse of a silver lining here. They probably don't have a ton of eliminations as across the full trio.
No, yeah, I think they will be lacking, and players are going to start pushing towards them, surely. However, how many actually make it here, because as you see here with Juki's Lennon and Fifi trying to rotate across, just getting caught by Future, led in a corner. There's going to be so many different spots here where teams are just tucked away. That portable will be huge for Lennon. It will let him know there's a team of 3 right on his backside, because the deployable buy, I was about to say, is about to give his position up, but it doesn't even make it for Lennon. In a world of trouble here as he also loses Fief in the background. And honestly, I like the play. Lie down, play for placement. Smith here, not able to do such a thing because he must have company. Shield goes out. DJ Master needs to put plates in. If it is going to be blasted, he's up against Smith. Gets the crack, decides to push it. He's got the static in hand. It's great in this close range fight, but you need to find who you're shooting at. Smith snaps onto him. There will be a trade coming on through from Aydan, and actually Team 15, Mutex and Co. They're out of here.
Yeah, what these other teams don't know is that it looks like that Mutex squad just maybe saved the day here, making Z-Smith's squad a bit weaker. Like, this is a huge value add if you don't have all 3 players. They are able to get the buyback, but the question is, where does Z-Smith go? Can he fly back in for free? Apparently for free. Nobody's even shooting at him. Right back into the mix. No one's praising Mutex squad for anything. This team is on their feet, resources. They've got everything they need. This squad is poised to have a fantastic game as we slowly are losing team after team. And again, top 10 is what we're looking for. We're on 14.
Naden just trying to survey his surroundings, spotting a couple of individuals, will mark them up, but eventually he's one taken out of the sky. And well, Racy's does make a suicide buy. The buy does come on through, so it might get his team through into top 10 here, but I mean, Aydan and Co will just take the extra kill. Enkeo's finding one. The French team are still holding the lion's share of the circle. And especially that next pull. The one thing I am worried about that French team, they're very split right now. And you've got a lot of squads running at you. Aydan takes bullets in the back. Just needs a moment to breathe. Again, this STG over mid-range fights is absolutely beautiful. But look at the rotation for Unrational.
Yeah, unfortunately, enkeo can't spend too much time on Unrational here because he's afraid he might get, have an angle on somebody else, be shot in the back or otherwise. But here's a big fight here. Look at this swing. SSD making their way through this lobby, finding kill after kill and wiping Team Aydan. We thought they were in a great position, but unfortunately, when the Falcons swoop in, no one is safe. Top team eliminated, 3rd last week, and more. Welcome to the party. SSD making a move with several teams on the horizon. The problem is, where is this enkeo squad? As enkeo decides, yeah, too many people. Let me get back to my team. Let me take the zip. And now all 3 together. Watch out for this purple team in 2 and that green team 25 as everyone makes a play for the new. Look at this zone, Enigma. Not a sizable piece of cover anywhere to find.
The problem is as well that you end up with Unrational's Rat letting Scummin and Dongi in through the back as well. And look at where that zone has gone to. Not good for anyone. Enkeo and Co will have the rooftop at least. Team 4 out of here. Noobs and Co, bye-bye. Drone up in the air is going to spot out Scummin squad on the edge of that fence line. Biffle, Shifty, and Ahsoka, of course, still have their full 3-man together. Currently trying to just hold on to a little bit of building cover that they may possess. Reed-Boy going underneath. Shifty finds one. Biffle's onto another. He's trying to trade. He's hitting absolutely nothing. And Biffle will just about survive by the skin of his teeth. If that's not the most Falcons-like moment you've ever seen, then what is? Holding on even when everything is up against them.
That save, immediate going in for the revive, might have just won Team 25 this map. It certainly gives them a huge advantage, all 3 alive against Team 2. We talked about it, we saw it in zone, but Dongi's playing spoiler. It was going to be a 3v1, 3 teams left, but Dongi's here with C4s, proximity mines, anything in between, but he can't get the cleanup. Gromalokk's out of there. How did he sneak out? What type of magician is this guy? Dongi's trying to make a heroic play in the zone, but gets cleaned up with a mortar. The thunder strikes, the lightning comes down, and it's a true 3v3. No, Heats is cut down. A 2v3, but zone position on the side of enkeo. This is going to be a fun fight. They've got to grab a knock earlier. They're going to get punished, and it looks like it might be Ahsoka falling. No, we lose Gromalokk. enkeo all alone. Enigma, I can only imagine enkeo cannot survive the onslaught of the Falcons. We said it would go to SSD. We said the Falcons were the favorite, and apparently we were right, and everybody else that predicted it probably also right, but we had to see it with our very own eyes. A fantastic push, a fantastic play, and certainly having all 3 alive for that final fight made it just that much easier.
Every single time, I think that they're dead. Every single time, I think that something has gone wrong for the Falcons. They should have been out of this map 4 times. This is exactly what they do. It's who they are. It is in their DNA at this point. That clutch factor, that ice that they possess is absolutely insane. That last-minute pickup of Biffle, the Shifty picking up all 3 kills on Team Aydan partway through that fight. How that team, who were in a bad spot through mid-game, by the way, with the fact that Shifty got picked off while roaming around by himself, Shifty, Biffle, and Soka had to play that from the southernmost point of the circle and cross past every single other team that was still alive in the lobby, which I think was like 27 at one point throughout that, and still get to endgame with all 3 players intact. And not only that, you get to that final circle and, you know, you're in a 3v2 situation. You could probably just try and run in through the front door if you want to. Soka says not a chance in hell. Decides to smoke out to the right, try and hit a flank. That distracts the Frenchmen, who then get gunned from the side. The decision-making, the ability of these boys is just absolutely off the charts.
Yeah, a huge shout out to production as well, being able to show us those aerial cams and those map views. We were able to see the 2 contrasting belief of these 2 top teams, frankly, right? You've got that enkeo squad who said, we need to make sure we're in the best position to win it all, and they were in the final zone for like half of the map. Sure, they found a lot of kills in the end game. That's one of their strategies. They know the kills are going to come to them. They know they can slay out when they need to, but they want to make sure they have every advantage they can. SSD on the other side, all of the same conversation points, but they said, we're going to play a little bit of edge of zone and start slaying out and hunt for kills. So we'll see that reflected on the leaderboard, and SSD comes out on top because of some of those heroic plays. You and I talk to these players every single day, every single week. We send out forums, questionnaires, and the question, sure, what's the best team? These 2 teams come up all the time. But what's the hardest team to kill? This SSD squad, Biffle, Shifty, Hisoka, they're the hardest team to kill. Sure, they might have some of the best gunnies, but they are so difficult to fully take down. And we saw that here on main stage in the very first map. So history certainly repeating itself right now with the Falcons on top and that enkeo squad of the Frenchmen right there in likely second place, both receiving a sizable multiplier. Likely there will be a high disparity in kills there. So I'm really excited to see these scores.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of what you just broke down there is absolutely spot on in the sense of I'm expecting the Falcons to, of course, have a lot of kills. It felt like they picked up quite a few early. Maybe that gave Shifty the confidence to push on out when he did and end up getting picked on up. But if you look instead at the Frenchmen, you end up, yes, they try to just hold the line at a certain point for a very long time. The problem is when you try and do that, especially in somewhere like Sorokin, especially somewhere where there's a lot of building cover, you may be able to get one player as a team nips inside a building. But if you're not in those building to building fights, you're missing out on so many that go on down. So we flick between the players a couple of times. I don't know if they're going to be north of 15, whereas with the Falcons, I think that maybe 2 of their players are currently north of 15. So yeah, I'm expecting a large disparity when it comes to the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think a couple other quick notes from that map as we wait on these scores to get updated. I think Team Tommy was a fun one to watch. They were going for broke, frankly. I mean, when you start talking about top 3 teams from last week's matchup, Aydan squad, they averaged somewhere around like 10 kills per game. That Team Tommy squad, they died, I think, 19th or something, but they had like 15 kills. So talk about consistency. Like, that's enough points to put you into the grand finals if you can keep up that style of play. You don't need the multiplier. You do need the multiplier for prize money or a sizable amount of it today, but to make the grand finals, kills could be your golden ticket to that final week. So watch out for that Tommy squad, man. They were slaying out, just got cut down early. And then the other one was that Aydan team. They had a great map as well. Decent multiplier, about average for them compared to last week.
Well, one of the things is when it comes to the amount of kills that teams are going out and trying to pick up, $1,250 for your bounty ain't too shabby, man. I mean, like, you get $1,000 as third, so you're getting more than anyone who doesn't place second or first today. So you can definitely see why certain squads are probably going out there and thinking, look, let's just slay out. The points will likely get us through to the finals anyway, regardless of where we finish up. And en route, we could potentially pick up that bounty. So if you're Tommy, Teeny, Orbs, honestly as well, maybe it's just a bit of a confidence booster. I spoke about it before. Hasn't really been their year as a trio. Teeny and Orbs coming on over to play with Tommy in those NA World Series games, and they don't end up making LAN. So maybe you come out here in your EGL Summer Survival Series and you just absolutely fry out. It's not a bad way to get things moving when you've got quite a few weeks ahead. And as you said, with the points that they're getting there for the kills, more than likely putting themselves into a grand final sort of spot.
Yeah, no, a full breakdown there, and I love it, and I totally agree. There's a lot more that can happen. We have a lot more Warzone to be played, Enigma, but the first map certainly told us a lot. We're going to see some of these teams swing for the fences when it comes to kills. 96 players in the lobby. We don't care. We are flying at everybody, and we're going to try to rack up as many kills as possible, because if you can score double-digit points per game, again, third place, Aydan squad, they had a total of 78.
Not sure if we just lost Goj or not for a minute there, but yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the kind of performances that have gone on through the various teams. So one of the things I was trying to look at over here on the left-hand side of my monitor is the number of kills that have come on through. And I believe that production actually have the standings ready for us. Let's flick on over and surprise, surprise. Team Biffle taking a 28-point victory, 56 points to top the whole board. That is absolutely insane. I mean, the fact that they have run out clear winners like that and picking up all those kills, again, it kind of speaks to the quality that they possess. Second place is going to be Team Unrational, who end up with 30.6 points. Then it is Team Enkeo, the Frenchman. They didn't pick up enough kills, just basically trying to hold the line for so long in that one building. I spoke about it there with Goj for a moment, and I just think that he ends up in a situation... Sorry, the Frenchman end up in a situation where they're not seeing enough of the action, not getting enough kills, and then to not get the victory on top, just going to rub a bit of salt into the wound. However, another squad that we spoke about just now, Team Tommy, it will be in 18th, and they fell early, so what a game it could have been for them. Definitely could have been a top 3 if they'd managed to get themselves some sort of serious multiplier. But yeah, I'm curious for you guys in chat if you have a team right now that you're looking at and either they're outperforming your expectations, or maybe you're expecting them to have done a little bit more. I'm looking towards the bottom end of our leaderboard, and Team Zealand are seeing them down in 22nd. That surprised me a lot. Team Joe and Team 21st as well. Expecting more out of those two. They're big teams. I think in particular as well, we take a look at I have myself some European bias, and I want to see FIFA kill Jukies and Lennon and exactly where they ended up placing throughout all of this. And it's actually going to be 11th, end up missing out just on that extra bit of multiplier that likely would have lifted them into top 6, maybe even top 5, picking up quite a few kills en route, double digits. Definitely a team that we expect to see pick up a lot, especially when you've got Jukies, who's just let off of his leash sometimes and goes on a bit of a run. So I think across the board here, you've got most of the big teams that we're expecting to come in from Group C in that group of death doing exactly what they should. Team Almond there in 4th. Again, a squad that seem inconsistent here when it comes to Urzikstan. They seem to be a team that can go out and win. We saw them pick up 2nd when it was at the Esports World Cup. When it came to Rebirth, gave Falcons a real run for things. However, here on Urzikstan, again, they are relatively inconsistent. To see them get off to a good start feels really good, seeing what these boys have done ever since that boot camp they had in London in preparation for the Esports World Cup. Just gonna flick through here and check something on the data, actually. And one of the things I actually wanted to see, Team Z-Laner, we saw them getting off to a lot of action straight away. Z coming back in there, picking up some big kills against Dongi on Rational Scummy. What a story that is, considering that he's been out of competition pretty much all the way through this year, comes into things with Bubble and Wars. And then, you know, if you're Z-Lane, you get off to that good start, you start getting all the kills, we start thinking about the story, and then unfortunately they actually fell in 23rd and only picked up the 5 kills. So a good start, but maybe need to think about how to fix their end game. Hey, Coach.
Look, here's the thing. I was going to bring up the fact that I'm not sure if lightning's going to strike twice, and then it strikes, like, outside my house. So I don't know what the world's trying to tell me right now, but what I'm excited to see is if lightning will strike twice in game. Hopefully it doesn't strike 3 times outside my place, because the big question is, can SSD do it again, right? Everybody's got their eyes on them. Everybody knows they're a top team. And sometimes the problem with that is that teams will run away from them at this point. They can't afford to chalk their tournament. So SSD could do it again. The Lightning could strike twice. They could take it all. But I'm really looking forward to some of these other top teams that have the confidence to take on a team like SSD. Maybe challenge them at the top. We'll see.
Yeah, we've seen it many times, right? Throughout the year where teams will get a knock maybe onto a Biffle who's rotating out in the trees. And they just immediately go, you know what? I don't fancy that fight. I'm just going to back on off, find myself a different route to the end zone. And as we load up into game 2, it will be a case of, can the Falcons do it again? I think everyone in chat would put their houses on the fact that they can.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. Who's going to take it all? We're going to start with our top team today. The big question is, can they maintain that top spot? And frankly, can they win it all once you reach that Call of Duty Warzone match point format? But a quick look at our zone, a quick look at our teams flying in, and I gotta say, Enigma, a little bit different this time around. Still favoring north-ish, but we are headed way out to the east, likely farms, and, well, that brand new superstore.
I'm very curious to see if squads start hitting that superstore and how exactly it plays out, how much it could change the entire landscape of the map. But Biffle and Co, they just want their good old-fashioned pop-off power. They know, I mean, there was even an event recently that changed a lot of this landmark, but they just decided that this is where they feel most comfortable. It's exactly where they want to play out from. They go super split, and well, we're going to change on over to Collars and Co. And that's a conversation that comes on up. This pistol change, it has completely changed the way that teams approach these opening fights. It's a lot slower now. It feels like you can no longer play 1v2s, 1v3s with it just because of that reduced fire rate. Make things a lot more difficult and mistakes a lot more punishing in those opening fights.
Yeah, fully agree. Colors punishing intense here with Devo making a quick tear of that squad, sending him right back to the gulag. And no chance here in the very beginning of the game to stabilize out. This is the key moments.
Colors here. Just gonna loot up. Find himself some bits. We're on over to the Frenchman then. And can they get off to a solid start here? They are putting themselves in a decent spot, being third after the first game. But they'll probably feel that they were a little bit passive. Probably feel like they didn't do enough, and actually Jogang is going to find enkeo and eliminates him. Gromalokk gets the knock onto xressolve, but is by himself. Actually, Jogang as well. 2 teammates are down. Oh, they're risking being third-partied here as the squad lands in above. That's actually going to be DJ Mouse and potentially Aydan or Smith. So all of a sudden, it looked like Jogang was going to be up on the Frenchman, and then DJ Mouse comes in, picks up 1 kill to get rid of Jogang, and then also finds gromalokk. So that's a way to third party, ladies and gentlemen, if you're coming back in from the gulag. Very impressive stuff indeed. And, well, the French there, I spoke about it. They perhaps felt they were a little bit out of the action too much last game. However, this time round, seems like maybe too much involved in the thick of it. Essentially getting third-partied off the start. Swap on over. Rob start. Blade. Showstopper. What a trio that is. And expected to do big things here. But Dongy's coming in Rational. Definitely a team we talk about when we mention squads that could definitely win on match point condition. Had themselves a hell of a year so far. Really shown exactly what they are made of when it comes to big tournaments through the year. Finished second in North America finals. And then Dongy himself actually finished third at the Esports World Cup with Intex and Bulieve. So, really strong trio. Onto Adrian, Swag, and Sage. And another World Series trio. Another squad that is expected to make some noise through this. Coming in with this group of death. They are in Group C, so they didn't get an opportunity to play last week. Adrian going to try and find the high ground here, attempting to wrap. However, Gas is just going to pass him on down for a moment. Actually manages to find Almond, and what a beautiful wrap there by Adrian. Lets the rest of the gunfight unfold and just becomes an elusive figure on the map. We'll send Fnatic to the gulag. Beautiful stuff indeed. And that gives them every opportunity to loot up, reset themselves there in Old Town, and go again. We pan over. Military base. Now, this was extremely busy in map 1. However, seems to have quietened down here in map 2. There's Rayskis, the man that we saw try and make a suicide buy towards the end of the last game. Going to be joined by teammate Shia. Just trying to hold off Move Mind and Co. That's the Portuguese trio over there. Just trying to find themselves a little bit of quiet on the edge of the map. And Rational, always one for a dramatic entrance. We trained on over to him, throwing choppers at people. Shooting at the minute at Nida and Nielsen. Look at Dongy come in through the back. That's a beautiful pinch play if you've ever seen one. Scumman's up over the top to provide the protection in case anyone tries to slip the net. And Rational's above as well. Dongy just going to try and check. Dongy gets shot in the back. Dongy just absolutely burned Nielsen. Absolutely sent him to the slammer. What was that?
Woo! I love to see it from my man Dongy. We're back, and so is Dongy. Makes it to top 3. Had a frustrating last map, but he was able to survive and have a great game at the end of it, and then making plays like that. We said they're one of the top teams, Enigma. I gotta say, I think we're right.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think that when it comes to that lineup, I mean, everything that they've done this year speaks volume for the level of performance they have, but as individuals as well, I think it's difficult to look past any of those 3 players who think that they shouldn't be in a top tier lineup. And we get a look at our circle here. It looks like, I mean, I don't want to jinx it because I'd love to see it, but we could get a superstore in zone.
I mean, I'm down. I'm excited to see it on main stage. It's certainly possible. I know that is a zone possibility, but it'll be fun to see what teams are able to do instead of the new POI, how much they've been playing, how much they've been repping, and the outplay potential in a new POI like Superstore that's, albeit a return from one of the favorites, but still opportunities knocking here if you can make some plays there. And speaking of opportunities, another good squad wipe. That's that Devo squad we saw a little bit from earlier. That's that Colors team. Out, at least for now. Sent to the Gulag, likely, seeing if they can regain.
A lot of squads here as we approach the early mid-game. Most squads are attempting to pull themselves back together. We still got 29 full squads, but only 79 players, so there's a lot of walking wounded. And, well, the Italians of Moonride, Freddy and Zanx will get rid of another squad elsewhere. Nickel's going to take the chopper here to the top and pop off power. And for a moment there, I thought he dropped from the angle. It looked like he basically dropped that chopper onto his own head. Seen weirder things happen in Warzone lobbies for sure. I was terrified for a moment. Biffle's actually out of here. Sorry, Shifty's actually out of here. So Ahsoka takes damage. Biffle's going to be by himself. And Nickel, Colony, and Waldo swarm this. Waldo's actually going to get knocked. That could split the whole thing apart. And it's the exact kind of moments that Falcons find themselves out of. They should never get away with this. Ahsoka and Biffle are split there. They have no Shifty to cover. You're in a 3v2. They should get away. But of course, they're making things incredibly difficult on the map. Biffle will actually back off the coverage from above. But Waldo and Colony eventually swarm Ahsoka. Biffle will be by himself. He will try to use the mortar as cover. But it's going to be difficult to get away from all 3 players here in Pop-Off.
Yeah, you would love to get out. Look how much cash they have, by the way. And that Shifty's cash already split. A ridiculous amount of money to start the game. This is what they do. They make sure their resources are as high as humanly possible so they can always buy back and always get whatever they want, buy station or otherwise. But Biffle not going to get what he wants this time around unless he makes the most heroic play we've seen in a long time. Could isolate one, get the cleanup? No. Does get traded out. Very well done from this trio to grab Biffle and not lose one in the process.
Yeah, well, nice try there from Biffle to snag himself an extra point. You never know how valuable they can be, especially if you're a squad that's always expected to get those multiplier points in. And moving on to a team that's in a bit of a spot right now. Swag is down and out of here. You are on the very edge of zone. And yeah, you've got a lot of open ground as well. It don't matter which way you try and cook this up. Adrian and Sage here. I'm gonna rotate away. You know, for a moment, I thought Sage might have the most wanted bounty. It turns out it's that little annoying head thing that floats around in the back of all the players. It drives me crazy.
Nice. Good play from top ropes. Cleans up Picnic. Nice player advantage here to likely clean up Oakley Boy and Companion. The question is, where is their third? Seemingly wrapping way out of here, trying not to make a play. DJ's going to clean up the one on the ground and move on their merry way. Again, this is what they want to do. They want to find these early eliminations so that they don't have to sweat as much in the in-game. You saw them doing this last map as well. Had a sizable amount of eliminations, looking for double digits, and then they push aggressively through to rotate for in-zone position. If you have the kills, you're going to be feeling good. Unfortunately, gets caught out on rotation, trying to get a bit of information, and gets cut down by Team 18 from distance, who have been holding this POI for a little while now, just waiting for somebody to come into sights, and it's Aydan, unfortunately, that does.
Feels like that team are just finding themselves on the edge of situations throughout this map. Last week it felt like that they were one of the main forces for sure, finished third. However, we spoke about it at the top of the show, a lot of big teams coming into this week, and can very much so change the whole feel of the lobby. I love the plays and counter plays that are coming in through here. You can see the Almonds trying to get a wrap onto Robstar and actually manages to find him as well. So that's going to be a problem then here for Showstopper and Blade. The Italian and the Lebanese are in a spot of bothers. Justupper puts out an attempted covering smoke for his partner, maybe, or perhaps just a dummy. But it won't do much for him because Allman's here. Allman finds him, and that squeeze, that flank, paying dividends here. That's 2 big kills, and they're on the hunt for the third. Blade doesn't have many places to go. And Fanatico next up. Oh, he gets a knock.
Well, yeah, he got a knock on news. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to clean up. So it's a great trade yet again. Classic Call of Duty play there to make sure you all stay alive. Or at the very least can grab the trade for your partner. But I was going to say this bizarre wrap too, cleaning out the Showstopper team means they're free and clear. There's nobody else in this area. They have the entire south side of the zone to themselves. So the question is, where do you go from here? You can get into zone. You're going to be free and clear for a while. And then as you move on up into the next circles, you know you're going to get held. So likely you're going to see this team either get some UAVs or get a recon drone in the air, notice that they're fully alone, and they're going to make an early rotation to what will likely be the new, as we swing over and see B-Mark's team get cut down, as yet again, this DJ Mouse squad with DJ back into the mix with Aydan and Z-Smith. They are on a tear early. This is what they love to do. They're going to cut down some teams and then go rotate for the end.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong at all, especially when they then spot Sage. And look, we don't have to hear the comms. We can see them come through. The 3-2-1 that happens there is they just line Sage up and absolutely tear him to pieces like a firing squad. Beautiful chemistry between this trio. A team that, I mean, quite frankly, I don't know what I was expecting of them fully when it was the start of Urzikstan, and 5th in the NA finals. Aydan Z-Smith 3rd at the EWC. They are a real talent, this trio. But showing again why they're great at playing through various situations, such as trying to deal with the difficulties of the low town. And it looks like we are getting ourselves off over towards Superstore. Brand new here on Urzikstan, been out about a week or so, but we will finally see some customs action here right on top of it.
I'm so excited about that. Can I just say the 4-year-old me, if you will, from the very beginning of this game. Look at it, Biffle in Superstore fighting Huskers. What type of nostalgia are we on right now? This is unreal. A fantastic win by Biffle, as somehow this team is yet again restabilized and cutting down squads left, right, and center. Here's the rest of the Huskers team. See you later. We don't see him anymore. Go back to the gulag with this SSD squad. Fully stabilized, loadouts in hand, and now Superstore is theirs. Wow. It's not coming home. We are home. Welcome back to Superstore, Enigma.
Oh, I absolutely love it here. I'm with you when it comes to the nostalgia. Expecting Jukies and Tommy to run up on that place anytime soon. And then we truly have traveled back in time. And, well, there's going to be more players pushing on over. Shifty, Biffle, Soko will have company in Watch Waldo, Colony, and Nicole. And I think we panned in just as Biffle called in a UAV, so they'll have all the information they need. There's mortars ringing out absolutely everywhere right now. Lennon is by himself trying to somehow navigate his way through here. Obviously is found by Shifty. Gets picked on off. There might have been a last-second buy, I believe there was, so FIFA Kill will get back in. However, there's likely a little respite to the team from the UK. Shifty here, up on the rooftop. Gets damage into Waldo. Downs Nicole. I told you what this STG does at this kind of range. It is basically hit scan. You put it into Shifty's hand, and it goes nuclear.
Talk about a bit of revenge. This is the team that pushed SSD earlier and was able to clean up Biffle by himself. And now with all three alive, a bit different of a story. Frankly, the exact opposite story, as they're now hunting the final remaining player of that Nicole team. Does look like they got one off who's going to be flying away with that buy. But you're right, it was Lennon snuck into Superstore, grabbed the double buy, gave himself away. He does have 2 players still alive. But here's the recompense. Let me take back what is no longer given and only earned, as Hisoka squad wipes that full team of Nick Cool. Bit of revenge, but there are more on the horizon. Looks like Jowo is back to say, hey, I'm the movement king, and well, I made a name for myself in Superstore, so I'm gonna go make a name for myself in this tournament back at my stomping grounds.
You're not wrong. Breadman actually comes in to join them as well. What a 3v3 this could be. The one thing I will say, of course, with Superstore, if you have that rooftop control, you can survey so much of the land around. You've got, although it's a much smaller car park than it was back on Verdansk, it still exists. You still have to cross relatively open territory between little snippets of cover. Enkeo has found himself in the mix somehow in Superstore as well, by the way. There's quite a few teams now starting to consider that actually Superstore might be the play to make. You can just see there via Codcaster that Jukies and Lennon have managed to get back in. Beef managed to make the buys. The squad will likely be low on utility, potentially don't have the loadout. So right now, Jay, Spreadman, Joe, Cloud9 just holding the perimeter here.
Yeah, it's very obvious they don't have loadout, and they also don't have a lot of kills either. And that's frankly one of the biggest negatives to that team. It's a really good trio. They've had some great performances here and there, but they need a lot more kills. They've got to figure out the pacing, especially in a lobby of this size, of how to find eliminations. Looks like Jace was on 0 last we checked. A bit of a blender this map. enkeo having no problem finding kills. Unfortunately, only player alive for his team, and look who's hunting yet again. The guy on double-digit eliminations by himself with all 3 alive. Superstore is his and going to be taking out, again, the team that was in 2nd in the last map. If he can get his hands on him, the question is, could he play a bit of spoiler here on Ahsoka? Nope, get spotted. See you later. Live ping likely. Out of the lobby. Wow.
Yeah, falling in 15th as well. So it will be the 1.4, but no 1.6 at least. Look at the amount of kills already. Shifty has 10 by himself. A reminder, it was a 28 kill victory last time out for 56 points. They had 25-ish point lead coming into this map. And it just feels like, although Shifty has 10 kills, I feel like I've seen Biffle in the kill feed numerous times as he third parties this fight that's going on. Scum and Unrational and Dongi trying to consider their approach to Superstore, but Biffle has the high ground. Biffle has the rooftop. One hell of a shot with that STG. The boys here looking to play up and then find themselves a route in.
Yeah, they not only have a great position here on the edge of zone, but also Donkey's on 8. So they've got a ton of information just with eyes here with high ground, and likely have some UAVs or otherwise to gain a bit more, especially as the new zone procs here. This is going to be pretty crucial for the rotation. They know one of the top teams is holding them on top of Superstore. Going to be a tough one to find out. Seeing a couple teams fall in the kill feed as well. That's that Inxian squad fully eliminated. Some around 11th place, just barely missing out on the multiplier, of course. And that was, I believe, Wars' squad that actually cut them down. Watch out for that team here in the final couple fights. The question is, where does this zone go? And I love that we get a chance to look at it. Here's that picture-in-picture view. Where does it go? Not to Superstore. To Team 14 we go. Dead center of the zone. Someone chose correctly, and a couple teams still technically in this new zone, as Dongi knows immediately they cannot afford to take this fight late. They push the equation. They get an early knock and a cleanup. They've got player advantage. Let's go clean up this squad here on the outer edge of zone so that we have a free and clear rotation without getting risk of getting shot in the back. But here's the other side. Here's the north side. And Jowo punishing Team Wars for pushing up over the hill. Will 4 and Jace get the cleanup, Enigma? Yes, he does. That is a full team wipe. Z-Laner, Bubble, Wars out of here in about 9th place with a decent map. And finally, the kills are coming through for this team. We've been waiting on them. Cloud9 stabilized and in a decent high ground position, but they do have to drop down on Mutex.
Yeah, and they actually use the bunker buster as cover, and Jace goes straight in through the back door. Trophy system's going to deny the procs mine, and so will another. Actually puts a lot of damage onto Jace, so he's just going to need to back off for a moment. But Joe and Breadman swarm. Find Mutex, find Intex. Can they clean up the last? Yes, they will.
Wow.
Blast is out of here. Textbook stuff from Cloud9. Not only the rotation up the backside of the hill in order to clean off Z-Laner and co, but then the use of the bunker buster to give them the, well, let's face it, aerial positioning, and also AoE that gives them all the coverage they need, and Almond's in trouble.
Textbook plays from a lot of these teams. We can spend years breaking down, but there's no time. Kills, teams, everyone falling. We're into the final 5. We're into the 1.8x multiplier. Everyone jockeying for position in the final iota of cover inside this new zone. Look at it. FIFA Kill's going to hang out here looking for placement, but the question is, where's SSD? And well, Shifty's still on 11 kills. Teammates likely on a ton as well. All 3 alive. Edge of zone. Right where we expect him to be. Who will come out on top? Could it be Dongi's turn? They do cut down FIFA Kill. Sure, you got your multipliers. You're not going to get any more unless you win it. So FIFA Kill did his job, but the question is, who wins it all in this one? I gotta say, I'm thinking SSD because, well, history has consistently repeated itself, but that Scummin squad is in the best position if they can hold high ground.
Oh, Scummin nearly dives straight into the arms of SSD. What a blessing that would have been. Breadman gets the knock onto Dongi elsewhere as well. So, of course, SSD are just going to get themselves a free route here into gas station. Breadman actually gets the kill onto Dongi. Soka then cleans up Scummin as well. So, I mean, there's a couple of stragglers right now. A couple of plays still lingering around. This could well be a Cloud9 v Falcons final fight here.
Can only expect it will. And again, Unrational, he said they were in one of the best spots, and unfortunately, sometimes with the best spot, the con to it is that everyone is looking at you. And unfortunately, that's certainly the case here with Unrational. 2 teams staring down his way. And now we've got 4 total teams, a couple solos lurking in the shadows, trying to lurk for maybe a couple kills here because every single one is worth 1.8 points. And that could be the difference between you making grand finals or making a sizable amount of cash. Unrational looking for a heroic play. Would love to find this elimination on Zynx if he could. But the question is, can anybody play spoiler to a team of 3? Again, Cloud9 all 3 up. Falcons all 3 up. Unrational PDSing, waiting, and there goes Zynx. So a 3v3v1, and Unrational is just going to bide his time, looking for maybe a kill from distance. At this point, doesn't have a lot to work with in a stereotypical Falcons wrap. How far can we go into gas? How deep can we grind to find the best position? They go too deep, Enigma, and throw the PDS to get stabilized. They're predicting a deep pull, I guess. This is going to be wild.
It is. And the thing is, of course, they have a vehicle to play with. Of course, they are looking to make one of those textbook plays. Shifty aims to go Demolition Derby. Unfortunately, hits a rock. Biffle's actually going to be knocked elsewhere by Jay, so maybe they've overcooked this one for once. Soka's out of here. Shifty basically by himself. Cloud9 surely then going to be your victors. Biffle's actually managed to get himself back up. What? How is this happening? Shifty then knocks Joe. Biffle will finally be cleaned up. Shifty has a heartbeat, and not for long. It will be Cloud9 coming out on top. And honestly, I've got to go back to that whole flank that they made happen onto Z-Laner and Co. The top of that hill to get round the back of Z-Laner, take a hold of that essentially high ground, and then use that bunker buster to push over towards gas. Textbook play from there, set themselves up for a beautiful endgame. But my God, Goj, I thought that SSD were going to do it again.
I'm not going to lie. They overcooked, okay? They went so deep into the gas and then realized, oh, wait, we don't really have a re-entry point. Like, I thought they had like 4 PDSs or something. And then they were like, man, I'm just going to drive this car right back into it. And I think it was mostly because of the rain of bullets from that Cloud9 squad that kind of warded them off from whatever advance they were trying to make. But even still, we've got to address the fact that they probably had the most kills in the entire lobby by a sizable margin yet again. They didn't go Katie Ledecky style and beat their own world record in this tournament. I will be frank, they had an opportunity in that one. If they would have won there, likely the biggest game of the tournament set by them last map, right? So a fun convo there, but also a big wake-up call and a big hurrah for the Cloud9 fans. I mean, really a frankly frustrating map for that team turned into an okay one. I don't think they had a lot of eliminations, but the 2x multiplier is going to pay them dividends when it comes to that leaderboard. I think likely around 18 or so points. Not bad. Certainly going to put them up in contention in a decent spot in that leaderboard as we inch closer and closer to our 120-point Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold.
No, I agree. It was a weird map from them. Like, it kind of felt like we didn't see them until we start to squeeze up on Superstore, and then they come floating on over, essentially set themselves up in the parking lot. But it's like, okay, how do you cross Superstore at this point? Like, do you want to fight for it where SSD are? Well, they decide actually no. What they do is they just rotate the long way around, take the scenic route up around the back, and I loved seeing that level of decision making out to them, because this Cloud9 squad sometimes can be inconsistent, right? Sometimes it feels like that they can just take over tournaments. Other times it feels like they're relatively a non-factor. So it's great to see this trio come together and perform like this here in map 2. I think that, again, it's another one of those moments that breeds confidence. All the top players talk about, you know, scenarios where it felt like they should have been dead and buried, they should have been out of things, they come on through that, and it makes them a better team in the long run. And when you start to see maps come through like that, it only speaks volumes for what Cloud9 could potentially do through the rest of the year.
Ice in the veins, certainly the case for the Cloud9 team. They stayed cool under pressure, saying they saw the big wrap and said, hey, hold position, likely under the IGL ship, if you will, of Breadman. Watch out for that Cloud9 squad. They won map 2, but where will they be on the leaderboard? Folks, we're going to take a very short break. You're not going to want to miss map 3 and beyond of Summer Survival. We're here in week 2, and it is staying hot all day. We'll be right back in just a moment. Well, folks, welcome back to the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival. And of course, this is week 2. We've been having a blast already. 2 games done and dusted. And I gotta say, the point totals from these games are astronomical, I think is the best word, Enigma. We've had so much fun, but I gotta say something maybe even more astronomical just got dropped on the timeline, folks.
Oh yeah.
World Series of Warzone Global Finals has finally been announced. Las Vegas is where we are headed. It is North America time. We are in the US, in Las Vegas, September 14th and 15th. Enigma, we've got a 2-day World Series of Warzone Global Finals, and I couldn't be more excited.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for that. I mean, as a guy who spent years obviously watching esports, taking part in esports in various ways, I've actually never got to go to an esports event or take part in any sort of esports event in North America, which of course, here in Call of Duty, we have quite a big fan base over there on that side of the pond. So I am really excited for that. And of course, we'll be there alongside you, my friend. It is going to be a hell of a time watching some of the best teams, best players slay out over 2 full days.
Well, speaking of some of the best teams, best players, let's get back to the competition at hand. We've played 2 maps. Look at our scoreboard. I mean, are you kidding me? Folks, look, we knew that it was possible that we could be done fairly quick today, but my goodness, listen, we've got a 120-point threshold for our Call of Duty Warzone match point format, okay? Team Biffle is on 92 after 2, Enigma. You kidding me? Unreal score line, but still big eyes on Team Unrational. I've had 2 massive games, 3rd place in the first one, likely in the back of Dongi, surviving to that moment, and then another great game in the second one. 63 points, still a fantastic number for 2nd place.
I think that the terrifying thing when it comes to Team Biffle is, for example, last week we had Team Enkeo on match point for multiple maps in a row. We've had that with so many of these squads here. However, the actual ace rate, which if you're unsure, ace is taking the first map and winning the whole tournament after you get yourself onto win condition. The actual success rate when it comes to this SSD lineup is like 50%. They're ridiculously efficient at cleaning out here on Matchpoint. We talk about it so many times about how there's different play styles when you're trying to gain the points as to when you're trying to see the tournament off. They have no problem playing the exact same way and seeing tournaments off. So potentially a terrifyingly quick afternoon, and it's largely on the back of the fact that they have had 48 kills in just 2 maps.
Yeah, no, a massive amount of eliminations, and it's exactly what we were talking about during both of those maps. You saw them. They go down to 1, 2 players left alive, and just no one can kill them. They cannot be fully eliminated, and they always have a crazy amount of cash because they're usually not contested off drop. So when they drop in, they get as much cash as possible, and that allows them to continually buy back and get loadouts extremely quickly. So even when they're down in numbers, they can get a buyback and immediately get their loadout and get right back into the action. And speaking of getting into the action, Enigma, Game 3 is here. It's time to see what they can do. Could they breach our 120-point Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold here in 3? Certainly possible if they replicate their success in the first 2, Enigma. But the big question is, can anyone catch them? And right now, it is entirely all eyes on that Unrational squad, about 30 points behind.
Yeah, again, the terrifying rate at which they see off games as well once they get themselves onto win condition is outrageous. Light work for these boys. We've mentioned it. It is something that's come up throughout this summer. We've only had 1 dynasty, in my opinion, in Warzone competitive. These boys looking to make that a 2nd one. We've already taken home the Esports World Cup and a number of other tournaments throughout this year. Starting off this one, $100,000 Summer Survival by EGL. They are absolutely making a mockery of us up here on the desk.
Yeah, I'm just going to start always predicting that they win in a massive fashion, and then I'll just look like the smartest man in the world. So maybe it's a cop-out, but I like being right. But back to Pop-Up we go, as per the usual. And right now, it looks like no one even is thinking about being in the same area as them. And so they've decided, why don't we just split off drop and just take most of the sell side of Popov so that we can have as much cash as possible. Look at this. They are fully split. Popov is empty. So we're going to go check out some other teams. Don't worry. We'll check back in with the crowd favorites once they have $60,000 to their name and everything they could possibly need for success. As again, Showstopper's team is in a bit of a blender early. They've had some decent elimination games, but they can't stay alive.
Nice.
Showstopper with a little bit of a turn and a burn, and he does get the cleanup. So a nice kill, but still, unfortunately, full wipe for that squad. They're going to head to the gulag and have to fully restabilize.
Yeah, I thought Showstopper had timed his duck down there horribly wrong and that Smith had just checked around it, but manages to snap to get his team at least a point, because so far they have not been doing well when it comes to these drops. It will be Bizarre belonging to that, well, 2/3 of the Twisted Minds lineup of the WC. C. Smith, Aydan, of course, now playing with DJ Mas. On board with Tommy, Teeny, and Orbs. These guys got off to a hell of a start map 1. Picked up a lot of kills, but placing wasn't necessarily there. We barely saw them in map 2. A point that I just want to bring up, Goj. After just 2 maps, Team Biffle are 15th on our entire leaderboard. That includes every game from last week, and of course, some of the teams have played 9 maps at this point.
Sometimes I cannot help but to laugh that it just uncontrollably at some of the score lines they're able to put up. But a crucial gulag at hand. Showstopper yet again wins his ones. When there's only one in the way, Showstopper will come out on top. Very well done to stay up and keep his team in the mix. And you're right, top 15 already after 2 is just ridiculous. The question though is everybody making the grand finals of our top 40 of our 48 teams. So we've got a lot more teams still jockeying for position to try to set themselves up for success here in week 2, and still more prize money to go around. Jackal not going to find that one, but a nice trade from his teammates means he's still alive at least for a moment. Major knows they're in trouble though and needs to push the equation here. These are some of the teams jockeying for position in this map, in this tournament, in this week, and trying to make grand finals. They need a big one here. If you're Major Cam player, you need a massive map to get yourself right back into the mix and make sure that you can secure a spot in the grand finals.
And I gotta say, I know Huskers is not seen as the... Wow, that body just got ragdolled. I know Huskers is not seen as one of the more dominant forces these days, but the experience coming through there as Jackal goes for the res. He just throws shoulders, just backs the other team off, and then eventually gains the information that he needs to try and escape out through the back. Unfortunately, Nicole and Cole are on top of him, and although he gets one knock, Huskers actually finds the second 2. All that talk a moment ago about maybe not being one of the powerhouses, he goes nuts here. Saved his teammate for so long that it gave him an opportunity to build back. Unfortunately, the gas from the bunker buster is just going to deny him the opportunity to push on out. But he's gone absolutely nuclear here to find himself 2 in the first place. And wraps around the back, finds Colony, gets the kill, will eventually take damage from Waldo. Might die here, sure, but you have done the Lord's work in order to get yourself through to that point. What a ridiculous set of plays.
What's so fun about Codcaster is that we get to see the other side of the coin. Huskers makes a heroic play in a 1v3 to take down 2 and ends up losing his life. But we also know that with a hair better timing, maybe luck or information, if he knew they were going for the res there, he could have world started 1v3 there if he would have pushed out a bit more aggressively. But you're right, the gas thwarted his escape out to the front and then elimination of this trio. But that team now on their back foot as we take a look at the map and see where the rest of our squads are. Several teams. Again, Team 25 in green. That is our top team. That is our SSD squad, and they are continuing to tear what is a wide open Popov, continuing to open up the window of opportunity for themselves to run away with this event. I see Breadman squad, Cloud9, who just won last map. They just got fully eliminated. I don't know if out of this lobby, but watch out. That team is in a bit of trouble, but they were in trouble last map as well, and they won it all. So who knows? I think they can restabilize, but watch out for that team.
Oh, we did just lose the Portuguese of Move Mind and Goat in the back there. Nicole just trying to chase down Grease, who is making himself a bit of a nightmare to find. But if Nicole and Waldo can hunt this player down, and they do, Waldo finds Grease, cleans him on up. We'll regroup with Colony. Oh, relatively edge of circle here. Your next rotation. Oh my lord, I've seen them make a bit of a mess before. But this next rotation is likely going to be over open ground. Oh, actually, the redeploy balloon will give you an opportunity to cover that ground much more safely. Again, with STG being most of the meta, you're a bit more safe in the skies these days. Nicole gets a lot of information onto Danya and co. And expect to see them squeeze up on this as Nicole aims to play a wide wrap and pinch between his teammates.
Yeah, good information gathering here. communicates to his team, I assume, as the IGL for this team. And there's a quick look at Joe, by the way. Great pull from production here. It looks like they won their gulags, got right back into the mix, got the buybacks, and not looking like they have loadouts yet. So they're going to be kind of restabilizing. This is frankly exactly what happened last map. Again, you got to remember, they had little to no kills until the very end of the game, where they found a decent amount of eliminations in the final circle and then won it all for the 2x multiplier. They are really good at this. The problem with this team, in my opinion, is that this just can't keep happening, okay? We've got to stabilize early, and we've got to win our team fights. Being all 3 sent to the gulag is such a big hamstring for any sizable momentum. If you're running a race and you pull your hammy, you're just not going to win the race, all right? You might be still in the podium, but you're not going to win. But back to the fighting we go, and gromalokk pushed the equation again with a trade, I think, from a teammate here. This team is moving on all cylinders. Unfortunately falls, but the team's right there to pick him right back up.
Yeah, nice play, actually, from the 2 Frenchmen. I was worried that gromalokk had potentially mistimed that and stepped out in front of where he could get to, or one of those classic moments where both players go to jump through the same window and one actually bounces off the other and falls. But Eads was there, able to trade on out before they lost gromalokk. You'll give up a couple of plates, but you'll be happy enough that you've not given up a player in the fight to eliminate Robstar from the map. That squad's been quite quiet so far. Robstar, Vortex, Blade. Expect a little bit more from... Sorry, Blade and Showstopper. Expect a little bit more. Stuo goes down in the back. Will need redeploying, and Uncivil Queen is also out of here. So Exian by himself. And Exian takes a couple of bullets in the back, does not have plates to go in, and is only not finished off because Irrational got shot from elsewhere.
Yeah, frankly, this is the tried and true strategy of Warzone players. When all else fails, jump into water and just try to swim away. There's enough visual cover that you might make it out, especially if you got a couple smokes to work with. But LuisCM is going to make sure that no one swims away from me. And again, a fantastic performance in week 1. Gets the cleanup here. Top 5 from week 1 has set them up for success in terms of our overall leaderboard to make grand finals. They'd love to better their standings here today, and so far, not doing a fantastic job of it, but they had a kind of late tourney push as well with some 30, 32-point games coming into the latter half of the tourney, so looking out for that this time as well.
Definitely a squad to keep an eye on, I think. Louis in particular, honestly, I think this year has been a bit underrated. Not 25 kills in the EMEA finals, 2nd overall Slayer. We don't usually tie him as being a Slayer, but he really can bring the heat when he fancies it. Playing alongside these 2 young French guns. Spots the Italian trio of Moonride, Zanks, and Freddy, who, if I remember correctly, I swear they won a map last week. It wasn't exactly by dominating the entire lobby, but showed that they can get themselves to end games, and are actually just going to use that balloon to escape. And they were going to try and escape, but actually Adrian shooting at you from one side, Louis CM from the other. Zanks is out of here.
Yeah, reminder, they were, I believe it was 4th overall in that last map with Zanks, I think, last alive, trying to play Spooler to one of those teams of 3, and wasn't able to do so. Actually got cut down, I think, technically by Unrational on the wrap, but still a team that has finally kind of continually found themselves in the end game, but this time still in a bit of trouble. Can't quite find themselves in the end game with a full team of 3 as well. The team in 2nd, they've been slaying out as well. Like, again, if SSD wasn't on 90 some odd points, we would be only talking about this team with 68, I think it was, or 64 between 2. That is a ridiculous stat line, unreal consistency in 2 maps, and they're continuing to push the equation because they know they have player advantage, and they have the advantage in almost every single fight they're taking. Deuce in trouble and gets cleaned up no problem with a perfect setup from this duo here on the edge of zone with their 3rd way off into the distance.
Yeah, 35 kills over the first 2 games, 17 and 18, and then 3rd in both games. So yeah, that consistency coming on through. Honestly, sometimes I feel like that's something that could be egregious of not being, but only finding their form here in the EGL $100,000 Summer Survival Series. Noobs and Almond on the hunt. Future trying to flee. You've got to assume that with his 2 teammates also fleeing uphill, they're either waiting to bait players in. If Future can escape, if Future can get himself up and over the wall, and he will not. Noobs hammers bullets through. Honestly, I'm amazed Future hasn't managed to get out there. It must have been a misplay of some sort, because TJ and Readboy were trying to provide cover from the hill, and you think if Future gets out there, and then you've got the Fnatic squad essentially running into them, I think honestly you get away with that. Ooh. Oh my god, what a nade! What a nade!
I mean, how many nades has Wars thrown in his life in Warzone history since the very beginning of the game 4 years ago? Probably hundreds of thousands of grenades. That one's got to be like a top 20 perfect placement right over the top. cleanup, no problem, and then moves on his merry way. It doesn't have to shed a single bullet. Beautiful shot there from Warriors as they continue on. And again, we've shown them a little bit on screen. They've been a little sleepy when it comes to leaderboard because we're so entranced with the top teams, but generally consistent. Like, they're having a decent day today.
Yeah.
And excited to see if they can continue up that consistency. Again, you're just trying to make top 40 of our 48 teams to make grand finals. You'd love to make a bit of cash here, so looking for some better games as we don't know how many games we're going to play, but likely running out of time based on our top score lines.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things, isn't it? As soon as you add SSD into the mix, because of how quickly they move, it just puts a timer on pretty much everyone else, forces you to play at that higher rate. Skullface definitely going to be forced to play in some sort of ways. He tries to get himself out of the river that he's put himself in. And this is what I was talking about earlier when we looked at that zone. You've got so many water crossings. You do not want to be caught on the wrong side of one. And now Lewis EM, Nida, trying to make a rotation super late, are going to be spotted. The water's deep enough that you will likely be safe for now, but you have to come up for air at some point. And the boys are waiting to shoot fish in a barrel.
Wait for the live ping. If they can get a live ping, maybe they're able to find him. There's one. Nida goes down. But again, this is something that just takes forever. And so they're going to make sure they don't get third-partied. And, well, I think with the... yeah, with the portable buy falling down, they know exactly where this team is at. And unfortunately, I don't know how long you want to spin here. Like, I'm a bit worried if Almond stays here for too long, they're going to get third party or they're just going to get held in this new zone. Like, we're starting to move here in 13 seconds. There's the buyback coming through, and they're way out here on the edge of zone. The third party from below is not really viable. Let's get a move on, gentlemen. We need kills, but we got to get to zone.
I agree with you. I think it's a difficult rotation from Bathhouse here. You've got to get yourself over towards Lowtown. That's potentially a river to cross or potentially open hills to cross. And then your third option isn't much better. It's very tight, congested buildings where anyone could be waiting in any corner. So none of those rotations are nice. Actually, I was going to say, I kind of like this place to double back on yourselves and try and come back at this. But Almond has stuck around for long enough to get the knock. Nickel will go down. Almond tries to cover over again. Actually finds Waldo. Gonna push this, but that circle is moving. So as soon as you get these kills, sure, that's great. But you have got to get on your bike, begin to rotate, because we still have 20 teams here. And we've already spoken about it. You want to get to at least top 10 before you're really getting paid for your bonus points.
That's exactly right. Out here on Bathhouse, a wide and long rotation currently cleared for them. They're a bit worried about getting shot in the back. So fair enough, gentlemen. You got your team wipe that you're looking for. You can move on your merry way, but there's going to be a lot of teams in the way. And, well, of course, this SSD team here looking for Joe Gang, Sean J. And they've rotated all the way down. Again, you got to remember, this team always drops Popov, right? And Popov is wide open. They got all the resources. Look how much cash they have. Somewhere around about 30,000 as projected. And they've moved all the way down to Opal and have been hunting teams here on edges of zone as we've moved into this fourth circle. This is a tried and true strategy for them. They're not worried about being dead center right now. They're looking to clear out some of these edge teams that they feel like are free kills. However, I will note, around this time last map, Shifty was on 8 or 9 eliminations, staring at double digits right around the corner. Right now, he is on 1. So unless he's traded a lot of kills over to Biffle or Ahsoka, this isn't going to be as a high-scoring game as we expect from them. But they only need about 30-ish points, a little less, to breach that 120-point threshold and set themselves up for the Call of Duty Warzone match point. And there is the full team wipe on that Colony 2K team.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the way Biffle and Shifty just breached and cleared that building, went up to second level, up to third level, checking around. Eventually, Biffle sniffs him out. Just so punishing with everything that they do. We are going to get a look at that circle. And look at the squads. They've got to make large rotations. One of them will actually be SSD. They're going to have to come out of Palace and cross. I think more than likely, knowing them, they're going to play themselves baiting around that river point. However, you got to get there first. You got the Italians to deal with. Shifty gets a knock. Shifty decides to push this. Both Zanks and Moonride down and out. Shifty can't find the second. Eventually does clean him up. Only Freddy remains. Right now, trapped between a Ahsoka and a Shifty. And bye-bye Italians. Down to our final 15. SSD have themselves a relatively free side of the zone here to push in from.
Yeah, this is usually where I say, well, they got a nice cleanup, but they got a long rotation to go. Unfortunately, I just don't think that's a problem for this team. This is what they want to do. They want to hunt the edge. They know they're a better team of 3 than anyone else here, so they're going to chow every single fight. And if they have player advantage, they're going to win that fight 99 times out of 100. But we got to go check in with some of these other teams. Again, Cloud9, again, fully restabilized. I'm going to tip my hat to them if they can stay alive here. They all got sent to the gulag earlier, and now all 3 alive here into new in top 15. Would love to repeat the success of the last map and hopefully find a few more kills to boot. But they're going to have to cut through Fnatic with a nice trap here. Noobs on high ground. He's raining bullets down, but I think it was Breadman actually connected from distance on Noobs to ward off any sort of advance, and they lost one. So that Fnatic squad in trouble as we see our team in second hit the LTV and hit the wide rotation. They say, we want nothing of this rotation. Way too much open space for us. Let's use the vehicle. Classic Warzone strategy we've been seeing for 4 years.
Yeah, it is. And I think perfectly played as well, because it just gives them a side to fight out from. They are relatively safe from behind. However, they've got to be very wary. Oh my god! I'm not sure. I think Donkey and Scummin were both shooting the same player there, so that's why you see Louis CM absolutely lose his face. However, what I was going to say is that you are pinched in from 2 different teams. Louis CM on one side, Showstopper, Blade, Robstar on the other. Donkey has 10 kills, so you definitely want to see at least top 10 here. You definitely want to be getting those bonus points for the placement, because I think Scummin was on at least 5 when we last looked over, so high kill game. Donkey spots Robstar, cracks him, gets damage, gets the down. Showstopper and Blade might have to reassess how they're pushing this. Do they try and trade it, or do they try and back on off? They are actually going to play forward. C4 goes out. C4 gets the crack, but Donkey's getting shot from elsewhere. So Irrational's going to have to hit the rack, and it will actually be that Blade and Showstopper fall. They're out of here.
Well, the best point, though, you saw a quick look at that map. There's not that many teams close to them as long as they wrap up to the north, kind of eastern side of this zone, away from Lowtown. That enkeo squad is close enough to shoot bullets at them, but if they can wide wrap up into the open side space, they actually have a free and clear rotation if they want it. The only team in their way is going to be that Mirror squad on low ground, who won't scope them out on the rotation and likely will just be running into Nida on the far side. So watch out for that rotation. I don't think they push down here to hold this enkeo squad. It's just too big of a risk. It's not a huge reward, especially with the consistency they have of 3rd place. They're looking to better it this time around, gentlemen. Not 3rd 3 times in a row. We can't be a true team of 3s when you've got kills like their total from before. But the Frenchmen here to make some waves like they did in the first map. Let's see what they can do as they hold the edge of this south side of the zone. A couple teams near them, but right now, all quiet on the southern front, waiting for this new zone.
Lovely wordplay. UAV going out there. We'll just give the French an opportunity to assess the situation. That zone pull is disgusting. There is going to be half of a building inside of it. So the position for Unrational, Scummin, and Donkey is actually beautiful because they have the rocks that will stop everyone crossing that open ground freely. Fnatic, however, have a lot of work to do. Breach and clear, checking every single angle. They have Blast, Intex, Mutex just across the road. Noobs attempts a couple of bullets through the wall. You've got to assume that they're picking up something on maybe a UAV or the like. As we get that beautiful overhead camera, look at where Unrational, Scummin, and Donkey are placed. Donkey will get some pressure, but honestly, right now, you got to feel it's theirs to lose.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. They've pulled the eastern side, and if they weren't listening to the broadcast, which I'm sure they're not, they don't need to listen to me to tell them. Once the zone pull goes, they go, oh yeah, this is where we should go, definitely. No questions asked. So they've got a nice spot on that eastern, southeastern side of the zone. They can hang out for a while as the rest of these teams eliminate each other. They don't have to worry about getting these kills. These teams are going to wipe each other. They have enough already, and that's the boon of slaying out early. But this squad didn't slay out enough, so they had to push the equation, and they're winning it. One of the most storied players in Warzone history came together. Couldn't put it together for World Series of Warzone, but could put it together in this map and in this tournament. Fnatic on a tear. They need these kills, and they need them now as this Mutex squad yet again jockeying for a top 5 position, just barely outside the zone, holding on, waiting on the 1.8, and then they're going to make their move. And every team knows it. We need top 5, and right now there's one team being cut down. Wait for them to be fully eliminated, and only xressolve remains, who's actually able to knock Heeds off screen.
Yes, and well, just took into a corner, but might run directly into them. He does, so he is out of here. We are into our 1.8. Now, Rational and Almond find themselves kills. Blast and Co are out of here, down to our top 4. Fnatic are looking to get aggressive, but as they try and cross, it's going to be the Frenchman of enkeo that finds himself a kill. He's tucked himself just inside. Scummin, Donkey, and Unrational have been pushed in as well by this zone. They find a kill up top. Donkey and Scummin teaming up there to find themselves one. There is a bunker buster potentially available here. Scummin, he tries to land. He tries to hit the buy. Scumming says not today. Takes bullets in the back. Spins. Puts bullets into gromalokk himself. And Donkey will now clean that up. This could be a ridiculous high kill game. There's no SSD in this. So if you right now, these three have got to feel like the biggest fish in the pond.
Biggest fish in the pond, and the Frenchman cut down. It was Mutex squad falling in 6th, by the way, but gromalokk playing a bit of spoiler. Could he get the 1v2? Could he even the tides? Give himself an opportunity. There's still 2 Fnatic teammates here. They lost 1, but they're feeling confident. They've got a nice zone positioning here inside New. They've got a bit of cover, and they can make a play if they don't get wall banged out. Here comes the rap, though. They hear it. Dongi says, I want more. Skullface says, no, you don't. We've got the gunny, and they're feeling really confident with the PDS. This is the classic Skullface play. Save the PDS for the final fight to give yourself even a micro advantage to win some of these fights. xressolve, by the way, heroic plays thus far to stay alive at this point. Was being cut down with 6 teams remaining, has somehow made it to top 3, but does end there as Skullface makes the final play. The Scumming squad, they barely did better than the last couple maps. Third, and second. Talk about consistency. But Fnatic, welcome to the party. 2 times multiplier goes your way with that final fight, and it was all on the back of the PDS.
Yeah, I think that with Fnatic there, you getting involved in the party, sure, but Unrational, Scumming, and Dongi, I think the consistency in their placings is absolutely everything to talk about. We'll come on back to that, sure, but I actually think xressolve, as much as I want to give him flowers for staying alive for that long, I think he spoils a lovely 2v2 for us there at the end. I think you would have had Scumming and Dongi going up against the 2 Fnatic members in a lovely little duel, but xressolve finds his way in through the back, gets enough damage into Dongi that it's eventually traded on out, so just makes things a little bit too difficult for Scumming there. However, I think that, honestly, out of the 3 teams, yes, you're very happy if you get a map on the board, but Scumming, Unrational, Dongi, I have something written down about their playstyle, and it is that their placings are actually hilariously mid, which they are, generally speaking, but this tournament, anything but. Third, second, ridiculous stuff.
Well, maybe that's what they said between tourneys, right? They said, hey, our placements have been mid. Let's fix that, right? Yeah. Unreal performance from them. And again, it was only for a time overshadowed by SSD. They were in second, 60 some odd points between 2. But then they rack up another one here in game 3, which means they've probably closed the gap quite dramatically on SSD. Remember, when we tuned in to that Falcons team, SSD, that shifty Biffle Hisoka team, they only had like 5 kills, and I don't think they found too many more after that and got cut down finally for the first time in this tournament. So will they still have the top spot? Likely. Will they be on that 120-point threshold? Probably not. This team, though, that Unrational squad that gets second with a 1.8x multiplier with a ton of eliminations, I mean, they could be up there around 100, 110. I think they're dang close. And I'm getting word from production. They had 34 kills? 34? Is that right? That is unbelievable. I mean, that 2x multiplier would have gone crazy. That would have been a 68-point game for those at home that can't do that math. That is insane. Unfortunately, 1.8x. Still the biggest game of the tournament, Enigma.
I mean, because we are running slightly less teams in this tournament per lobby than we usually would, we have brought down that Call of Duty Warzone match point a little bit. I was going to talk around 150. We'll make it 120 instead. Surely that balances out. Yes, you're right. That could have been a 60-plus point game. That would have been more than half the points required in just one. Quite frankly, insane performance. 34 will make them the new bounty leaders. So it puts them on track to also take home the 1,250 bonus dollars for having the most kills thus far. One of the things about this team, they always bring a lot of kills. Sure, if they get to those end games eventually, then they're guaranteed to do quite a bit and pick up quite a few points. However, hearing that Dongi had 22 by himself, a man who it feels has come into this year with a lot to prove, and he's doing exactly that with those sort of digits.
Yeah, that is frankly unreal. I've seen Doggy do some unbelievable things on main stage. He wins 1v3s often. He knows how to slay out, and he is the slayer for that team, and he's doing a great job of it. I mean, he's fulfilling that role near perfectly, and like you said, they're also finding the placements, which just means simple math. You have placements, you have kills, you're at the top of the leaderboard, all right? It's not that complicated, folks. This team is dominating right now up there with the likes of SSD. So you're going to see 2 teams at the top, hyper stretching our leaderboard out with some top dogs, and then basically everyone else. But you've got to remember that of our $100,000 on the line of the course of our 4 weeks, $65,000 of that is just in week 4, aka the grand finals. So just because you're doing fantastic today doesn't gonna mean that you're gonna be doing fantastic in the grand finals. So still a lot of more work to do in the course of this tournament, but we do need to celebrate those 2 top teams because they're still gonna be walking away with a decent bit of cash today, likely.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, first takes home 3,000, second 2,000. So I mean, if you're finishing anywhere in there, let's say, you know, you're taking home maybe 4,250 or 3,250 currently if you are that going on Rational Dongy liner, which isn't bad for your Monday afternoon. Nice way to start the week. But also, I think that, again, like a lot of these teams, when they're playing in these tournaments, they're gathering belief. You know, it's a case of it's coming on Rational Dongy, you get put into the group of death. You've got Team Fnatic in here, SSD in here. You maybe start to question, you know, all right, well, how are we going to hang with these? They're going to be completely fine. They're going to be absolutely fine. They come out, put on a show like that, take home the top kill game. They've so far had third, and second, which is an average placing that no one came close to last week. I think the best was the French with an average of 4th, but then after that, it was like 9th is your best offering. So I think that, you know, it just reinforces what we thought they could all be when they came together as a trio, and that is that they have real superstar potential.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, storied duo, Scummin and Unrational. At this point, one of the longest standing duos in the game, frankly. I mean, really only rivaled by probably Almond and Noobs from the North American side. And so it's fun to see that duo still together. It's fun to see that dynamic duo find that Slayer, that young gun Dongy, who's frankly doing exactly what he needs to do. So watch out for those 2 top teams. But folks, I'm really excited about this leaderboard. As soon as we get it ready, all of those teams have to report their scores. Once they do, we will get them in for you, and we'll show you where everybody's at, because again, 120 point threshold is our Call of Duty Warzone match point format threshold, and because of that, just because you're down in 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th doesn't mean the job is done. Those teams that breach the threshold have to win a game. Doesn't matter how many kills they get, you just got to win. So a lot more still to be played for, and again, tons of cash down the line today and in the grand finals. 48 total teams, 40 teams will make grand finals, and today 32 of those battling it out. Now, Enigma, a question for you while we get this leaderboard up and ready to go. Group C, are they living up to the hype? I mean, I'm feeling like they're feeling pretty good right now. A lot of folks said, and even you said on broadcast, Group C might be the group of death. Do you feel like they are as we take a look at this leaderboard?
Well, we're going to get a look at the leaderboard and find out exactly what we think of the situation. Wow. And that is that Team Unrational, Team Biffle, and Team Almond hold your top 3, and they are all from Group C. So, yes, they are well and truly living up to the potential we had in them as well. And we look at the rest of that top 8, it is largely going to be all from Group C. And I believe as well that that will put Team Unrational by themselves onto Call of Duty Warzone match point. So quite frankly, a script that none of us would have written, they're out on top here, and it is their tournament to lose.
Yeah, I mean, let's be very clear about what they just did. They went from 60 some odd points after 2 to 120 some odd points after 3. They basically doubled their score after 2 games that were already ridiculously high in one single map, and in 3 maps have put themselves on that Call of Duty Warzone match point at 124 points. That is 4 points over our threshold, which means, folks, we've got to have all eyes on Team Unrational, especially in the latter half of this next map, because if they win it, this could be one of the shortest Warzone tournaments of all time. We could be done in 4. I haven't seen it done in a long time, and it's certainly possible. I don't know that it counts as an ace technically because SSD was at the top to start this tournament, but this team has been in contention and have not let SSD run away from it. And when the opportunity struck of SSD falling with only 10 points, by the way, in map number 3, they took the opportunity, ran with it, and not even getting a 2x multiplier, just with the 1.8, scored somewhere around 60 points in that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the terrifying things. And again, highlights how many kills they bring to these tournaments. Whether they place well or not, you guarantee a lot of kills with that 3. But the fact that they seem to have figured out their placing situation, I mean, it's just why they're running away a little bit here. I mean, Team Biffle, yes, of course, you can never write them out. They're always going to be a part of the conversation. They will need to ensure that Team Unrational do not win next game in order to then see themselves through. But you got to assume that they will then put themselves onto Call of Duty Warzone match point. And then the script changes a little bit, Goj. I always wonder about this, and I've spoken to a couple of the players, and they say, yes, it does matter. Others say, no, they just play the exact same game. But I wonder if you're a team like Biffle, for example, you get yourself onto that match point next time out, and you come up against, you know, Team Unrational are also on that point, it's just you two. Do you maybe go looking for the other one? I don't think Team Unrational go looking for SSD, but I do wonder if SSD go looking the other way around.
Yeah, that's actually a fantastic question. And I think, as you mentioned, it kind of depends. And I think, frankly, it depends because it's who is on that Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Because when you have a team like SSD on the threshold, will teams try to jump them off rip? Usually, no. Because it chalks their chances of any sort of cash, right? Yeah. You usually lose against a team of that caliber. Probably a lot of teams are saying the same about Unrational Squad with the way they're playing right now, but maybe not everybody. But if you have some other team that you think you can play for, I mean, half the lobby should be jumping on these top teams. They don't want it to be done. They need like 4 more maps to even get into contention. They have to have a chance in this tournament. So we should see 5, 6, 7 teams trying to drop on our teams near the top. But not always is that the case, especially when the prize pool is delineated like it is. Everyone's playing for their chunk of the cash, and they're playing for the spot in the grand finals. You can't throw away your whole tournament today to try to take out a top team and risk not even making the grand finals where there's $65,000 on the line. Like, there's so much math and decision-making processes that all these teams have to have of whether or not they jump for some of these top teams. And I think because of that, a lot of them are going to be a bit more timid.
Yeah, I agree in the sense that, especially when it comes to SSD, I just don't think, like, everyone, like, is looking at each other like, well, it's all of our problem. Should we do something about it? Should we go and hunt down the big bully? And they're like, well, you can. I'm not. Like, you know, it's not my, like, it's my problem, sure, but I'm not willing to deal with it. And we've seen that multiple times. We talked about it a little bit at the top of the show, where sometimes squads are getting knocks onto Biffle, Shifty, or Soka at range and going, not my fight. Bye-bye. I'm going finding someone else because they're just so damn good. They're the hardest team to kill, best players in the world. We're potentially talking about them as a dynasty, for sure. But when you see like the level that Unrational, Scumman, and Dongi are bringing into this, I think maybe teams that have been seeing them in the early game, I think that they do the same thing where they go, look, I'm not going fighting Unrational, Scumman, and Dongi. I'm going finding somewhere else. And I wonder if you have that pocket for SSD where they're essentially alone at pop-off power. I wonder if Unrational go end up with that same pocket going forward and they end up with a situation where no one's wanting to contest them, so they're able to scoop the loot and set themselves up for a later game. And if we end up with anything like last week, what that means is that the teams that are both up there at the top of the leaderboard end up fighting each other at the end, which would obviously be a wonderful thing for us to see. But I think that right now, one of the interesting things to think about back in map 3 is the fact that Soka and Co, they had themselves a really quiet game there. And I wonder if it's something to do with them being so far away from pop-off as early as they were.
Yeah, I think it's certainly the case. I think they left pop-off early. And again, the problem with this SSD strategy, and it's not their fault, it's everybody else running away from them, no one contesting them means there's no one to fight. So they've got to get loadout and loot as fast as possible. And then you saw them. They sprinted south as fast as humanly possible all the way to Opal. And they just didn't have as great of a positioning, or maybe just not quite as much information as they would have wanted. Now, you see a lot of those teams get the advanced UAV around Circle 3 when the fire cell drops. So, like, you'll see a lot of those teams kind of restabilize and find their footing again because they know where the rest of the teams are around that time. But if you start getting on your back heel, you don't have the cash you need to be able to buy those, what have you, you're in trouble. The mid game is so crucial for teams like SSD to set themselves up for success. Now, Enigma, why we have a moment, because I personally am stalling this next game so that we can keep talking. I wanted to ask you, you've casted a lot of our match point format, and specifically, I want to know, will these teams on match point, Call of Duty Warzone match point format on that threshold, will they change up their drop spots because all they care about is winning the entire game?
I personally think that it depends largely on circle pull. If we end up with a relatively neutral circle that goes straight to center map, I think no. I think especially if you're, you know, Biffle and Co, you've got that pocket of space anyway. I think, again, if I've been contesting on Rational and Co off the start here, I'm like, no, I'm going to go and give them some space and they end up with their own pocket. However, I like what the French do in these kind of situations. So enkeo, gromalokk, heats, they struggled to see it out last week. But one of the things that they do is, for example, we end up with a very northwesternly pull. They change their drop spot from Manor all the way over to Kotovo blocks and set themselves up in a way where they can essentially defend using the back border of the map because there's nothing that should come around the back of them. They have a big open space essentially in front of them from the Leven Resort beach, and they just essentially draw a defensive line and say, right, well, you guys have got to run at us. I think if you end up with one of those zones that would force you into a horrible rotation otherwise, then yes, I think you change your spot. I think that's one of the beauties, though, of Biflinko having power. There were few circles that pull away from that zone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great shot. I love tossing you up softballs like that because you just break them down masterfully. And it's so fun when we talk to these teams about, they usually have like 2 to 3 favorite drop spots. Like when we ask them their drop spot, they're like, hey, this is our primary, but we also have this one and this one. And I think that enkeo squad with Kotovo blocks is a great example. If the zone pulls north, they got to change it up, and they do so pulling to Kotovo. So I think the big fun part of this, especially as we get the grand finals, is that when teams actually do ape on the top teams on that threshold, it's kind of a wager of, are they dropping primary? Are they dropping their secondary spot, which a lot of teams know a lot of these other squads' secondary spots. We're talking VOD reviewers, all right? The Warzone comp scene has leveled up. If you haven't paid attention in a couple of years, these teams VOD review all the time, and they study the other teams because, well, there's a lot of money on the line often in a lot of these events, including here with the summer survival. So you might say, hey, we're going to wager they don't go to their primary, they go to their secondary, and you could see some hot drops on some of those secondary spots for a team maybe like SSD or otherwise, and specifically in this tournament, that Unrational team who is already on that threshold.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. One of the things that I wanted to bring up, and well, this feels like a perfect opportunity for it, glancing over the leaderboard, bear in mind that Team Unrational have played 3 games throughout this entire tournament so far, and some teams are already on 10 games. Team Unrational are already 6th in the overall leaderboard. 124.2 points lifts them above so many teams, behind only Team Mutex, Louisium, Ebates, Aydan, and enkeo, of which I think pretty much all of them squads have had more game time.
Yeah, look at this. This
ridiculous.
is wild, Enigma. Again, this is our overall standings. Again, if you just kind of popped in here, yes, the lobby's about to start, but we had last week's competition that had Group A versus Group B. So some of these Group B teams are going to be at the top. Team enkeo, for example, they've played 2 rounds thus far, or partway through our second round here, so they're obviously going to be at the top. Team Aydan there as well. But some of our teams, Unrational squad, 6th place after a total of 3 games. What did they play? 7 last week, right? I think it was a total of 7. So enkeo at 235 after 10. It's exactly what you were talking about. Unreal numbers. You can only imagine you're seeing that on Rational Squad, regardless of how the rest of today goes. They're going to be making it the grand finals. Such a fun leaderboard to pull up kind of middle of the event to show the prowess of some of our top teams from Group C.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we spoke about them, group of death, you know, where they're going to come in, where they're going to bring it. Sometimes you end up in that group of death situation. We had this little bit at the Esports World Cup where so many big teams coming in together actually takes points away from each other. They're no longer able to go and slay out because there's so many other big fish here. However, it doesn't seem like that's a problem. Map 1 went to Team SSD. Map 2 goes to Cloud9. Map 3 then goes to Fnatic. So all those big teams coming in are still seeing success. And I think that it shows the level of quality that they are, where you enter in such a stacked squad, such stacked lobby, and you're still performing so well, still coming out on top.
Yeah, well, I just got word from production, folks. We are very close to our next map, so it's a great time. Grab a sip of water, get some food, and then buckle back in and lean forward close to your monitor or phone, because I can only imagine this last map is going, maybe last map, if you're Team Unrational, you'd like it to be, is going to be hot. Some of these teams are going to start swinging for the fences because they've got to breach that threshold as fast as humanly possible. If you're SSD, you only need about 20. Everybody else, you saw the leaderboard, they need a ton of points. So whether they're aping the top team, that Team Unrational already at 124, or whether they're just aping any team they can get their hands on, they need the points, and they need them now, Enigma. So I can only imagine as we're kind of nearing the, I guess, in-game as we get into our 4th map, this is about to get real quick. You're going to see more teams die early. You're going to see more gulags in the first 60 seconds, more contested drop spots. Teams are going for broke here because they have to.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that we do have some squads in our Warzone space that get better progressively through days. They just are. They're very good at going, okay, this isn't working for us. Let's change that up. We have a lot of squads that we call spiral teams at times because they're quite emotional, and it either goes very well or it does not at all. And they're the teams that I feel are quite inflexible. They have a strategy, they stick to it, they play it out, and very few teams can actually get away with that unless your name is the Falcons. So I think that what you end up with, and I'll use the Germans last week, Pentagon, Foz, and Melvin. They are one of those sides that are very good as the tournament progresses, going, okay, this landing spot and this route is better for us. And that's what we're hoping to see throughout the rest of these games. We could well be walking into the last game of the day. There could still be 4, 5, and beyond. So it'd be interesting to see which teams suddenly rise from the ashes and come out here in our remaining series.
Great shout. And folks at home, are you tired of us yapping? Too bad. We got a lot more talking to do, but the good news is that the game is right here. It is right around the corner. We're about to drop in map 4. Will it be the last one, or will we have many more to come? That is my favorite part about the Call of Duty Warzone match point format. You never known. I want to hear from you in chat as we drop into map number 4. Is this it? Is this going to be the final map? Will Unrational Squad only better their performance and go third, second, and then first? Only time will tell, but I'm loving this zone, Enigma.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of zone that we talk about, right? Like, could the French be adjusting their drop spot, avoid going down towards mana, which would force them to rotate so heavily regardless of where zone pulls, instead play up towards blocks? Even if they do go there, I don't know if they have enough points to employ the strategy that they like, but run the screen with Scummin, Dongi, Unrational. They are our current leaders. They are our current only team on Call of Duty Warzone match point, and they have picked a very busy landing spot. They've gone high rise.
High rise construction, middle of Zervan City. Good luck, gentlemen. I wish you the best. Taking early encounter with, frankly, not a bad team, but they catch one out by themselves and get a first weapon out into their hands early. Now a 3v2, but Dongi goes sailing, finds a zip to get right back into the mix. But this is a fun early fight. Oftentimes you see this drop spot by 2 to 3 teams contesting each other early in tourneys, and then a team forfeits the position. But this time it's the Scum Squad that swings all the way over here and says, you know, no one's forfeiting anything. We want this for ourselves. Great loot, and they win it.
Yeah, ridiculous team to be bullying out of there as well. So it's put them in a spot where this is where you start to develop a little bit of a pocket. You loot up. That's 2 PDSs nice and early for Dongi, as if they needed any more encouragement to how to start the game. Natedogg, Skullface is going to have Xressolve to deal with. Gets flashbanged. Won't be able to finish that off. So just going to have to back on off here as he is by himself. And as much as Skullface fancies himself probably in any fight, you want to be careful in moments like that to not overextend. It looks like they already lost Almond. He's going to be in the gulag. And Noobs Elsewhere only has 1 plate. So this Team Fnatic lineup, a little bit walking wounded off the start. If you land in Old Town, high risk, high reward location. I agree with this play from Skullface to just back off and regroup.
Yeah, and again, they're having a pretty good day. As much as we're talking about the top 2 teams, they are at 78.8 in 3rd place, by the way. So, well within contention to win some cash today if things end here. And definitely within striking distance if it doesn't end, to push towards this threshold. And they know they need a pretty fast game. But to the gulag we go because, wow, Tommy is in the gulag already. An early, frustrating start for this Tommy, Teeny, Obs trio. And even more frustrating when you lose that to B-Mark. Luckily, a couple players left alive on that team, but wow, that is a brutal way to start this map when truthfully you needed a big one to get right back into the mix. They had a great map 1, died too early, but I saw the glimmer of hope for that team. They're just not able to piece it together.
It's frustrating, especially when Tommy would fancy himself against the vast majority of players when it comes to the gulag, but the more gets his number, deals with him. Mac and Jogang here are going to have to be careful. They are without xressolve, and they're getting pushed up on. Jogang tries to peek. Jogang takes damage, and that will give Nico, Infinite, and Co. an opportunity to press forward uncontested. And this is the problem now. I like the idea of the trophy. I like the C4s even more. And actually, T-Mac gets a knock on Holly, but Nico and Foul Knights are probably just going to continue to play this. I actually agree with the decision to back off. I think you're walking into a trap.
Yeah, and while you're talking about that, I was looking over. This team is in 26th, by the way. They need every single kill they can get their hands on, and maybe a bit more. This is not make or break necessarily, but I mean, they need to score pretty high. You cannot risk not making the grand finals with that much money on the line, and they know they need a big map. They only have 15 points between 3. They would love to get at least 20, 30 points in this map if they can get their hands on it. And right now, not looking great, but they do have player advantage against Fall Nets, could win it here, and are able to take him down and get the cleanup. Very well done to get the cleanup, get the team wipe, and then move on their merry way with some resources. Nice job. Things looking decent here for xressolve Gaming and Co. But again, they need a lot more. Yeah,
the way in which they flipped that script on its head was beautiful. T-Mac finding that knock onto Holly, which forced Nico and Foul Knights to back off. Jogang doing a great job of bottlenecking the stairs with the utility, and honestly, that's one of those moments where your early game can either completely fall apart, or you set things on their way for a better game than previously. Scummin, you can again, we can't hear the comms at this point, but you can see what's going on right now. Who's got the loot? Who's doing what? UAVs go up, and they're gonna hit the balloon and get themselves out of here.
Yeah, and I think the key note about this team too is that they're going to find kills along the way. They want to maintain position at the top of the leaderboard, especially if they see an opening like this that looks wide open. They're going to take it, and they do. They take out a top team. This is the team in third being taken down, but a team in first. And, well, there's Yo Gang again into the mix around Old Town. Need some shots as well. But this team is all about information right now. Kills, everything will come. But they need information, and they need the maximum amount of it. So if they can go bunkers, they can get advanced UAVs, they can get anything in their inventory that they can find information on where they need to go for the in circle and where other teams are. That's going to be crucial for success when you're already on that Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold, and you just need to win.
Agreed. Personally, huge fan of the contract play. And find out exactly where you need to go throughout this. Takes out so much guesswork. Here, deciding to pick up the reployable balloon. It's going to be interesting to see how they evolve the meta. Or not. Actually turn out to be extremely useful. At this point, I think that they catch a lot of players by surprise when they get used, but that might well change. Yo Gang takes damage. Have to check around here to the other side. Scummin, Dongi, and Unrational hold high ground. Ringing out bullets. I will say they'll be quite comfortable up here for now, but it only takes one airstrike to move a team off of here. We've seen it happen multiple times through this year, and you're surrounded by 3 different teams right now. So these boys, they might be on match point, but they got to be very careful early in this one.
Yeah, it's funny because I think the #1 zoning kill streak, if you will, was always that precision airstrike, the PA, right? These days, It feels like the best way to zone off a team and make sure that they can't address your push is the bunker buster. And so we've been watching that over and over again, that building play has always been a highlight of Warzone. And how do you address buildings? How do you isolate 1v1s around buildings? But with the inclusion of the bunker buster, it's the best and easiest way to push up on a full team of 3 inside of a building, or maybe better yet, 2 teams stacked on top of each other in a large building. So continue to watch out for the efficacy of bunker busters in this competition and the next. Because it is the best way for you to make a play on a team that maybe has a small advantage over you already holding down a position.
Yeah, it's one of those streaks that... I say streaks. Tools that came into the box. I'm so used to...
I call it a streak regardless, even if you don't earn it. Just go buy it or go find it, but still a kill streak in my mind.
Too many years of multiplayer, but yes, it's one of those that when it first came out, I don't think too many players were interested in it, but it's that gas afterwards. It just, you push into it for free because of the no friendly fire, and it just, as you said, zones off so many teams. It either forces them to flee or burn through utility, or quite frankly, just get absolutely mobbed because they're basically blind. And tries to pop a balloon, and it's actually going to be Fnatic trying to contest this. Unrational will down Almond, but actually Spartacus has picked up Unrational, who just about manages to fall back off the ledge. Nearly got overextensive there. Skullface is in the building. Scummin slipped underneath. Do you hear the tippy toes? Do you hear the footsteps? Did you hear the gunfire?
And I think, frankly, too, while we're yapping about bunker busters, I think this Fnatic squad said, hey, we're in a good position on the leaderboard. They know this is Unrational. We got to push the equation, so they stayed here. Frankly, not the best play logistically, but they need to win this fight, and unfortunately, they're not going to be able to. It looks like Skullface is last alive, barely alive to boot, and here comes the full team of 3 push to try to clean out Fnatic, and Skullface finally has to wrap away. I think the smart play and the play that they would have made a long time ago was to get out of dodge with at least 2 alive, but they elected to stay to see if they could find a window of opportunity to third party this team at the top that just needs to win. And unfortunately, they cannot be felled right now. The team at the top remains at the top.
And they also bring in a deployable buy to make things very comfortable up there. Lovely play by Skullface to escape, by the way. Throws a smoke in the total opposite direction from which he was headed in order to essentially sell a dummy. Dummy will knock xressolve. Takes bullets from elsewhere. Huskers goes absolutely massive off screen. Cleans out all the slide squad. We get a look at our zone here in the mid game. Scummin, what are you doing? Controller potentially disconnected. I don't know, but needed to not stick around for that long out in the open. Look at that zone, and Scum and Co have indeed situated themselves right in the middle. They'll feel good about this so far. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, this is the only team in Call of Duty Warzone match point. They win this, the day is done.
The day is done indeed. And quite early, might I add. A lot of teams hoping that that is not the case. Now, quick reminder, this is the team that could breach threshold. And sure, there's maybe a couple others if they have absolutely viral games, but this team just needs 20, which frankly is pretty weak for them. Right now, they're way out here in cargo, cleaning up a couple free eliminations, or at least that's what it looks like, but not a ton to be told of that team. Not yet. They need 20 to breach it, but they also need to make sure this Scum and Squad does not win. So, well, back to them we go, and well, they are just hanging out. They've got high ground. They're in Old Town, in zone. They know they need this position, and frankly, this is a fun building and a good building to play as a full team of 3. You have a lot of outplay potential. You know where the entrances are. You've got to zip out if you need it. I don't mind this spot, and they're going to hang out here for a while, so we're going to continue to check the teams around them to see if anybody decides to make the push if they have the info. And right now, squad 40 on your screen. Glory, Gene, Grease, Spartacus. They made some waves against this Unrational squad a moment ago. They got a knock on Scummin, I believe it was, but couldn't quite clean it up, and they're just lurking in the shadows, waiting. Hopefully, able to find a snipe.
Feels like we're just being teased right now. Definitely want to see that sniper come on through. What I will say, the overall picture, you can see the differences in the ways players are having to play depending on whether or not you are on match point. As Scum and Co essentially just hunkered up center zone. Biffle and Co are going to have to try and make a rotation over the water from cargo in order to get over towards this Old Town region. Having to play that high risk because they need the points. And if you are Biffle and Co, you are just constantly keeping an eye on that kill feed about whether or not Scum and Dongi and Rational appear in your sights. It feels like we're in a moment here where everything could suddenly explode. This feels like the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
As a lot of players start to converge.
And it usually happens this way. Somewhere around third, fourth circle, teams have rotated early, and especially in a lobby of only 96 players, you're going to have that calm a bit longer than usual. Now, we've had a chance to see some of the top slaying squads swing around the map and make that calm, but a lot of not that, and this is what it looks like as Cam's team is just trying to hold off this massive push. The Fnatic squad, they needed a big wipe here, and they almost didn't secure it. Luckily, able to stay alive and get the res. These are the best types of team wipes when you only lose resources and you don't lose a single player. Down goes Major off screen. That's Unrational, I think, cleaning up the kill. But this Fnatic squad had a decision to make. They made the decision to try to contest the Scum and Squad once they spotted them, and because of that, their early game didn't net them a lot of kills. So because they didn't make the decision to fly around the map and try to make match point this time, that Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold, they have to decide right now, what do we need to do in this map? They're kind of in limbo right now. Either go for a ton of kills and try to breach 120-point threshold, or go hunt this team down ASAP. And they're just kind of lurking with like 4 or 5 eliminations in not a great spot. And here they come creeping up from the south. It looks like they've got eyes set on some of these teams around this corner. And luckily for them, it is this Scum and Rational squad.
And you have to be careful, by the way, because as they push on over here, there's a squad, oh, it's Joe Gang and Co, still holding top bathhouses. And Fnatic, the team you were talking about, what do they do? I honestly think you play the former approach of trying to find as many kills as you can, get yourself over towards that match point. We'll let them cross. They're taking bullets from Team 12. See there on the minimap. What's just going to force them to continue to flee. If you are Fnatic, the buy station provides Skullface with some respite, and utility comes on out. And you can feel that right now a lot of these squads are just setting themselves up, ready for a later game. They give themselves the best possible positioning, the best possible utility. Skullface dumps the plates down as well. Fully tooled Fnatic then. The problem is, and I spoke about this exact location a moment ago, you have bathhouses just in front of you, and there's a team sat right on top of it.
Yeah, and so how do you clear these teams without giving yourself away? It doesn't look like there's a lot of teams coming up from the south. South C lane are flying in as well. Maybe playing a bit of spoiler and opening up a window of opportunity because Joe Gang's team turned around to look at Z flying in, but still bullets raining down. One pushes forward and they lose it. Noobs is out. This Fnatic squad just can't get their feet underneath them. They can't get anything going their way. Likely not going to see them up on that 120-point threshold. So where do we go from here? Check out Deuce and Co down below this Joe Gang squad outside Bathhouse, or inside Bathhouse rather. right underneath, waiting and lurking in the shadows. And again, a lot of fights that are fairly inconsequential for the stakes at hand right now. It is a battle for positioning with that Unrational squad and our teams at the top. Because of that, Bathhouse is a pretty important POI, especially for Fnatic, who's again not able to fully stabilize and not able to reel this one in and make a huge difference. But here's a quick look at the map view. Now, quick reminders here. A couple teams changed numbers and colors. Team 22 in Cargo, that's going to be your team on the 120-point threshold. That's Team Unrational. Team 21 in that kind of dark blue, dark purplish, that's SSD. That's the Falcon squad. Also in the top 20 here in this map. They need only 20 points to make it to that 120-point threshold. So those are our top 2 teams to watch out for, and that Fnatic squad staying in that Cyan 4. That's our 3rd place team. Those are our top 3. Watch out for those 3 as we get deeper and deeper into this one.
Extremely impressed that Scum and Donkey and Unrational have made a rotation from the other side of Bathhouses to Cargo relatively for free. They've still got a lot of work to do to get themselves into the next zone. Also, you may want to consider the positioning that Bifflinco just took up, which was the more western side, which is the higher side of the next zone. So, a squad that's going to be difficult to unearth, as ever, but for Scum and Go, that's definitely the team that you want to see eliminated before you begin to believe that you can close things off here. Honestly, Bunker Buster is going to force those teams out. Lines one up in front of Scummin. The only thing is, in those kind of moments, if you are on match point, I wonder if you just save the utility for when you start talking endgame, rather than worrying about getting a couple of kills early. Then again, someone like Scummin, I don't think he ever turns his head away from the idea of a kill.
That's right. And I was taking a look at some of the teams getting eliminated. That was Sage being shot from distance, by the way. They've had a pretty sleepy tournament in terms of main stage, but they're actually sitting in 6th place right now. It's just not that many points, like 45 points or so, because of the sake of this tournament. We've only played 3 games. This is our 4th, right? So such a fun conversation to see some of our top teams doing well. Top 10, top 5. But all eyes are on our top 3 because they are pulling away so dramatically. And specifically, all eyes on this squad, Unrational squad, on the edge of zone. Probably not where they want to be, but cleaning up team after team that try to make a push and an advance on them. Lucky for them, I don't think they've been third party yet, and likely it's because of their skill to make sure that's not the case. Not just luck, but here we go. They got plenty of eliminations to boot, and Bubble is likely in trouble here. A full team of 3 pushing you, and they grab the entry knock. Now a 3v1. Wars, you're certainly a hero in the Warzone scene and have done a lot. I don't think there's anything that you can write home about, but look who's coming in for the play.
Yeah.
There's the third party.
Yeah.
It's like I cursed them. Here comes Fnatic trying to make a play on a potential third party position. The problem is Wars is not offering any help, so all of a sudden what looked like a third party is now a true 3v3 and seemingly Unrational.
Oh my god,
bat an eye because Scummin just gonna wipe all 3 of them. What in the world am I witnessing right now? This team is unstoppable. They don't lose a single player, and they didn't even have to hardly use Unrational in that fight.
I thought for sure you'd curse them. I thought for sure Fnatic were about to roll up and third party them. I thought, all right, never mind. We're seeing another game, ladies and gentlemen. Scummin checks back and absolutely tears Fnatic to pieces. What a ridiculous play. Obviously not by himself, but the work that he put in there, absolutely outrageous stuff. They've still got a hellish rotation to make. And honestly, a PDS play and hope that someone else fights each other is the right move to make. Adrian, going to be by himself, has to try and get the plates in. He's got players surrounding him from all sorts of angles. Cloud9 are just holding that side of the ridge. Colony and Nicole are starting to play on up. Team 6 is going to be blasting cold. They're sat smack bang in the only cover center zone. But this is the team that could win everything right here. And what a story it would be if it was off the back of that play to take Fnatic apart.
Cloud9 still in it, by the way. Breadman, look at that. Team 10 skirting the outer boundaries of the map in this zone, creeping their way towards that portable buy. Team 21, guess who that is? SSD. We haven't even hardly shown them because we're all eyes on this team, but the team in second place at 100 points is trying to breach the threshold, and they've got a good chance of it. Cloud9 also in the equation, also in top 10. They've got a great tourney thus far, but it almost doesn't matter because the teams at the top are battling, and down goes the Frenchman at the hands of SSD. Could SSD be the spoiler makers this time around to cut down this Scummin squad? Scummin's going for a massive wrap through the redeploy. Can he make it out? No way. 1 HP in a dream, and he goes deep into the zone and is alive at least for now. Hot on the heels. The Sofa is hunting this player, but then falls to a third party. What is happening?
Scumming still stayed alive, and Rashdall's also managed to make it in by the skin of his teeth. We're down to our final 5. Scumming has 9 kills. All he needs is the final kill, and he's just going to check on up on this side of things. And they're getting hunted down by another team. That's Robstar, Showstopper, Blade. They've had a hit-and-miss tournament thus far. Scumming wants every piece of it. Scumming goes back, launches a thermite. It's only a trophy that saves that team from being lit on up. And I think they just need a moment to breathe here, as they seem to just be content with hunting down absolutely everybody. Holding the edge of zone, the PDS will come on out. Scumming says not today. Decides to push on up, and his teammates will join him. Unrational finds Showstopper. Blade is out of here, and yet another team picked apart. Scumming, Unrational, and Dongi. They're not going to play match point in the traditional style. They're going to do this with fireworks, ladies and gentlemen.
Unbelievable. How do you win that team fight and not lose a single player when you don't have a gas mask? Unbelievable. And look at the zone pull. It's going to come down to Cloud9 versus this Unrational squad, both with equal play for the zone and a nice wall to work with. This could be the final map of the day. We could go out in 4 Enigma. What is happening right now? Cloud9, the burden of responsibility on your shoulders to keep your dream alive, to keep competing in this tournament. Mutex cuts down a true 3v3. The final fight of this map, potentially the final fight of the tournament. Scumming falls. Dongi falls. Unrational all by himself. Could he do it? 1. Where's the second? Cuts him down and gets the points, but will get cut down. Cloud9 say thank you very much. We take the 2x multiplier, but I can hear the roar of applause from the rest of the competitors, because entirely on the backs of Cloud9, everyone else gets to keep competing. That was close.
Good Lord. I don't think my heartbeat can hit a higher level. Like, I can't imagine what the players feel like when they get into those sort of scenarios. I thought they had pulled off the impossible there. I mean, Scumming, Unrational, Dongi, they sure as hell didn't make it easy on themselves. I thought when they were all the way out in gas and using up PDSs give up your location. Everyone knows to wait for you to just come out of gas. I thought for sure they were going to get shredded. Managed to get themselves that redeploy balloon into the deep side of zone. We watched SSD fall, and from there it just seemed like, you mentioned it yourself, they went into that fight with Robstar and co, come out of it even though they had basically nothing left in the gas mask, and they were completely clear. Honestly, I think it's just a slight overextension in the end and some individual brilliance from Cloud9 that stops us ending the whole tournament here. SSD, enkeo, everyone else can well and truly thank Breadman and co for what they've just done. We will see one more map, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, truthfully, there had to have been a round of applause in all of the other streams because Cloud9 put on a clinic there. I will also say there's a slight caveat to the incredible success of that Unrational team. I think if they slow down a hair, maybe take a hair safer rotation, they have more resources for that final fight. But you can hardly blame them. Again, they had another massive elimination game. They get the 1.8x multiplier. No one is catching them at this point. They are at the top of the leaderboard by a sizable margin, well beyond the threshold. The only question that's lurking in my mind is, did SSD, the Falcons, do enough? They were on about 100, needed about 20 points. We saw them in about the final 6-7 teams, but because Hisoka was wrapping to try to pick up Scumming on the rotation, he got cut down and they fell a bit prematurely. So I don't know how many kills they had. I don't know if they're going to breach it, but if they breach that Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold of 120 points, you could see 2 teams jockeying for this next map. Will map 5 be the final one? Only time will tell. We're gonna head to a very short break, and while we do that, I need you all to go get some water because it's about to get real spicy coming in to map number 5. welcome back to the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival. Folks, it's week 2, and I gotta say, this tournament has feel like it's been going on forever because it's been non-stop action, but we've only played 4 maps, and we almost closed it out in 4 Enigma. We gotta ramp back up the hype because last map was a doozy, and because of that doozy, let's see where the leaderboard stands are at, because Enigma, break this down for me. As expected, Unrational's team at the very top, but Team Biffle did just barely enough to breach that threshold.
Yeah, I mean, Team Unrational refused to do it quietly on match point. They try and just tear the entire lobby apart. And honestly, I think if Unrational doesn't go for the fall during that 1v3 at the end, I think they actually pull it off. But Team Biffle will be thanking their lucky stars that Cloud9 came out on top and will move themselves onto Call of Duty Warzone match points as well. It felt like the first 2 games, they were running things. Last 2, a little bit more quietly. But of course, as ever with the Falcons, the indomitable squad that they are, they found themselves onto win condition. And now it's the battle of not just 1, but 2 giants.
Yeah, 2 massive teams stretching their lead. But again, Fnatic in contention, Cloud9 again, a massive victory. And I think the big note here is that they have won 2 maps of the 4. I mean, a pretty impressive feat, I gotta say, for this team. Again, not a crazy amount of eliminations comparatively to the teams at the top, but still a very consistent tournament thus far for them. And they're continuing to inch closer and closer to that threshold, and also some of the other teams that are winning some cash today, theoretically, if things close out soon.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you are, Almond, Jowo, you've got yourselves, Almond needs 30 points, Team Jowo just slightly more than that. There are squads that are definitely capable of making that kind of game happen and put themselves onto Call of Duty Warzone match point. The thing is with Team Jowo as well, as you've said, they've won 2 out of the 4 games. So if they were looking to pick up, around a 18-point victory thereabouts, then they're putting themselves onto that match point as well. So I think that if it doesn't end here, it very quickly becomes one of those little storybook maps that we really like here on the desk, which is there are so many teams that could win this, and they're no doubt going to be all fighting each other and squabbling over the same piece of land.
Yeah, no, it's a great shout. And looking at the cash, by the way, it is worth remembering that, yes, $100,000 on the line over the course of these 4 weeks, $65,000 of that in the grand finals. But there are $10,000 up for grabs today. And with our Call of Duty Warzone match point format, with that threshold at hand, you don't have to be the team with the most points to win the lion's share of the cash. It's $3,000, by the way, if you can win today, let alone that extra $12.50 bounty and other ways you can earn cash throughout the course of this tournament. But $3,000 for the team at the top, whether that's going to be Team Unrational or SSD or someone else, only time will tell. We still could have a ton more Warzone to be played, or this right here could be the last map. And again, I want to hear predictions from chat. I want to see where your heads are at. Do you think SSD or Team Unrational are going to win it all here, or will we play 1 more, 2 more, 3 more? Who knows? I know Cloud9 could still continually play spoiler. If they could somehow come up with 3 out of 5 wins, that would be an unreasonable feat, but I think they could do it.
100%. I mean, the thing is, the worrying thing at all times when you start to watch teams like SSD and Unrational run off into the distance, especially SSD, we spoke about them at the top of the show, their ability to ace up, essentially, where they get themselves onto win condition and then win the next map and just take the whole thing, is ridiculous. It is around 50%. They have such a wonderful way in which they play around those maps. A lot of it seems to be around vehicle play and just making themselves basically a target that can't be found on the map for long periods of time, then explode into action towards the end. On Rational and Co, they tend to go about it a very different way, apparently. Just decide to try and kick lumps out of the entire rest of the lobby. So it'll be interesting to see how those 2 play styles come on out here, because Team Unrational nearly pulled it off there. We looking at that leaderboard, they are 40-odd points ahead because of the fact that when they were on win condition, they didn't decide to slow down, play quietly, hide in the shadows, and then pop up at the end with a big surprise. They decided that they wanted to fight everybody. So I think, we're obviously going to be keeping an eye on these 2 teams, but it's also not just about how they finish. It's about how they're going to start and see the rest of that lobby on through.
Yep, those are the key points. We're going to watch the top 2 teams. Both could in the tournament here. And then we're going to be watching 3rd and 4th as well. You already called it out, Fnatic, Cloud9. Both of them well within reason to reach our 120-point threshold within this map. They need a 30-plus game to do it, but they definitely can do it. So watch out for really, it's just top 4 right now. I think that's all that anyone's really paying attention to, unless we have a team just slay out of nowhere. So I know production's going to be on it. We're looking at top 4, but if there's some banger map, we saw what, a 68-point game or something unreasonable before. Possible, anything is possible, folks. It's Warzone and Enigma. Speaking of Warzone, look at our zone. We finally are headed south. Talk about a zone. Once you're in Call of Duty Warzone match point, going south. Oh, that would have been nice.
It would have been nice, but unfortunately, we will be resetting that lobby, I believe, as we did have a squad that on match point unfortunately disconnect from the lobby. And obviously we can't play Call of Duty Warzone match point without one of the teams who are vying to win the whole thing. So I take us back to the leaderboard then, Goj. Is there any team outside? We've spoken a little bit about Allman, we've spoken a little bit about Jowo. Team sat in 5th, Team Mutex. That's Mutex, Intex, Blast. They're on 82.4 points. Honestly, I hadn't seen them in fights, sure, but I really didn't expect them to be up here slugging it out with Cloud9, for example, and Fnatic that we've seen plenty of in endgame.
Yeah, you know, it's a great call out. You know, it's funny because I was thinking back to what we've seen from this Mutex squad, and you're right, we haven't seen a ton of them on broadcast, but we've seen them from other players' POVs because they've been falling somewhere around like 6th, 7th place. They've been barely missing out on some of those top multipliers throughout the course of this tournament, but consistently in the top 10. So again, when we talk about the value of our multipliers, top 10 is great. 1.6 is awesome. 1.8 for top 5 is massive. The fact that they're at 82.4 without getting the 1.8 many times, barely missing it, really speaks to the amount of eliminations they've had and the consistency to still get top 10. So they're definitely within striking distance. You're totally right. 30, what is that? 7.6 is the game they need to breach the threshold of 120 points. Yeah. Well within reason for that team. You can do the math. Between 4, they've scored on average about 20-ish points in those 4 games each. So great maps across the board, great consistency as well. Could certainly be a team to watch out for. But you're right, it's really top 5. As kind of per the usual, top 5 is starting to pull away from the rest of the pack. Of course, with the caveat that, well, 5th place, you double their points, and it's still less than Team Unrational. Like, I don't know, man. Like, they are crushing.
Well, I think one of the teams otherwise to talk about a little bit is going to be that enkeo squad. That last week, they picked up an average placing of 4th across the board. Honestly, only didn't win the tournament because they just couldn't close out on match point and ended up falling 2nd in the final game, in the final fight. However, their average placing has gone from 4th to 11th this week. So that's a significant drop off. Probably the factor of these massive teams coming into this with the group of death. Overall standings will be there, so Team enkeo will still hold top spot. However, if the tournament ends now, this is their group stage done, they will sit around that 250-point mark, and there's a lot of teams that still have a hell of a lot of games to rack up points on them.
Yeah, I love that we get to see the overall standings because there's so much we could talk about with it in terms of who's played 4, who's played 11. It's so fun to see. But again, you can see that SSD squad, Team Biffle at 9th right now. Overall, having played 4, they're likely safe. Again, Team Ebates won last week. They ended up winning with not the most amount of points, but they won after reaching the Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Yeah. And so they've set themselves up to auto-qualify for the grand finals. They're in regardless. But here's a look at the teams at risk. I love this graphic because it really sets the stakes for what's at hand. Once we're done today, everybody's at least play one of their 2 groups. But if you're a Group B team, you've already, this is your second. This is it. Like, this is your chance to make it. So let's look at these teams that are at risk. These are the teams we're scared for, especially if you're a team that this is your last chance to make a difference on whether or not you make grand finals. You got to make a move, and you got to make a move now. I can only imagine they're going to be flying at any teams they can get their hands on. They need the points right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, essentially cross-reference who is in B and who's actually in the drop spot. I think that Team Mr. Marvel, they are in B. They're sat just outside of the drop spot right now. So that's currently for this week, Ball, Entity, and Juice. But last week, it was Mr. Marvel playing instead. Sorry, last week it was Crafty, Preds, and Sergeim. But I'm just trying to, cross-reference this, see who is in B. I think most of the B teams are safe currently. However, you've got a lot of them that are sat on the threshold here. So Team Cam, who are currently sat in 38th, their B squad. Team Uncivil Queen, no, sorry, Team Oakley Boy, they've been in this quite a bit. So you have got squads that are right on the threshold. Oh my God, Team FIFA are currently in 33rd. I did not see that coming.
Yeah, it seemingly they just haven't been able to stabilize. I mean, this was a lot of the same in World Series of Warzone for a while, right? They just couldn't quite get their feet underneath him. They were overextending on fights. They didn't have a full team of 3 oftentimes. But you saw Lennon, suicide buying both his teammates back, but you're just not getting a ton of points when you do that. So you're right. They are at risk here. I think Mr. Marvel's another team to shout out. They're down in 39th. Yes, not quote unquote at risk currently, but you got to remember, we got a whole other week of competition next week where some of these teams that do get to play again. Group A will get right back into the mix with Group C. Like, they've got an opportunity to push some of these teams that are above them on the leaderboard out of it into that risk zone to be in trouble. And I love this format, Enigma, because it affords us so many things. It affords us an opportunity to talk about just about every single team here, which is so fun and so different. So shout out to the format designers for this one. 8 teams will be eliminated. The top 40, a full lobby, will be seen in the grand finals, playing for $65,000.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was looking back through, trying to cross-reference some of those teams. So one of the squads that is in the drop zone, by the way, is from Group A. So currently, they'll be looking over things and thinking, all right, okay, we need to pick things up next week. The thing is, next week, you're going to be meeting against the Group of Death. So it's looking pretty tough for minks, butters, and I believe babahuf, I think, is their third. So I mean, it's looking pretty tough for them right now. Currently sat around 20 odd points or something. And it's just like, I love the way this format plays, because those squads could maybe be watching in today and trying to assess not only what went wrong for them last week, but what teams are doing better this week. And also, I don't know about you, but if I'm one of those teams struggling and I desperately need points to get myself through to grand finals and play for that $65,000, I'm figuring out exactly where teams like Biffle and Unrational are landing, and I'm avoiding the hell out of them.
Yeah, it's fun to talk about, again, the threshold. I think it's a fun convo of like 120 points. What have teams been able to do in one? Right, 60 some odd points. So just because we have 96 players in the lobby doesn't mean you're not seeing some of our top slaying squads continue to slay out with some astronomical numbers. And you can see that stretch on the leaderboard. You can see that delineation. So many fun conversations about play styles and what gets rewarded in different tournaments, specifically here with Summer Survival. It looks like we're being rewarded if you play high risk, high reward. A lot of our teams reaping that reward.
Yeah, I wonder if that will change when we get to finals. I wonder if we're going to start to see a couple of teams maybe hone it back in and decide, okay, like, because at the end of the day, especially a lot of our top squads, even if you come out all guns blazing and fall relatively early, you should be picking up enough points through the process to guarantee that you're making finals, which is where we play for the vast majority of that cash. I wonder if the mentality shift comes in when it's like, okay, well, if we get today wrong, then we're essentially just going to be way off the pace of everyone else, almost one of the other beauties of this whole mode. Because I mean, we're paying out up to 16th place. We're paying out $1,000 for 16th place. So there's a lot of cash made even very early on in this. And then obviously all the way up to 20,000 for your first. So one of those as well, extra stakes, extra pressure, and of course, more VOD review from these teams to figure out exactly how to take each other apart.
Yeah, and again, I love the conversation with the Call of Duty Warzone match point of primary, secondary, tertiary drop spots and trying to wager where these teams are going to fall, especially as we start getting to like 4 teams potentially on the Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Like, that's huge as well, because you have to think about which team do we want to drop. We got to drop on somebody. Like, there's so many opportunities for this map to finish and this tournament to finish because there's so many teams there. I don't know. Very, very cool stuff. And again, I love that we're including the Call of Duty Warzone match point format here, because this is what the teams that are here, that are World Series of Warzone teams, are going to have to play on in this format that we're using for World Series of Warzone as well. We're using the exact same Call of Duty Warzone match point format for the World Series of Warzone at the global finals, and it is 150 points there. So cool to see it kind of practiced here. So regardless of how teams do, they've got a great chance to practice how do we get a win when everyone's staring at us and saying, no, please don't. We want to keep playing.
It's a worthy conversation. You know, I've spoke about how last week Team enkeo, they got themselves onto match point and they just couldn't finish the deal. And you and me have cast enough Warzone tournaments in our time. Sure, sometimes SSD get themselves onto match point, finish it all off, and we are sat here after 4 or 5 games going, oh, nice afternoon's work. Sometimes we go to 10, 11, and beyond. And one of the wonderful things about this format is we just never really know when it's going to end. And having it come in this year, I mean, let's face it, you and me have also done enough tournaments in the past where it's not been match point, and we're kind of like halfway through and we're like, well, we know who's going to win this one. Whereas one of the beauties here is just a case of like, oh, wait, this could genuinely go down to anyone. Right now, we're talking about Team Unrational and Team Biffle, sure, but there's no reason why we couldn't see any of those teams inside the top 8 make a huge run from this point over the next couple of games. The top teams stumble, and then it's just about whoever seals the deal at the end. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in chat and you're thinking about maybe you missed week 1, go and watch the final. It was the top 2 teams, both on match point, slaying each other out in the final fight. Absolutely wonderful stuff. And again, just as we evolve the competitive scene, as we continue to have it grow and we talk all the storylines, nothing better than watching a good match point game unfold.
Speaking of it, match point game unfolding in front of our very own eyes. We are dropping into the game, folks. Thanks for staying patient. Drop 5 is here. Will it be the last or will it be the first of many? Who knows? But all I know is that we've got eyes on Cloud9. They've been the spoilers of the day. I guess that's their new nickname, Spoiler Joe. I don't think it flows as well as Movement King, but I don't know. I think I'm going with it at least for now. So Spoiler Joe it is. Moving on his merry way to Seaport all by himself. No, I spoke too soon. It looks like a couple teams coming in just a bit late.
Yeah, well, squad 35 will be the Italians of Zanks and Moonrider Ghost. One of them teams that can definitely upset a team nice and early. We haven't seen them involved much in the late game, but they've certainly proven a thorn for some bigger names. Joe will spot the parachute over the top. That'll give him the intel that he needs. It. There's a squad nearby. And actually, looks like Zanks is trying to hit a wrap here on the outside of Seaport. Both squads just trying to find a moment to loot on up. Moonride on your screen. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, if you've never watched this guy play Call of Duty, please do. He's one of the most entertaining points of view and one of the damn loudest in this whole space.
Definitely the case. And he's loud in this one. Uh-oh, it looks like Breadman. He's got the flag and is doing the most wanted, so Freddy's going to take some shots. We're getting a lot of cash to be earned, and this is kind of, especially in Urzikstan, the tried and true strategy to get a ton of cash early. Cloud9 says, come and get us. We want the money, and it's worth our time. And they, especially when they've got Moonride spotted and they know where all these players are, and especially now Freddy showing face down below, Breadman knows that there's a team, this 35 right below him. They can hang out here with the info at hand and earn their cash for most wanted and then take this fight. Or if they see an opening, maybe just take the fight early. 4NJ's trying to push the equation and gets paid for it. How about 1? Now a 3v2.
Oh, yeah, and Zanks tries to trade. Jay potentially reloading at the worst possible time. Call timing at its absolute finest. Redman tries to rise to clean that up and trade it on out. Doesn't happen. Forced to back off. Zanks just looking to escape and regroup with Moonride here. The smoke will cover, which is right now going to mean that a 1v1 trade goes down between the two squads. I think the Italians have decided to flee this. They want no more of this conversation for now.
Well, a nice start here for Cloud9. Again, I think when we looked at leaderboard, I think you all are aware, we're looking for roughly about 30 points from these teams. Right there in 4th, 5th. Maybe a bit more if you're down in 5th. Looking for more like 32, 36, something around those numbers. Because you've got to reach 120 points to get there. 2 teams on that threshold already. SSD, Unrational. If you're just tuning in, that means if they win this map, regardless of how many kills they have, they win it all. And the tournament stops.
Zanks here just going to try and find exactly where his teammate gone to. I thought for a second there Breadman had done the absolute worst to Zanks. But the young Italian manages to deal with him just enough. Honestly, I think if you're Breadman because you're isolated there between a 1v2, I think just finding the 1 kill, you'll be happy enough. You don't complete the most wanted, though. No. Maybe a moment to rue. Jace lands on the adjacent factory building, and we'll have a look over here. I think Joe and Jace right now having the high ground, having the ability to look on out over these exit routes for the 2 Italians gives them a bit of an advantage, but they try and push the equation. Jace needs to find himself some loot.
Yeah, this is what looked like a pretty good start. Now it's turning into definitely not that. Okay, Jace. Ground loot. Jace right there. Egoing everything and grabbing the knock. All right, Jace. My fault. I thought I was familiar with their game and finally gets punished and doesn't get the cleanup, so not quite as impressive as it first looked like. But Joe puts the equation. Tough timing, though. Just kind of gets hung up on the edge of the building, creeps around and gets bullets in the face. And that's a full wipe, unfortunately. As they get flown back in, they're going to have to abdicate the situation and try to figure out where to go from here.
I mean, obviously, we don't hear the comms. We get Codcaster. We get a lot of information. I'm just still trying to piece together exactly what Jace's play was there. I mean, sure, he gets the knock. Yes, but you've pushed that by yourself. Maybe a communication issue. Maybe he thought he had coverage from Joe that just wasn't there. But, I mean, suicide buy in the end from Joe, who then wins his gulag. So Cloud9 will be able to restabilize at least. And in the kill feed, we're actually seeing big names get eliminated there. As Team Aydan all sent to the gulag at the very least.
Yeah, and again, big names because of what they were able to do also last week, right? That Aydan team got third last week, so they've set themselves up to make grand finals. But right now, having a bit sleepier of a round, and that's with their full trio too, right? Comparatively, you know, Iceman Isaac, a fantastic player, and obviously a great mind for the game. But DJ Moss is their kind of storied trio that they've been playing with over the last couple massive events. To have him back and then not be having the game you want is I've got to say, frustrating. Now, they're in 10th, so in terms of making grand finals, probably no problem. But keep an eye on that team. Let's see if they can kind of better their position. Speaking of bettering their position, Scummin is in trouble. This team is fully split up. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe they thought they had more room to work with than they do, but a full push from Readboy down below and the cross shots from the third team, Team 13, off into the corner, it makes this position very difficult to deal with. And if you're Scummin's teammates, you almost don't want to help here because you can't risk getting wiped right now. You got to win this map.
Yeah, and there's also another squad just on top of this, and another one arriving in through the back. You're going to see Team 19, and that is bad luck if you're Scummin, as he gets picked up and eventually cleaned up by the PA. And yeah, got to be frustrating. Obviously, we come into that late. We're not exactly sure how that's all gone so wrong for one of the teams that we have here on Match Point, but Unrational will flee. The thing is, there's not actually much ground here, and he's clearly lacking on loot. So, one of our teams that has been so consistent throughout this tournament, third, second, and second, they have all of a sudden found themselves in an awful early game. TJ hits the headshot. Obviously, no one-shot snipers here, but Danya felt that one. TJ already has a kill to his name. Just worried that he's getting pushed up on here. Maybe had a sound cue, maybe expecting something to come back at him after ringing off the shot. But never mind, we move on over to Noobs. Stuo's making a buy. Noobs finds the kill. And I feel like that Stuo squad have been in so much trouble. And that's got to be frustrating for Noobs. He will just about get away with it. But the thermite connecting like that, those are frustrating.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a full stick right there. So last-ditch effort, and does almost take one with him. Of course, we don't have martyrdom, and I don't know anybody in the COD community that wants it. I enjoyed it, but that's about as close as it gets. Throws the thermite, dies, and almost takes down Noobs there with the burn. Luckily, self-revive keeps Noobs alive, and I think this is a bit more what I wanted from them, right? Like, when you start thinking about what you need from Fnatic right now, outside of our threshold, they need a big game. They got to fly around the map. And Noob's already on 4, 5 downs. Team likely on 6 or 7 already as we're kind of closing out the second circle. This is a great start for them where they can start prioritizing the mid-game rotation to have a better position and more resources for some of those final fights.
I agree. As we know, in Call of Duty, if you're ever in doubt on this map, hit the water. Decide to rotate on through. The one thing is you are pushing up towards the bathhouses here. If there's another team that's taken the top, it looks like you'll be relatively safe. Huskers and Co. Be able to just make a move without too much trouble, but dangerous rotation to make it all times through here. Jackal going to find the rooftop. And that's frustrating.
There are moments in Warzone where, you know, very inconsequential, but there's just funny things that happen. And I love that we have a calm before the storm of what's to come in the end circle, because we're going to be losing our minds in the final fight. But you get to see moments like that, and sometimes those loadouts land on people, sometimes they blow up vehicles, and sometimes you just you know, you never know what could happen, whether it's a buy station falling off of a roof or a loadout blowing you up. You just got to be ready for anything. So
Joe wants to disable the option for someone to use a balloon to redeploy. Just on bread here. I mean, they have found the very edge of the gas and essentially set themselves up. Opportunity to try and get themselves in a spot to take on some fights, as they will need to bring Jace back in, who lost his gulag somewhere on the line. And, well, right now, feels like these two are just enjoying themselves on the edge of zone.
Yeah, I think they just don't want to get sniped. They're just hanging out. Like, they're just forward, back. Okay, let's move around. Where do we want to go from here? We need to get Jace back, but I don't know. Again, I think this is more of the strategy. If you're a team that's outside the threshold, but a top 5 team, like, you got to play aggressive, and that's what Skullface and Noobs are doing right now. Again, they've got a sizable amount of eliminations, and unfortunately, just weren't able to find an opening on that one, as Bubble does cut Noobs down from distance. Quick res, no problem, but burning resources, so... And I think too, like when we start talking about zones and, you know, especially city suburbs, like where there's a ton of buildings like this, some of these fights can take forever. Like you have the same 2 teams fighting, knocking each other over and over again, burning resources, but no one truly wins. Everyone kind of loses. And so you see moments like this. You get sniped, you lose plates, you got to back up, and you're not finding or getting paid for hardly anything besides just waiting on the new zone. So now you can see the new zone up ahead of them a little bit further north, up north past this kind of position where they're at, and they're going to hit the drone and get to the new zone because they want to make sure they secure some multipliers. But again, gotta keep farming kills. I'm gonna keep saying it. If you're not already in the threshold, you gotta make a move right now. This team Fnatic is on about 6 right now, so could have a decent game going if they can keep punishing these other squads. It looks like they're gonna try to get a bit of revenge on this team that, without boring you with the mathematic minutia, this Team 26 is in 16th in this event, which means they're basically right on the threshold of what you need to make grand finals.
Indeed, breaching clear, trying to come in through from Skull. Readboy and Co have just set themselves up this side of the doorway. TJ's actually providing cover over the top stairwell. Almond throws out a couple of C4s. Pops hits nothing. Almond needs to play, and he's not got many plates to play with. Skullface has got even less, so really need Noobs to come on through here. It looks like TJ, Future, Readboy, they've backed on off. This could be a rooftop to rooftop fight. And this is one of those moments you were talking about where sometimes teams, no one's winning, everyone's losing. You're burning through your resources. You're taking up time. You're risking getting third-partied. And in this specific moment as well, you're risking getting pushed up against the gas, which then makes you one of those squads that's so easy to hunt down by a perimeter side. And it looks like there's also going to be more company as Danya and Co are holding Big Blue.
Yeah, and you got to cross river too. Again, it's fun because we get to talk about the teams at the top, and a quick look at the map shows where some of these teams are at. If you're unfamiliar, look at the rotation. Team 26 in the purple, bottom left-hand corner of our screen. Team 4, Cyan, that's Fnatic. These are the teams on our screen that are chasing each other to zone. They have a massive rotation all the way across the map, and they're 2 opposite sides of the coin. This team's trying to breach threshold. The other team, Team 26, they're trying to maintain a spot in the top 16 to make sure they make it to grand finals. They're right on the fringe of potentially not making it if they can't have a decent map here. So being hunted, they try to make their way to a vehicle and just rotate out. They've got to stay alive, and they are not in a good spot right now.
No, I think you get shots at from multiple angles as well. You've got Fnatic in behind you. Fnatic will be frustrated, though, if they manage to get away here, Readboy and Co, because then Readboy and Co can turn and hold them across the water and across various landmarks. And the thing is, who else was shooting at them just moments ago? I think it was actually a vehicle that was passing on by. Skull will find Future. TJ and Co check on back. You've got to be very careful, though, about this. If anything, you need a player that can try and provide some cover over the top. And I like this from TJ. Just give his teammate a moment to res. Picks him back up. And with that, the tables have turned. All of a sudden, TJ and Co have the opportunity to hold Fnatic if they so wish. What you've always got to be very careful of when you're in this courtyard is the top of Palace. And I think that you should probably play around that. As we get that aerial view, you're going to see that Len and FIFA Kiljukis, they are in the region, but so is T and Funzy. So you can consider Fnatic, but you've got to be careful about making a lot of noise and being third-partied by a whole range of squads nearby.
Yeah, we've been watching these two teams jockey for position up at the zone forever, but we got to check out some of our other bubble teams and then the teams at the top. This is a great opportunity to show back again this Intex, Mutex, and Blast squad. They've had a kind of like quiet game on main stage, but they've made their way all the way to top 5, well beyond an opportunity here to make it to threshold. Like, they know they can do it, but they've got to stabilize. And right now, again, on their back foot, they can't quite find it. So back to this fight we go. A fight for the ages. For the last 3 zones, these two teams have been fighting each other, and they can't get the better of each other. But this could be the final moment. They know they need this position. It's free and clear aside from the team around the corner. But Fnatic says this isn't worth our time. We don't have the advantage. And so smartly, they push out and try to isolate these ones in a different position, especially when it looks like Alban doesn't have a gas mask. But look who's lurking and waiting. A team near the bottom, also on threshold, not for our Call of Duty Warzone match point, but on threshold to maybe not make the grand finals. Jukies, Lin, and FIFA Kill lurking and waiting just inside the zone. This could get mixy from one of our top EU squads having a frustrating day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The inconsistency continues. And honestly, it feels like inconsistent squad against inconsistent squad. If this fight does happen, difficult Juki's lane will rotate on. That means Fnatic do have a pocket of space. We can't change on over then. Cloud9 up against the LATAM team and also against T, Ponzi, and E700. Thing is, if you are C9 right now, if you want to rotate out of here, you're going to have to burn a lot of smokes and hope and pray, because every side is essentially open ground. You go south here, you're hoping for bathhouses, but there's not much space then between you and the circle. North is probably your best bet. Oh, I like this play. The redeploy balloon is going to be risky, but the covering smokes are out. Can Joel make the ramp? He can get up and over. Look who's below, though. Shifty right there.
Is he by himself? What has happened to SSD? You see Biffle off into the distance, barely getting picked up by Codcaster. They are alive. Okay, we have them all up. It just seems like Shifty was separated from his team, which they do this often. They let Shifty out on a pretty long leash because he's probably one of the hardest kill, if not the hardest players to kill in the game. So he's able to make it back to his team. And look who's there lying in wait. Fnatic has made their way all the way here to Opal Palace. We bring the fight of the ages all the way to SSD. And look who it is on the other side, by the way. Team 22. Can we get a full pan here? Look who it is, Scummin, all the way underneath the ground. The other team on our Call of Duty Warzone match point. 2 teams, both there, looking to win it all. One above the other, not in the same building, but in the same land area.
Yeah, I definitely think that my favorite positioning, though, out of those is going to be Shifty and Biffle holding top fire. You so many areas to look out on over. Of course, there's the buy station nearby. But that is going to be covered. So spots noobs. Oh my god, those are some straight shots. That's exactly what the STG can do. Noobs takes a lot of damage. Just about survives the C4. Will get knocked yet again. However, might get picked up. And I think Shifty and Biffle have decided that they're going to send this. And all of a sudden, the SSD are on the march. The Armada is here. That's a lot of explosions coming on through. They're backed into a corner of Fnatic. Out will go plenty of utility to try and cover. C4 connects with nothing, but you do have the proximity mines available to you. And actually, Soka, Shifty, and Biffle have just decided, you know what? We can just rain bullets through this window all day, pin you in. But you've got to consider that next zone rotation. And whoever blinks first, you've got a lot of open ground to cover.
This is a crucial linchpin fight. This could be an elimination. It's a huge pickup on Ahsoka. The tides have turned the other way. The hunters become the hunted as Fnatic make a move. They now know this is SSD. They say we need to get the knock. But again, they don't want to shoulder too much. They get the res. The exact same thing happened the other way around. A knock went out. They tried to push, couldn't find an angle, and they knew the res came out. But here comes a third party. Who is it on the other side? Is Linen waking up and making some plays? Please, spoiler, Ahsoka cut down. And his Shifty can't afford this Fnatic team to push forward, so he throws some covering fire bullets, wards them off, and then tries to make a rotation, but everyone is looking their way. 2 teams pinching them and a third lying in wait. Shifty is in trouble.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where the gunfight has gone on long enough that everyone else has smelt what is happening. It's just trying to third-party the situation, get themselves some free points. Shifty's going to try and check back here. I wonder if they try and use a PDS to open up the buy and then bring Soka back into things and find themselves a new route. Scummin and Cole have decided to play the aerial ploy again. Scummin will get in around the back. The problem is you're going to have Team 11 right on top of you. Dongi, I'm not sure if he breaks his legs or if he just gets picked out of the sky. Duo finds him, so Scummin's going to have to try and escape then. He's not going to be with his teammate. Out goes the utility box in order to ensure you can cover yourself with some smokes. Can you get back to Unrational if you're Scummin? I'm not quite sure, because right now you've got a team on your left as well. That's going to be Nida and Co. Shifty is still up. Shifty is with Biffle, and they have Fanatics PDS to play around.
Unreal, man. It looks like Fnatic is out, by the way. Shifty cleans that one up. So Battle for the Ages does go the way of SSD. They're still in it, but they don't have player advantage. Now, you do see the Frenchman down to 1 as well on the outside of the zone. You see, I believe that's Juki's team in the pink 6, still at least 1 alive as well. But all eyes on team 22 and 21. Will Cloud9 team 10 play spoiler yet again? Spoiler Joe could solidify his nickname into the Ages. If he doesn't hear, the two teams on our threshold fight, and guess who comes out on top? They were looking for a quick buy, but SSD now all 3 up after the thwarted buy and getting their teammate back in. 3 alive for one, 2 alive for the other at the hands of the other. What a fun moment, but job is not finished.
It isn't. An SSD have used the bunker buster to cover their approach. It's going to back Scumming and Dongi into a corner. The whole prayer, a finger on the trigger. The thing is, you have other players that can shoot you here.
Wow.
Cloud9 have an angle over the top of Biffle and Soka, and Uncivil, Stuo, and Enxion are sat probably in the best place, and Zone will pull towards Enxion and Co. So Stuo, sorry, Scumming and Dongi, right now, they not just need to consider the fact that SSD is underneath them and actually going to somehow get between them. Soka's absolutely dolphin diving on out. Dongi makes a play for the buy. Scumming's found himself a gas mask, and Shifty's just trying to clean that on up. They know that that is the team up against them. Shifty wants to push it. Shifty loses. Dongi comes out on top in that fight. But what utility do you possibly have? Well, it ain't going to be much, because Unrational's found out the sky by Joe. Cloud9 playing spoiler yet again. Biffle is stuck around. Biffle has gone.
Wow.
Biffle is out of here. Can Scumming get himself back into the zone? He will just about get there and pulls the shoot.
I don't know if Scumman could win it. It would be an absolute miracle, and well, there's the miracle dashed at the hands of Stuo. Welcome back to the tournament, Uncivil Queen Stuo. They've been waiting. This is such a strong team, and we've been waiting for them to show up, and they're finally making waves. Cloud9 doesn't have to play spoiler. The two teams at the top kill each other. They bought gas masks, they did everything they could, but they couldn't do it all. So we have one more game at least, but Cloud9 is here looking for another 2x multiplier. Look, I didn't really think they could win 3 out of 5, Enigma, but it's looking quite likely, especially if they can hold this zone position and everybody else has to come to them. You've got, what, a 2v2v1, and they're in zone? Cloud9 could win 3 out of 5 right now.
They could. Nielsen and Stuo will trade elsewhere. Breadman puts the T4 up. Breadman does not connect, however. Gotta be careful. Base is relatively exposed. A Guardian. Don't see them often being used. And, well, Breadman's decided he doesn't really care and has pushed on up. Just trying to find Uncivil.
Wow.
Cleans it on up.
Wow.
Absolutely ridiculous for Cloud9 to find yet another win. And, by the way, the other 2 games, 7th and 9th. So all the question marks about how they would look at this stage of the year answered at this point. They're looking real hot.
Cloud9, the consistency of placement is undeniable. Sure, the team at the top, Scum and Squad, certainly continuing to stretch their lead, but this Cloud9 squad has won 3 out of 5 games that we've played today. And Enigma, you know what that bodes well for? Or Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Not only did they creep closer to that threshold, maybe just breached it with a 2x multiplier, but we've also proved now 3 times that they can certainly win a map. So if they've breached the threshold, if they're over 120, all eyes are going to be on that squad to win the next one. They're the team that has shown that they can do it over and over and over again.
Yeah, 100%. And the way in which they do it as well is interesting. Like, we see them throughout maps, sure, but they don't really explode into any sort of action. It's not like Scumming or Soka and Co, where they just kind of take over the lobby at a certain point. They almost flick a switch. They just seem to be there in a very good place. You go back to the first map that they won earlier on this afternoon. They just wrapped a long rotation basically around the back of a hill to get themselves above everything else, and then used a bunker buster to play into a gas station and held it down. And I think that that's the difference that comes in. So if they end up on that match point as well, we've literally got 3 teams with 3 completely different ways of trying to see out a tournament. And, well, right now, it's hard to kind of rule Cloud9 out of this. You mentioned it a little bit ago, the consistency sometimes around their performances. Well, I mean, today, I think they're the only team that we can count on being in endgame every single time.
Yeah, it's undeniable, certainly. I think the only other team is the team at the top, right? That's Team Unrational, Scum and Squad. I think they went 3-3-2-2 or something like that. It was unbelievable. So I'm really excited about that squad as well. But yeah, Cloud9, team to watch out for. I do think they likely breached the threshold. I didn't see the total amount of kills. It is very, very close. I think the big question mark in my mind, I don't think Fnatic did enough. They had a weird fight for most of the lobby that kind of thwarted any sort of wind in their sails. Like, they didn't have any momentum in that map. They were constantly getting harried from behind, or they were chasing down another team they couldn't quite take down. That was Team 26. That was a Reboy squad. And because of that, I don't think they walked away with as many kills as they would have liked. And likely that means they are just shy of that 120-point threshold. So we'll see probably 3 teams on threshold and a couple more teams very, very close to it. If I'm the Scum squad, I don't think I'm sweating right now, because I know that basically no matter what happens, I'm gonna get second if we don't win it all, right? Because they have so many points, but at the same time they want to make a statement, and I think they're probably frustrated about that last one. And it was SSD that truthfully played spoiler to Scumman's team winning it, or maybe vice versa.
I think honestly both. I think there's a moment there where they both just upset each other, and I think that you spot that happen. I think it's unlucky for Soka because he goes to peel off through the smoke down the hill towards the buy station for whatever reason he wants to be hitting that. And as he does that, he basically ends up splitting the difference between his two opponents, so they shoot him in the back. And then you saw that Shifty and Biffle went, okay, we need to target them. But I think at the same time, Scumman and Dongy went, wait, hang on, we need to turn and fight these guys. So they both just like went crazy on each other, took bits out of each other. They then eventually get shot in the back. And yeah, I think they're just upsetting each other.
All right. Well, the question is, where is Cloud9, folks? Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Have they done it? Yes, by 4.4 points. Team Jowo, Cloud9, Jowo, Breadman, 4NJs, just enough to pass the threshold, and they are on our Call of Duty Warzone match point. All right, 3 teams all could win it all right here. And the 4th, Fnatic, as expected, not quite there fast enough. Still about 16 points behind that 120-point threshold. You can see that enkeo squad finally making some waves, passing some of the other teams in the way to get to top 5. Mutex squad still right there at about 92, still within contention. And everybody else is kind of fallen off a little bit, but it's a tight race for 7th. And we know that you're still making some cash along the way. And all of these points matter for our overall leaderboard.
Yeah, they do indeed. And well, I think that we kind of talked about it just beforehand. We now end up with 3 very different teams on that match point. We've got Unrational, who just doesn't do quiet. His team just decides that they want to hit 20 kills regardless of the map, regardless of the win condition. Biffle and Co., they play the exact same style that they do every time. And I think that one of the things that they do so well, which makes them such a nightmare, is not only do they have that pocket of space off the start, but they have the rotations in that they make. They do it relatively uncontested. We came across a moment there where Shifty was on his own, like just completely on his own, middle of a hill, didn't seem to have any trouble at all. You don't see these other teams have the confidence to do that or peel off to do that. And that just suggests that they've cleared so much land en route in towards final zone. But Joe and Cole, we've said it a couple of times. They've won 3 games this afternoon. I think that we're going to expect to see them again kind of quietly into the night and then appear towards late game. So obviously, while we're breaking all that down through our wonderful Codcaster and map view, it's going to be very interesting to see who lands on who off the start.
Yeah, it's funny because I think I saw somebody in chat say the guy on the right is a nerd, and I'm definitely a nerd for Warzone. And I think my nerd statistician mind is saying, is it truthfully possible? What is the statistical chance of a team like Cloud9 winning 4 out of 6 maps? Like, does that make it less statistically possible that they're going to win this one, or more statistically possible because they've already won 3? Like, I don't know. It's fun conversation to have. We know they can win. We've seen it over and over again. And frankly, I think if you even think about the overall landscape of Warzone and content creation in general, who's winning games all the time on massive win streaks? It's Breadman. This guy is one of the best IGLs in the game, and if you don't acknowledge it, I don't know where you've been living, because it's not just this tournament. You've been under a rock. Tournament after tournament after tournament, Breadman is making massive calls for his team, and that Cloud9 team, you got to watch out for, especially in this tournament now that they've passed our 120-point threshold.
Yeah, by the way, being called a nerd is just a huge compliment in this space, surely, by the way. But one of the things I will say, you're right about Bread. I interviewed him, actually, at the Esports World Cup. And yes, the Esports World Cup didn't go well for them. They ended up coming, I think it was like second to last or something in the overall tournament. But NA finals, they end up getting 9th, put themselves through to LAN. I think that sometimes that inconsistency continues. For example, they were 26th on Friday in the EU host Samir tournament. But I think that with Bread as well, I think that he's not just a great IGL. He leads the line in slaying a lot for his side as well. He really is a do-it-all superstar. So I'm a massive fan of these boys. Bread and Joe both got 6th in World Series 2023 with Limax. So yeah, definitely a squad that are always part of the conversation. Yes, inconsistencies, but I mean, I could definitely see this team pulling it off, regardless of whatever the statistical probability is of winning 4 games out of 6. What I also would like to know is what is the statistical probability of Team Unrational averaging a 2.8 placing and still not winning this tournament?
I know. Well, and that's the nature of the game when you're playing Call of Duty Warzone match point format, right? You could do everything right. If you can't close it out with a win, you're not going to win. You'll probably get second if you're slaying out like a team like that. Again, they dropped like a 60-point game before, which is unreal. But they're averaging like, I mean, so many points. What are they at? 174 and 5? I mean, y'all do the math at home on that one. I'm not going to spend the time on broadcast, but that is unbelievable point averages because they are nonstop slaying. They definitely have the top slaying kills overall as a team, as individuals. Dongi had a 22 kill game by himself. There's some of these people don't even have 22 kills in the whole tournament, all right? Like, Dongi's done it by himself in 4 or 5. I mean, in one game, but 4 or 5, he's one of the top slayers today. I mean, unreasonable amount of kills, and they're really making a name of themselves as one of the best trios currently to date here on Urzikstan.
No, absolutely. And to come back to those 3, you know, that they come second in NA finals. Unrational is a player that we often talk about as kind of like, oh, he's kind of like an in-between, a bit of a do-it-all player. Finished 3rd overall in terms of kills, 26. Scummin finished 7th with 24. Dongi finished 10th with 21. So just to show the pure slaying potential that they possess, absolutely what they could do. They had a 23 kill game at one point in the World Series NA finals. So, I mean, we spoke a little bit about, you know, you go into the group of death, you come into this kind of lobby, how are you going to perform? I don't think that they give a damn. I don't think that they care. They're very happy to be here. They feel like that they can just absolutely take a fight with anybody. And I think you saw that in the end moments of the map that we just had. A lot of teams, we've spoken about it. You kill Soka, you think, okay, I'm getting out of here. I don't want to deal with Biffle. I don't want to deal with Shifty. They turned, they burned, they wanted every piece of the smoke. So yeah, they're a side that they're not just here to take part. They're absolutely here to try and take over.
Yeah, definitely. And look, Enigma, I couldn't go Warzone tournament without using some acronyms, okay? So speaking of acronyms, we're talking CCC, okay? The triple C's, the classic Warzone conversation. Chemistry, cash. Do you know the third one? Chemistry, cash, and communication, all right? That's my 3 C's for today. The comms have got to be flying, especially if you're trying to win this, and I think the communication from our IGLs today have been the difference maker in this tournament. So speaking of that, I think cash has been an obvious important C for today, especially with a team like SSD. Every time we tune into them, they have like 40,000 cash in game. I don't know if I've ever had 40,000 cash in the game whenever I play. Like, it's very difficult to do, especially if you're trying to fry, right? You're flying around the map. If you find a ton of kills, hopefully you can loot their bodies. But cash is massive because that's how you get information. So there's no I in team, but you need an I to win today. You need info all day today. You need recon drones. We need everything in our pockets. We need UAVs galore, all right? Portable radars. I'm talking anything you can get your hands on if you want to win it all when you're on that Call of Duty Warzone match point. And so watch out for those things in our potential final map, or maybe we'll have 3-4 more. Who knows?
I think it's one of the reasons why SSD are this potential dynasty side. Sorry, I know we keep bouncing between SSD and Falcons, but you know, we will likely, all things considered, be referring to this period in which they have dominated as one of the most ruthless times that we've had in Warzone competitive history. I think part of it, we speak about like their adaptation, their ability to come back from any sort of situation, be incredibly. A lot of that comes down to that cash. It comes down to the fact that at any point, one of their players has got like 12 grand on them. They're able to just go out. Okay, I need to head into zone. I need to pick up a gas mask, PDS. I need to hit a buy, for example. And a lot of teams, they never really get to that point. They lose a player. It's like, okay, well, we can't get you back into this. They never seem to be in that situation. They always seem to have recovery. And even there, where Soka in that last map there was heading downhill towards the buy station, whatever he's trying to pick up, a lot of squads just aren't in the position to do that. And again, that comes back to establishing dominance over pop-off power, making sure that no one's near them through the early game.
Yeah, a great shout, a great breakdown as always. Really excited about this next map, and this is again potentially the last one. Now with 3 teams past our threshold, anything could happen. 3 teams to watch out for, especially 3 teams that consistently find themselves in the end game. I have a feeling, and maybe I'm cursing it, I have a feeling we're going to see all 3 of these teams in the final 10 and maybe even final 5 of this lobby. It is right around the corner, and I think we're going to be in for a doozy. This is going to be one for the history books. I am pumped about it, Enigma. I've had so much fun with you thus far throughout the course of this tournament. And again, it feels like we've been here for a very long time because of how much action we have seen on broadcast, but also the incredible story of some of these teams. Whether you're playing for wins, you're playing for kills, everything is paying the top teams right now, not only in cash, but also on that leaderboard. So potentially one more map, but who knows? Maybe we'll have a different spoiler team. This time, Cloud9 can't be a spoiler team, okay? I was hoping Joe was going to be Spoiler Joe. I really liked that one, but right now, somebody's got to play spoiler to Cloud9 because they could take it all in this map.
They could, indeed. It's, again, a situation where we're looking at the average placings that they've had. It's below 5, you know, they're putting themselves in those spots in the end game at all times. And I'm with you. I think that we end up with all 3 of these teams at least in the final 10. I think that that's the way they've been playing. Again, they've all 3 got different ways of making that happen and getting themselves to those end games, but incredibly adaptable sides and squads that just have no issue finding themselves through to those late stages. One of the things, by the way, so we've kind of brought up a little bit around the overall leaderboard and how that looks. I just want to touch on where our team on Ration are up to. They are now top 5 out of absolutely everybody, which, again, ladies and gentlemen, there were 7 games last week. There have been 5 thus far today. Some teams have had 12, and Team Unrational are above the vast majority of them in just the 5. A truly ridiculous performance.
Definitely the case. Now, folks at home, thanks for staying patient. Unfortunately, we're going to have to break for a little bit longer. So we're going to get some water, we're going to refresh, and then we're going to jump straight back into the action here right around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the $100,000 Warzone Summer Survival Week 2. It's been a doozy, and we're almost done. Well, folks, welcome back to the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival, and it's week 2. Coach Enigma, and we have been having a blast in the booth all day today. It has been one for the ages. I gotta say, Enigma, there was a moment there where we thought we were going to be done in 4, which is a ridiculous stat line, especially when you think about 32 teams in this one. I was blown away by the ability and efficiency that that Unrational squad at the top of our leaderboard has been able to not only find eliminations and the biggest amount of eliminations out of any team, but also consistently be top 3 in almost every single map, right, leading up to that. And then finally some other teams started getting in their way. We saw SSD get right back into the mix, and now Cloud9, top 3, all breached our 120 point threshold. And I am so excited to get into game because, Enigma, it is time for map number 6, and 3 teams can win it all right here, or who knows, somebody else will take the title of spoiler and choose to push us for a 7th.
Well, taking a look here at the circle and where it could pull off to, we have a zone that is pulling off slightly towards the east, and although not necessarily out of things for pop-off power, it's like we've got a long rotation ahead, so it'll be interesting to see how Biffle and Co play it out from there. As for Unrational and Co, Redman and Co, we're currently watching Cloud9 on our screens. Looks like they're going to play out of Old Town. Typically a busy drop, but would likely be an easier rotation than where some of their match point rivals are coming in from.
Yeah, this is a fun zone. We actually saw this nearly identical first zone. I believe it was map 2, headed out to the eastern side, and we thought there was a chance we were going to go to Superstore, and we were in Superstore for a little while, but ended up pulling outside of it, so I'll be curious to see if we see an identical near final zone, or who knows, maybe it'll be somewhere further south. We've seen a lot of farm circles in the past, especially in some other big tourneys, so could see potential farms end here as well. I think all teams are kind of thinking and hedging their bets on where they want to go on the eastern side of the map, and do they want to pull all the way out to the eastern side, where frankly, looking at some of our drop spots, it doesn't look like a lot of folks are landing farms, but could potentially move there fairly quickly after getting their loadout.
Sure. I think one of the best places, honestly, and a very underrated place to play on Yerzikistan when it starts pulling off towards the eastern side, is up around the Abtal Academy. I think you've got that height so that you can look out over so many different spots. The zone pulls off towards an area. You can also use that height to parachute yourself off onto where you need to be next. It can often be a safer rotation than trying to play through the ground, because then you're below that height, sorry, you are often looked over by other teams and picked off en route. One of the things I will say is, as we panned over to Swisham there, that is going to be the opposite side of the map you want to be on when we start talking endgame. So she's got a long road ahead of her.
And I was looking at leaderboard as well, and frankly, a lot of these teams have a long road ahead of them. I think one of the teams that were at risk, or close to at risk, is that Huskers, Jacko, and Brolic squad. Frankly, they've got some proficiency on big map. There was a time there that they were a top 5 team nearly every tournament they got their hands on. Then have kind of gone through a lull over the last couple weeks, trying to get their flow back together again. And we're consistently just kind of watching some of our top teams, making sure they have a great start. And so far, no one has even smelled Cloud9. They are wide out in the open. And finally, a team enters our minimap top left. It looks like it's that Sean J squad yet again. This time, instead of Fnatic fighting, they're going to be fighting Cloud9 here shortly.
Yeah, what we have seen from T-Mac and Sean J tend to play out around the bathhouse. However, I wonder if you're Breadman and Co, if you've been landing here often, if you're aware that that's where Sean J and T-Mag like to play out of, maybe you try and cut them off, try and take control of it yourself. Well, looks like they've done exactly that. It is definitely the best place to be once you have your loadout and whatnot, in terms of if you're trying to play match point, if you're trying to keep an eye on the surrounding areas and play info. And the French being contested by Team Aydan over by Manner. He's going to return some fire, but the mod that comes on through actually catches Heeds relatively flush. I think it was actually his that was called in. Portable goes on out. That will actually give them plenty of information. enkeo finds Smith, but gromalokk is down as well. He snaps onto DJ Mars. So do we see Aydan just leave? Potentially, but there's going to be another player in the vicinity. Potentially actually over the top. No, just Aydan by himself. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. And what I will say, Heeds, enkeo. Oh, okay. Aydan has himself a chopper. Aydan's out of here. I was about to say, Heeds and enkeo, they love this area. They know it so intimately that they would be difficult for Aydan to find a way out.
Yeah, you know what happens when you're stuck between a rock and a hard place? You just fly above both of them. Helicopter, a great way to escape. Look, these aren't the helicopters of old. This isn't Verdansk, but they certainly can get you out of sticky situations quickly. This team had a strong start, and frankly, they've been very quiet since. They're sitting right now in 11th place at about 66 points. Does that give them a decent margin after a 3rd place finish last week to make grand finals? Absolutely. We're going to be seeing them there, but still a frustrating performance for them, I am sure, going into this week. Now, tournament's not done. They could have a banger. We've seen teams restabilize and grab a win, aka Cloud9. But still a lot of work, and a lot more work than they would have liked right now. Speaking of a lot of work, now Team 21, we have changed colors. Team 21 is our Irrational and Dongi squad, and they're apparently in trouble. You said Switch had a long way to go. Well, we think this Irrational team has to do a lot of the same. They got to win this fight first, and it looks like they might not be able to do it. Scum and Falls. Irrational, I thought, was just going to leave him to die, and is turning back around. I don't know that I love this play. Irrational's got to leave. He does get ultimate high and is able to get out, so it's fine. But there's a moment there where he almost just sold in this map.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I thought that if his teammates managed to stay up for a half a beat longer, I think Irrational has the perfect idea. He's trying to get control of that road so that he can then just cut off these players, shoot them in the back, potentially. But unfortunately, the timing's just all off. Scumming goes down. Dongi goes down. Scumming's actually fully out of here. And Dongi loses his gulag. So Irrational, with $500 in his pocket and a couple of bullets from above. Oh my god.
They're not fully
Irrational has gulag. I beg our observers to let us see this one out. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the players for the team that could win it all, and their placing has been insane through the tournament.
Not only does he have a gulag, he's the only player that has a gulag. What has happened? The fall from grace. Still top of the leaderboard, but this is a must-win, and we know one thing about Showstopper is that he wins his ones. He's consistently won them. He gets first blood, though. Irrational takes the shots and loses. Showstopper consistently wins his ones over and over and over again, and one of our top teams, the top team, eliminated. Now only 2 teams in this lobby on our 120-point threshold still alive. Wow, I was not expecting that one to start game 6. Feels like we've entered a whole new stage of the tourney.
Then there were 2. Cloud9 and Team SSD will now be able to take a free crack at winning on match point, because the squad, I mean, I said it before, they had an average placing of 2.8 coming into this map. They've been absolutely ridiculous. Involved in every single endgame. Missing out by, honestly, fractions in terms of just seeing the whole tournament off. They are limited. What was that, 30th place? They're out of here so early. That is so tough, especially if you're looking back right now. And I guess if you're on Rational Co, you're just wondering, you're trying to watch what your opposition are up to, right? You're trying to watch what Cloud9 are doing, watch what Biffle and Co are doing, and just praying that someone else snuffs them out.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's kind of like we pray to the COD gods that things befall our enemies that give us an advantage. But at the same time, some of these teams are just going to make their own luck. You've got to swing on some of the top squads if you want to keep playing. There's a chance we would end in 4, but we are moving well into our 6th map and potentially beyond. Unreal. And the teams right there on the bubble as well. Look at that. Intex, a team has been top 5, top 6. Now wiped as well. Now, I didn't see our number of the top 29 teams go down, so they likely went to the gulag as well. But look at this. So it looks like a Russian team and the Biffle squad, they swapped team numbers here. So now this kind of seafoam green 22, this is Biffle, Shifty, Hisoka. Team 21 was unrational, but don't worry, you're not going to see them for the rest of this lobby after what just happened. Team 22, all eyes on them. And then the Cloud9 team, I believe still 10 in that kind of cyan color. Watch out for those 2 squads, and Fnatic also in that blue. Right there in contention. Not on 120 points, though. Not yet. They likely will be after this game if things go their way. But there goes Biffle, riding off into the sunset. So back to Cloud9 we go. I guess this isn't cyan. What color is this, Enigma? Are you proficient with your color wheel?
I'll be honest, no. You come in here with all these random, like, paint shades of colors. I'm just like, it's blue. It's blue, dude. Like, just go with blue. No, I don't know seafoam. I don't know cyan. I don't do burgundy. It is red. Like, I'm out of here, dude. Like, I'm not joining on this. Oh, by the way, Biffle is about to run up on Cloud9. We just see them there on the mini-map. Cloud9 dealing with xressolve and co.
Yeah.
The two teams that are on match point potentially going to scrap it out over by Palace. Biffle and co. going to have the high ground potentially in this. They also have a deployable buy to stock themselves up.
Yeah, a great shout. We're waffling about colors, and two of our shades of green right next to each other. Two of our top teams. Two teams on our threshold, on Call of Duty Warzone match point, looking for a win. So the question is, do we engage or do we run away? And right now, I don't know if they know that the team next to them is their opposition. They won't know unless a knock happens somewhere, likely. And right now, it looks like a free and clear rotation. This is like, I'm trying to think of a good example. It's like you're deep into the woods and you just like are casually walking through the woods and you like happen to walk within 30 feet of a bear and it just doesn't see you.
No, that's exactly.
So you just keep walking. Go find something else.
It's exactly why I love Codcaster, right? When we get it, we get to see exactly what's going on around the map. Like, there's so many moments where, you know, maybe we're doing streamer point of view and we don't spot that those two teams are essentially stood on top of each other unless we have both POVs that we're just flicking between, essentially. Whereas with Codcaster, we get to see that in all of its beauty. And for now, you've essentially escaped the bear, made yourself to some sort of safe ground. Fnatic playing via chopper here. We're gonna be heading off over towards Manor, it seems. What I will say, Zone seems to be pulling into a very awkward spot for these teams because it could well pull down towards Suburb, sure, but it could also stay north of the river and off towards Old Town or Low Town. So what that gives us then is a situation where teams are having to gamble on either side of the river. Part of that will be an educated guess based on how they've seen these zones play out before, of course, but there's always that element of RNG. And if you're a team on the wrong side of the river, when that thing pulls away from you, you've got a horrible rotation to make.
Great shout. Get that map, and Fnatic on a bit of a tear here. I will say, we saw noobs on 2,000 damage after the first circle, so I think they're trying to make sure they secure their 16 points with their bullets, and they'll figure out placements after the fact. Again, it almost doesn't matter what place they get, albeit they would like to win as long as they get 16 here, breach the margin, and then make the play for the win. Cloud9 playing nice and slow and steady, see an opportunity to take high ground and execute on it. They push off Zanks with a well-timed PA. They're not worried about getting the elimination. They just want the spot. And well done. Taking the top of the south side of Opera. They're just going to hang out here for a while. And look who's coming down the street. Yeah, their opposition out in the open and giving away a freebie. Hello, gentlemen. All right, Cloud9. They can shoot straight through car windows, apparently. Does SSD lose one? I assume and assure you they have enough cash to get him back, but hey.
Oh my God,
in a tough position. Look, I tell you, every time you tune into this perspective, you don't even imagine that 28,000 I mean, we're talking, what is that, 40, 56,000 cash? I mean, what are we talking about right now? That is a different amount.
Yeah, small change to these boys after the performances they've been putting on recently, but yes, they always have a lot of cash. I mean, the thing is, once you jump in a vehicle like this, you are just so noisy. So many people will see you. Bubble finds Shifty. Honestly, I do think that that's a misplay. You've decided to drive a vehicle straight through the middle of arguably the biggest point on the map. Sorry, busiest point on the map right now. You do have a res come on through, so they will survive for just a moment. Soka's also bought back in. We've seen the Falcons manage to save themselves from these kind of spots multiple times before. And the thing is, what I will say, we've spoken a little bit about it. If you knock one of these players, do you decide to give it on up? Bubble does not push after that, despite getting the knock. Oh, gets knocked yet again. Bubble getting him from range.
Yeah, and again, you saw it there briefly. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it was able to buy 3 UAVs, gives them a ton of info, and they go, oh, whoops, we maybe either made a mistake or maybe this is exactly where they wanted to be, right in the mix of it. As we take a look at that zone, you can see it's central around kind of north suburbs, right around the bridge, potentially could be our end circle, but all of that doesn't matter if you're a Fnatic, because you're being cut down by SSD, who was restabilized in a moment's notice and fully wiped your squad. See you later, Fnatic. You thought you had it in a chance on SSD? Apparently not. Not in this moment. So the question in my mind is, if Fnatic is fully out, did they secure 16 points? I saw like 9 kills, and we're really not into a sizable multiplier, so no. I don't know that they did it.
Yeah, potentially have fallen short, which would be a shame here. The more teams we get onto win conditions, the better as far as I'm concerned. But one of the teams that looking to have a banger game to get themselves there is going to be the Frenchman. He actually gets knocked by Jackal. Got to assume that that was some sort of snipe. enkeo takes himself a little bit of damage as well. Checks back. Problem is you don't have any weaponry to really fight this. Bobble's actually led down in your building, trying to sneak his way around there, just trying to find some picks of his own. But for now, the Frenchman looking on out over the SSD. Two teams that have spoken a lot on the timeline about what they think of each other. And right now, Bitful is finding exactly how they feel in bullets. And honestly, I don't know how you would approach this. So I agree with the decision to back off. I think that you've got yourselves here, the lower side of the ground. There's an open road between you and them. Any knock is likely going to be a punished push anyway. And Tommy and Co are actually sat above you on the west side there.
Yeah, that's a great call out. See, look at this area. This is what I was gonna say. They had to wait on the zone to see where they needed to go. So they get a spot up above, a couple hitting the redeploy. enkeo was actually elected to drop straight down in the middle of the road. I don't know if that was on purpose. Maybe was either broke his legs or got shot out as he flew off and then was able to self-revive. But back into the mix, Bubble last alive for his team, trying to play spoiler on the French. And again, the French 5 team now. They've made their way back up into the top 5, trying to make a move for this. Threshold certainly well within reach for them. They needed about a 25-point game, by the way, to breach 120 points. They're at 95, and now all 3 alive again. They've got a good chance to do that. Hisoka going to try to punish them for that buyback and that redeploy. And is able to do so at least slightly. Enough smokes ward off any sort of advance. And since they're so out in the open, it actually helped them out because SSD couldn't push across the street to clean that kill up. So instead, just burn resources and, well, how about a plate box? All good to go.
Yeah, it's another one of those moments where everyone just basically loses, right? There doesn't seem to be too much being picked up on, but you feel like every single one of these engagements are huge. The French there, you spoke about it. They were a top 5 team looking to put themselves up towards win condition. They desperately need to get gromalokk back in, but Bubbles essentially playing spoiler. enkeo will see him. And the French may well decide to push this. I'm not sure if they're aware that Bubbles by himself, but with Biffle and Co just over the road, they want to make this relatively clean. They want to deal with this. There's actually another team here. I believe that's going to be Team 8. And, oh no, it's going to be Team Huskers. And Huskers actually gets dealt with. He goes to push out for the next one as well and actually gets slammed by Teeny. This is a different team entirely. Sorry, Soka. Shifty then gets the knock with his C4. And, well, Teeny, Orbs, Tommy, they are out of here. But you lose a player in the process if you are SSD. So all of a sudden, what felt like a relatively comfortable spot becomes that bit more difficult. There is a buy station in the middle of the road. We saw the French play it for just moments ago, but that is a dangerous push.
Nice. Yeah, they got it, though. They got a quick buy out in the open. Ridiculous. Unfortunately, getting peppered by, it looks like Jukies and Lennon. Again, you can never kill this team. They're always going to stay around, and it's not looking like they are in a safe spot. Not yet. A Shifty gets cut down yet again. Now, they have still enough cash. That's what I'm talking about. Cash is certainly king. The problem is down in numbers, and now the buy certainly not safe. This is going to be a very tough push that could potentially throw your life away that has the loadout. So maybe it's just not worth it right now. They do get it for now. They're burning through their cash, and they still have somewhere around 10,000 to boot. So they're still in a decent position, but now edge of zone having to work their way in. A couple big notes here. Cloud9 still in it. They have like 2 kills, but they're playing for the win. They're on the very north-hand side. Here's a quick look at them. All the way up on the exact opposite side, kind of this southeast is where we're seeing the SSD, and this is northwest up to the Opera House side of this circle. Cloud9 just playing for positioning and playing for the win. They don't care about the kills, and right now it's apparently working. They're in the top 12, but they're way out here on the edge. They're gonna make a giant rotation, and look who's yet again bullets from distance. That's Juki's, Len, and FIFA. Not worried about giving away their position. They want some blood.
They do indeed. I think Joe actually wants a bit of the stuff off the buy there as well. He's plenty of cash in pockets. Lennon and Dukis are out of here. SSD deal with that. Biffle rings out more rounds with the STG. And Glassless Optic, so useful in moments like that when there's bits of everything flying everywhere. It's so clear to see through. And Robstar manages to get himself just about back over to Cloud9. What are they going to manage to do? C4 goes out, connects with Moonride, Redman and Jowo just on top of each other there, trying to help each other clear things out. Zone is pulled slightly towards the French. It's they're in the best spot right now. Cloud9 have got a lot of breach and clear to make happen. Going to put bullets in the back of Cam. And it feels like Breadman, Joe, and Jace, if they can just get through this next push, this next wave, then they should be fine. But you feel like you've got a set of players, sorry, just round the corner. Team 11 led down.
Yeah, again, we were expecting to see maybe the top 3 teams all pass the threshold in the final 10. We have 2 of 3. One is on the east side, one is on the west side, and I don't know who has a better position right now. Both have a decently little clear alleyway to the new zone, but there's just not a lot of cover in this zone. With 8 teams, 2 teams can win it all, and in the tournament right here, there's a lot of squads that can play spoiler, and I think the team that we're really looking out for is the French. Look at them. They're finding kill after kill. They're in top 5. They can make it the threshold right here. Joe needs to close it out right now. You cannot let the French have a chance to win this tournament if you want an opportunity to win. When the French taste blood, they will execute. But Cloud9 will not fall, and they will not even lose half a plate. The boys in green stay alive. Jace finally gets cut down from Bubble Above, who's frankly just been a solo for the last like 8 minutes, just shooting bodies, trying to figure out what the heck he wants to do, but not doing enough to really change the tide. Here's a quick look at it. The French purple 2. You've got Biffle and Co way deep in the gas as per the usual 22, and then Team 10 almost off the screen, also in gas on the western side, having to make a move here shortly. Who makes the first move and who gets punished for making the first move?
Ziplinco have already rotated in. They want to catch these teams coming in. They want to end this all right here. Balloon gonna get shot down, and that's exactly the damage range that you drop off at with that STG.
Oh, no.
Joel gets caught coming down. He will have a self available, but has no gas mask, so he's just got to hope and pray and leg it on foot, and he will just about cross into the gas and has a moment to come up for air, to take a breath. But look at Jason Bread. They are above SSD. Joel will not manage to make the rotation. He's run back into Reed Boy and Co, who a full 3 could play spoilers all this. Biffle sends up C4s. Biffle gets the crack, and he wants control of the high ground as the circle continues to move.
Both of our top 2 teams in zone, but here come the French from the other side as everybody's staring at Reed Boy. The French can play spoiler. They take down 4 and Jace. Jace clean up, Breadman down. Ahsoka getting the cleanup. Cloud9, will they all fall? The French being punished as well. SSD, they cannot be torn down. All 3 somehow still alive, but there's the C4. Takes out 2. If they could get the self-revive off here, they could win it all. Cloud9, I believe, almost out of it at this point. Maybe fully eliminated. Yes, fully eliminated. It all comes down to who? Future has game versus 2 parts of SSD. Shifty, Biffle, high ground position. They've got enough resources to make a play here, but it is a 2v3. Enigma, I don't know who's gonna win, but Future tries to make a push. 1, 2, how many can you get?
No
it's all in the back of Shifty right now. We lose 1 and Biffle. Shifty, they get cut down. Future has game. Reed Boy plays spoiler. Enigma, we have another game.
How many games has that been now where the team that needs to win ends up coming second? That is ridiculous. I thought for a second Shifty had done the unthinkable. Picks up the first coming up over the ledge, snaps onto the second. Honestly, if there's a half a second tick in that, he gets away, he plays back up, and we know he can make those kind of plays happen. So a heartbeat away from us seeing the whole tournament ended there by SSD. And I just think it's the fact that they lose Soka early in that ends up being their undoing. I think you got that full 3 right there. Reed Boy and Co don't have a chance. They can't push up. They cannot play on through, and we end up with the game being done just there.
Well, and also talk about the story of that Reed Boy team, right? They were what we called really not a threshold of our Call of Duty Warzone match point, but a threshold team to even make the finals of this event and play for 65K. They were in 16th about a map ago, and they've actually fallen a little bit. They needed a big game, and they finally get it, a 2x multiplier. Not only do you creep your way up the leaderboard and likely try to secure your spot for the grand finals, but also, you just played spoiler. You can keep playing. So you still got an opportunity to make some more cash in this event and play for more cash later. Folks, we're going to take a very short break. But what a fun map 6. What we thought could be 4 goes to potentially 7 again, just like last week. History may be repeating itself. Only time will tell. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the rest of our summer survival. Well, folks at home, welcome back to the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival. This is week 2, and folks, we're moving to Game 7. Sounds like maybe we're in the NBA Finals or something. I don't know, but it was Game 7 last week. It's Game 7 again this week. Let's take a look at the final standings, or at least as they stand right now. Will it be the finals? I doubt it. We've got 4 teams on our threshold. Any of these 4 win, we are done, but we could play an 8th.
We have finally got ourselves some European representation out here on the board. The French put up a big game to get themselves on to win condition, 127.8. They have crossed it. Last week, they had themselves multiple bites at the cherry. Don't ask them, not doing the cherry thing again, but they didn't close it. Can they assess what they did wrong last week and figure it out this time out? Can they find themselves the victory here? 4 teams. I'd like to shadow a guess that we are approaching our last game, which would match up with last week, but considering how many times we've had the winners finish second already, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear about something too. It was highly probable that we have 5. Fnatic 4 points away. I think they finished with somewhere around 10 kills or so with little to no multiplier, and they needed about 16 points. They are 4 points. They are 116. 4 points? Like, that's got to be one of the most frustrating moments after that map, right? Like, you look back and say, what if? Because this map, they could win it, and it really won't matter, frankly, besides potentially upping their prize and being able to play for another one and trying to play for a win then. But if you win this one, we're still going, right? And so you look back on that last map and say, what if? What could we have done slightly different just to survive, just to get... You don't even need a couple more kills. You just need to survive for maybe another 5 teams or so and secure a multiplier, and you're maybe right there. So I don't know. That's got to be a frustrating one. There's always one team or a couple teams that are within a point or less than in all these Warzone competitions. So plenty of what ifs in Warzone and in life, but a fun tournament nonetheless. Moving to Game 7, 4 teams can win it here, and maybe another team plays Spoiler. Big shout out to that Reed Boy squad for coming in, playing Spoiler, and winning the fight. A 3v2. Not that difficult. A 3v2 against SSD when they have high ground, a little bit more difficult. So very well done to secure that one and secure the 2x multiplier.
Yeah, Unrational and Cloud9 currently sending little favors over to Reed Boy and Co. as a thank you for making sure that we see yet another map. Speaking of which, if we do see another map after this, I think you're right, Fnatic surely get themselves onto win condition, but Nutex and Co. are less than 20 points away. There's a couple of teams sat just under that 100 as well. I did have a word with our producer while we were in the break, and he said, what's the most teams you've ever seen on win condition? I think I've seen about 8. We could well start to push up towards that number if we do see yet another map here.
Yeah, that would be a wild way to finish this, especially when, like, sometimes you do these match point, Call of Duty Warzone match point format tourneys, and you see, okay, yeah, we know there's going to be 5, 6 teams because they're all so close, right? And sometimes they get second or things like that, but the points are really close. This one is totally different. You have a team absolutely blowing everyone out of the water. They scored 120 points in 3 games, and we're like, okay, they've had 3-4 games to potentially win it all, and they haven't been able to secure it. This leaderboard is frankly not close when it comes to points overall, but it is close because of the way the format is created. So I love really creative formats like this across the board. Not only are different groups playing each other, but just the Call of Duty Warzone match point format makes for some really exciting gameplay regardless of our overall scores. Fun to see this again in World Series of Warzone, but a lot more Warzone to be played until then, and potentially a lot more played today, Enigma. While we wait on this map, I would love for you to give me a shout. Some of the highlights from today. I mean, I know it's probably the last map in the French breaching the threshold because, you know, you're an EU, you know, stan with where you live and all things that you try to stand for. But yeah, talk to me about some highlights from this event.
First of all, someone's got to do it, right? You know, but
that's right.
This poor soul. But yeah, I think one of the things was, as soon as we came to game 1 today, I was, you know, you and me were sat there preparing, we're getting ourselves ready. We're like, yeah, looking forward to this. EGL are absolutely cooking with what they're doing here. Really excited. Straight away, everyone just went military base and absolutely tore each other apart. We had like Teeny, Orbs, and Tommy coming away with like 10 kills in no time. It was the fact that we saw all of that explode was like, okay, yeah, that set the tempo, and we knew we were in for a banger right there. I think the other thing to highlight is the almost victory of Scum and Unrational and Dongi. That tear that they went on, unfortunately, fall foul to C9 in the end. But honestly, if they'd closed that out, that is one of the best clips I've probably ever seen in competitive Warzone.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think my highlight has been Spoiler Joe turned into Hero Joe, I guess. Cloud9, the heroes of this tournament, they thwarted the team that was dominating from winning, and then they haven't won. So they're the heroes because they haven't closed things out after they breached the threshold, so everybody else can keep playing. It's kind of a win-win situation for everybody else that Cloud9 has been doing what they're doing right now. And Cloud9's probably feeling pretty good as well. Again, we've played 6 maps. They've won half of them. I mean, that is a ridiculous stat line just from raw placement, and they found decent kills this time around, which has really been the only criticism of that trio, is that they just don't usually get a crazy amount of eliminations. They don't usually have a banger map. They're usually pretty consistent, but they don't have the 60+ point maps, and this time you don't need it when you're winning 50% of the games played.
Yeah, exactly. That is, you know, we talk a lot about different teams and their playstyles, the risks, rewards that comes with those. And I agree with you. I don't think that Joe, Obred, and Jace are a side that are going to suddenly drop 25 kills in a lobby like this. So I think that the best way for them to play is around their position, around their end game, making sure they're taking advantage of those multipliers and getting the bonus points for essentially just clearing up a nice early game. And I think that, you know, we've spoken a lot about how Kazakhstan this year, they've been inconsistent. It feels like you can't guess which C9 is going to show up week to week. However, I think that part of that figuring out process is coming along nicely right now as we are getting towards the closing end of our competitive season. We see a lot of these massive tournaments suddenly appear. We start to talk about possible contenders for championships. Again, this team probably aren't in our conversation when we start talking maybe this event, World Series, but you start to suddenly put together consistent placings like this. I don't know, maybe they become a part of that.
You just don't like North America, okay? I'm a Cloud9 stan. I think they're a top team here. They're consistent. They can do whatever they want. I'm excited to see this team potentially win it all here. Who knows? Maybe that Irrational team will finally close things out in the 7th game. Folks, we're going to have to reset that lobby, so we are going to take a very short break here. But when we come back, it will be Game 7, and it could be, as I've been saying for the last couple, the last map of the day. Oh, wait, guess what? Production has told me, nope, we are good to go. The map right around the corner. We're jumping into the action. No breaks. You don't want it anyways. Don't worry. We're going to be jumping straight into the action as fast as humanly possible. So Enigma, it is time. Game 7 is here. Talk to me predictions. Are we ending here? You got to name it on main stage. There's no such thing as a caster curse. Are we done in Game 7?
I think absolutely. I think we're done here in Game 7. I do believe in the caster curse, so I'm not picking the French. I'm going with Unrational call. I think they've earned this one.
Heard. Well, let's jump into the gameplay and see what happens in Game 7. Will Enigma be right? Or will he be wrong as usual? As we jump in with Reed Boy looking like a plane line that is favoring the north as well as the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. And last time we ended up with the northern pulling circle. We ended up right on the boundary, which is a circle that I feel like we've seen a bit more of recently, right? Like, again, going back to the fact that these circles are, of course, RNG, you know, but you do start to see patterns emerge. So very curious about whether or not this zone ends up pushing right up against the northern side of the map again. What I will say is I fully expect the French, one of our match point teams, our newest match point team, to head over towards Kotovo blocks.
That's great shout. Look at this line. Look at all the teams favoring the south side of this zone. But you're right, Kotovo, Team 2. Watch out for that squad. This is a great example of everything we've broken down now a couple times about that squad. A team that could win it all up in Kotovo, north of Levin. The team that won last map on screen here still, they are floating as far as they can possibly go.
Yeah, they've decided that they do not want to actually be anywhere near the zone. It's a bold strategy, Cotton, but not 100% sure on it. Hunting down Portuguese. Virus, move mind. And I forget who their sub is today. They're bringing one in. A quiet squad thus far. Squad that's been a bit here, there, and everywhere, though. Showstopper, Blade, Robstar, trying to fight for Bazaar again. Feels like Smith, DJ Mas, and Aydan have mostly come out on top in this engagement, but Blade and Robstar refusing to back on down. They still want a piece of the smoke. They want to fight for this spot. It is a good one. A lot of loot available. A buy station. A nice route northernly up through Abtal Academy. One of those spots I love on the map. What I will say, this is one of those moments where it's probably if this is the finals, have you given this zone up, this whole POI up earlier on because you're just wanting to avoid losing early fights?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a good call because, I mean, frankly, this Aydan squad is in 13th right now, and it's probably because these two teams fight here for way too long. They both lose out a bunch of resources. Whether or not Aydan's team has come out on top, maybe it just takes too long and they lose players. It seems like Gulag too early, but this time it looks like getting better at Rob. Some sort of consistent hot drop has turned into a bit of an untimely demise for both teams across the site of this tourney. I mean, Showstopper has had a decent run. I think they're in 8th right now, so I don't know who's winning this drop, but both teams just kind of outside on the fringe of our top 5, top 10. This time, Aydan's team definitely winning this one. That's 1 and 2 down. The third lurking in the shadows. I would only assume that they're going to leave here. It does look like Rob maybe wins his Gulag. Is going to get right back into the mix, but still a 2v3. I would not recommend coming back for Blade. Rob, maybe we go somewhere else.
Yeah, I think that the minute what you're seeing is not necessarily a difference in class, because I think all three of the players that are on this losing side on this Showstopper, Blade, Robstar are great. I think what you're seeing is a difference in a full World Series team and a team that's just coming together for this event. I think you're seeing a different approach in terms of chemistry, in terms of the way they're approaching those team fights, isolating little picks here and there. And for me, I respect the persistence if you are Blade, if you are Showstopper and Rob trying to keep coming back at this, but I don't know if you do. DJ Master's gonna have the high ground. Blade catches him, gets the crack, but it's not enough, and that will signal the reinforcements.
Wow, to the Gulag we go, and this is a crucial one. Unrational on the other side of this. A team at the top and a team 4 points away from being on threshold. Both battling for their lives in the Gulag in a 1v1. Nobody connecting on hardly anything. There's the first couple shots coming through. Crack and a win. Usually, you get the first shots in, you win it. And apparently, we're going to see a back-to-back. Screw the map view. Back-to-back. Can we get both? Yes. Sends them both out. Is that a full team wipe again on Dongi, Scumming it on Rational, or is there one alive somewhere else? Both teams fighting for position in the lobby, and it looks like maybe that Scumming team has one more lurking player still on the map. We still have 31 teams out of 31. They're still in it, but they are barely breathing. What a sequence of events.
I mean, it just goes to show the levels of quality that we have in these custom lobbies, right? Like, when you see these players play in, for example, time kill races or various other events, you know, they get into an early Gulag, they're probably thinking it's a free kill. There is no such thing there. You are unrational, you are Dongi, you are loading in against Fnatic players, and they both get slammed. And they're currently very split, as you're seeing on your minimap there. Team 5 so far apart from each other as well. And a lot of sides currently struggling in this early game that we probably expect a little bit more of. Aydan, Smith, DJ Mas, no such issue. They took control of Bazaar earlier on.
Yeah, look at this. Team 22 able to restabilize. And again, it means they had a lot of cash at the beginning. They got a double buyback. We watched both of them die in the Gulag. So the final remaining player was able to buy both back into the mix, and so they're now restabilizing. But this is the problem. I guess it's not that big of an issue when you're already on the Call of Duty Warzone match point, because you don't have to play the kills. Usually it slows your pace, but we're going to increase the pace. As Deuce trying to get the better of Breadman. The squad is trying to do everything they can to win it all. And again, it's, you know, they're due a win here, frankly. Like, according to statistics, they're due a win. They've won half the games we've played, and we're on to the 7th, so it's time to win again.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're also definitely lying, by the way. That is non-vitality. That is Cloud9 in their teal, turquoisey, whatever color you want to pick out of your hat for that one.
Come on. Come on. We got to figure out. We got to get a color picker or something. Give me the hex code of that one. I got to figure out what color that is. It's not quite seafoam. We'll figure it out. But these are very critical colors. You can see this neon pink color, Nico Infinite, Holly Fall Nets, not having a great tournament thus far. Consistently been kind of in a blender between several different teams. They like to be around the action. It just hasn't quite worked out for them this time around. And they're going to try to get the better of it. Looks like Moonright on the other side, who, you know, fantastic player in his own right. Just, again, another team that really hasn't been able to do a ton in this event. And so they would need a big map here to make sure that they can secure their spot for the grand finals. Again, that's kind of like the secondary conversation right now. It's like, who's going to win today? This is really exciting. You know, 120-point threshold. But also, like, we do have to, like, somewhat pay attention to some of the bottom teams right now who maybe are going home either today or next week if they're a part of that Group C.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know too much about Holly, but Nico and Foulness, you know, I see them participate in these events all the time, and every now and again they'll have a pop-off moment, but it feels like also they have their struggles. So right now, we've got to keep one eye over their shoulder for sure. They, of course, failed to get to LAN in World Series. They're coming 35th in LCQ, so they know the sting of defeat. They want to be feeling it here as they fight up against the Italians. Moonright. That sniper in hand, which, if anyone knows this Italian stallion, then that is not a surprise. This guy just likes to put in work with it. But right now, feels like a bit of a stalemate situation. And Zanx and Freddy just holding ground for now, refusing to push on up until there's a pick.
Yeah, quick shout, by the way, on where a couple teams are at. We've got Fnatic all the way in the bottom right-hand corner of our map. Still lurking their way through this lobby. And again, they're not a team on our threshold yet. They're 4 points away. But still a team to like somewhat watch out for, especially if one of our top 4 teams that already breached our threshold don't win here. That team is going to be joining them pretty much already. I mean, I can only imagine they've gotten 4 points. I'm sure they can do it. And they're going to have to win the next one to win it all. That's what we're going to be looking out for. Here's a quick look, though, at our map view. That team 4 in the cyan, bottom right-hand corner, that's the team to watch out for if you're Fnatic fans. But otherwise, Team 22 restabilized over in military, holding a ton of teams. And then this squad, again, Cloud9, not Vitality. All 3 also alive, also past our threshold. And the final team, of course, the final 2 teams, the French and then SSD, both looking to secure a win here. And I'm sure we're going to see most of those squads into the final 15. The question is, can they make final 5 and then a win? With 4 teams into our Call of Duty match point. Anyone's ball game.
Bubble just kicked the Hortus nest, and all of a sudden you just hear Mutex and Blast sprinting around you. It looks like there was a fight before this. Blast actually gets downed by Wars, so right now 1v3 if you are Mutex. And, well, Bubble will finish that off. Oh, there's another player here. Funzy landing on the rooftop, and well, it looks like this might attract more attention if you keep an eye on your minimap. Top left, Team 14 also considering pushing up on this. The thing is, they could actually just hold ground and let the circle do all the work for them. What was essentially 2 teams just squaring up has turned into 4. Tommy, Teeny, Orbs wanting to surveil this situation. T is nearby, and Mutex tries to escape, but T finds him, and that will be Team 25. If not wiped, then all into the gulag. So, military base, I don't know what it's been like today. Usually military base, not that active. Apparently today is an absolute slaying pit.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that something else to remember, too, is that that Mutex squad that fell there, if they're fully eliminated, which is certainly possible. I'll try to get a read on that as soon as possible. They were in 6th. I mean, they were only 19 points away from breaching the threshold as well in this game, potentially. So watch out for that as well. We'll kind of keep eyes and see if Mutex gets back into the mix. A lot of these teams slowly creeping towards the threshold. If somebody doesn't win soon, we could see an astronomical number of teams going for a win here. Map 8, 9, or beyond. And that C-Waiter squad, by the way, with Wars and Bubble, they were kind of a little bit of a wild card in my mind. They're all the way down in 17th, so they need a big one here to make sure they've got a spot in the grand finals.
So far, it feels like they're lurking on the edge of things rather than taking part. People found Aydan early on into this fight, so now DJ Master Smith having to back on off. They just about escaped PA. Not be safe around pop-off here. Bunker Buster also brought in. You get the feeling that Biffle and Shifty want to clear as much land around them as they can. Sure that they have a setup towards endgame. Of course, the Falcons are a squad that could go on to win this sitting on match point. Just some sort of surveillance here from Shifty. He sees the buyback come through from Stuo. And I think
it's like something from... This is like something from American Sniper or something.
Yeah.
He's doing it with an SDG. Like, he's just scoping them out, you know? You know, it's funny, Nick, but while you were talking, I was taking a look at all the info we could have. And finally does find Uncivil. Good trigger discipline there. All of the teams coming to Popov, right? Popov really the only POI in zone. Here's a quick look at that map view. 22. These are the teams to watch out for while we have an important fight on hand. Both happening at the same time. It looks like Fnatic is going to get the rough end of this fight. 22 Unrational squad. We've got the Shifty team. Team 21 still in it. Fnatic 4 in trouble. You see that in the light blue. They're still in the mix, but not breaching threshold. We've got that enkeo squad still in the mix on the other side of Popov, I believe on the northwestern side. So again, a lot of teams that could win it all here. I think I still saw Cloud9 just barely off screen as well. All of our teams on our Call of Duty match points are still playing.
Good, they are, but Soka will sneak up behind Almond here. Oh my god, a little bit of extra taste for Fnatic. I mean, the way this gunfight's been going on down, I think it was Skullface who actually gets up behind Soka, cleans him on out, and then Biffle and Shifty managed to reset the board a little bit with some incredible shooting, but apparently Soka wanted a little bit extra out of that. Noobs finds Enxian, takes bullets though from Stuo, doesn't have plates to put in here, so I think you do smoke and come away from this. And actually, if he'd have had Codcast, if he'd have been aware that Stuo headed in the other direction because he wasn't aware that Noobs is by himself and essentially trying to play recover situation as Skullface and Almond watch on from the sidelines. Noobs doesn't even have enough for a buyback here, so he's got to find one hell of a regain to keep Fnatic in this and push them up towards match point. It feels like an age where they've just been watching from the sidelines and not making their moments count. And Nielsen gets caught crossing. Just about stays alive there as Aydan, Smith, DJ Mas, they've managed to regain. They have control of Firehouse and they're trying to cut down the French players.
Yeah, this is a very tough rotation from a team that we expected, frankly, a lot from. Albeit a bit surprising they got top 5. We wanted them to make waves yet again. Last week, made big moves, and now finally making big moves in map 7. Unfortunately, a full team of 3 on the other side is going to be really tough to deal with. Maybe a Thermite could zone them off. Doesn't look like it. Janssen on 7, Louis on 3, at least on double digits as a team, but unfortunately going to get cut down. And finally, it looks like Louis actually gets a bit of revenge. Cleans up Ryder, or at the very least knocks him. Tries to find a second, isolating ones through the smoke. Visual cover, or maybe a building. Louis doing everything he can. It's just not enough. Louis CM wiped in 20th place. Decent amount of eliminations. Not a great place.
Yeah, Louis almost pulling off a bit of a miracle there. I think Nida and Nielsen get a little overextending, get punished for it. Aiden's looking to clean up after this. Will find Picnic, so Oak Boy is also out of here. But 30 wiped. They're done. You are on the edge of zone. Aiden, DJ Mas, Smith feels like they've been in a recovery situation ever since they lost that fight over by Pop-Off Power. They've managed to get themselves some good utility, cash, loadout. So setting themselves up again for the later zone. And there's another squad that could well push themselves onto match point by the end of this. Oh, definitely a squad to consider, but a team already on match point. Cloud9, Joel, Redman, and Jace have themselves. I gotta say, this is an awkward spot in Pop-Off Power to have.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Very awkward. Here's a quick look at the map view. A couple teams to shout out. Of course, the team on your screen, Team 10, in that awkward spot in the middle of Pop-Off, still in new zone. Team 22, another team on the threshold. That's Unrational Squad in a pretty good spot. The French all the way up north. Team 2 in purple, all by themselves. They're not going to get the true north zone that we expected from them, or we've seen in the past. They wanted it. They're not going to get it. They're going to have to move south here shortly, but not until the new zone. Watch out for all of those squads.
That's a great overview. Sets us up nicely. Well, we've been here before, Coach. This is deja vu. The French taking the northernmost building. Again, we've seen quite a few of these northern circles, and then all of a sudden, they decide to just continue to pull north. I think this is as far as it gets if you are the French. And thing is, last time we saw them here, they probably got too few kills, didn't really get involved in the thick of it until too late. But now they're not building points, they're just trying to see a map out. So maybe this is the strategy that actually pays off this time round. Problem is, that zone, to me, I would wager a guess that it's not going to pull as far north as previous. We might end up being pulled back in towards pop-off.
Yeah, and also, by the way, a quick shout. Here is that SSD squad, the Falcons, on high, but outside of zone. And it doesn't look like really Swag, Sage, and Adrian can actually hold this team, albeit they are in zone here. They're too low. Now, the question is, does SSD know that Sage is down below them here? Do they have info about this squad? Or are they going to be in for a rude awakening if they decide to jump and try to rotate in early? Those are the question marks in my mind. And, well, a couple sniper bullets whiz past Biffle's head. And he says, "Woo, I'm going to think better of that one. I need to get into new." Luckily, only one player behind. Here's a look. They're able to do they know? I think they know. I think they know there's a team below them. This is like the one time, and we see this every once in a while in Warzone, where high ground, frankly, is not the better position, and they know it. They can't jump off high. They're going to get shot from down below. They're going to have to move their way in, and there's the info they needed. There's the smoke and run from Sage, and he gets cut down and punished for it. I think they got a live ping with a little bit of visual opening right there in the blink of the smoke. Get the live ping and then clean them up. Now they're cleaning up everyone they can. Here's a quick look at the map view as this Biffle team tries to move in. It looks like the French still have the north nearly all by themselves. Only Team 19 can play spoiler. They're on the northwestern side. Team 26 kind of playing edge hold here that I think it looks like SSD's gonna actually rotate to the western side. And they're gonna be a rude awakening because there's not only a DJ Moss running around trying to stay alive, there's also Cloud9 all three alive doing the exact same rotation.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was going to go to. Cloud9 are here and could potentially cut off SSD as they rotate on in. That will be one hell of a battle. Scumin, Rational, and Dongi are still up. Dongi's out of here. He falls to bubble. On Rational and Scumin, who are currently split and clearly haven't had themselves a great mid-game, trying to get back together, but you're going to have company from T, Fonzie, and E700. So on Rational, you're essentially stuck between a rock and a hard place. You have an open road to try and cover over. Scumin's PA picks up Mireille. Fonzie is also dealt with by Scumin, who's going nuts by himself over there. But it looks to me, as we get this wide angle, C9 have lost a player.
Oh, C9 have lost a player. They're getting in trouble. They're getting shot by Future's game. Yet again, playing spoiler. Here comes SSD with the LTV. Yet again, the classic rotation from them. Looking for maybe a couple splatters in between, but all they care about is cover and zone positioning. And they get a massive rotation because there's just too much chaos to shoot at a vehicle when you're getting shot out from every single angle. Jace all by himself. Down, out, Cloud9, no chance. They're making it to end the tournament right now. So we go back to squad 22, another team past the threshold. Here comes Scumin and Rational, all three alive. They're gonna push the equation. And it looks like T is in their way and nobody can find each other. C4s galore, every equipment under the sun. They lose their lives.
That is
Rational down.
The most unfortunate thing. Scumin there tries to put out some smoke and the trophy blows up in his hand, which takes him down to 1 HP. That is so frustrating for them. They will watch on. They will pray that the French do not see this through, that SSD will not see this through. Two of our teams on match point here in our endgame. It's going to squeeze everyone together, and it's essentially over an open road, Goj. There are bits of buildings, sure, inside this next zone, but there is little predictable cover once we move on from there.
Team 21, southwest. The French, northeast. Pinching the rest of this lobby. Everybody else needs to take down these two squads. 2 of our 4 teams past our threshold. Still alive, and all 3 up for both means they're in a great position to win it all. Will they have to fight each other? Will somebody else play spoiler, or maybe alley-oop the win to the opposition? Look at this overhead view. Z-Laner, Bubble Wars trying to make something of this tournament. Could have a massive game. They had a sizable amount of eliminations, but they got to cut through the top 2 teams. The French have come out of nowhere, breached the threshold, and could win it all. But they've got a lot of work still to do with 6 teams up. Futurez game, maybe not playing spoiler this time around, losing a couple players down to, I believe, just almighty TJ. It's just a matter of time before a couple more of these teams fall. War's trying to do anything he can, but SSD is reigning terror.
Oh, absolutely. The zone pull blesses them. It's hell for the French. They've got to cross the entire region. I think they've actually lost a player in the process, but Soka and Ko are just going to lock things down into our final 4. Soka feels bullets from behind, but Biffle's there to cover on over and find Wars. He also finds Bubble in the process. So we are down to a 2v1v3 SSD in a commanding position here.
that what I thought was a Team 26 no longer playing spoiler, Almighty TJ, has given a potential win to SSD. He took down Heats. Regardless of what happens here, gives his life away to Biffle. It's a 2v3 because of Almighty TJ, and SSD has the zone. Enigma, this would be a catastrophic breakdown if SSD doesn't win it all here. They didn't have the most points this time around, but they've done it. They've got Grom down, looking for the final player. Will there be a heroic play from enkeo? The young gun can't do it. The French fall. The top 2 teams today end up finishing top 2 in the final map. But your champions of week 2 of groups B and C is Team Biffle, Shifty, Hisoka. It wasn't the road we thought they would take to win it all today, especially not after their dominating performance in map 1. But all it takes is winning the last one. They're able to secure the victory, and automatically book a ticket to the grand finals.
I mean, are any of us surprised? That's all. The Team Biffle have come out on top of this. But what I will say, going down to the end play and how it all comes about, yes, they get blessed by the zone pull, but the way in which they set themselves up, I felt like with the French, they were kind of putting a lot of their eggs in one basket. They were really hoping for a blessed zone pull. Anything other than that was going to be a difficult rotation to make. Whereas with Biffle and Co, it felt like that they had picked one side, but essentially what they could do is rotate on over using one smoke, basically, that would have daisy chained them into the next area that they needed to be in. So again, just making sure that they were like, okay, well, we got like a 50% chance this way, a little bit here, a little bit here, just having themselves all sorts of different exit routes. And then, of course, when the zone pulls their way, they're just going to line people up like a firing squad, and they do exactly that at the end. Another masterclass. I gotta say, though, I feel for the French, and not just because I'm European, but because they were second last week after getting to match point as well.
Yeah, and I don't know that they end second today because, again, our leaderboard getting finalized, but I think they'll probably end up being third is my guess. But we're going to wait on the standings because my math is not always correct. We've got to give a quick flower over to maybe just one to the Unrational squad because they dominated today. Frankly, they had likely the most points at the end of the day, even with that SSD final map. They had a fantastic tournament. Really just kudos to them for dominating most of this event. They just couldn't quite close it out, and they had, frankly, a ton of chances, a couple chalked games and then a couple close ones. But at the end of the day, it's Team Biffle on top. And again, they won the first map and the last map, and apparently that's all it takes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on Unrational and Co. I think with map 4, Gary is probably going to look back at that and just think, if I hadn't gone for the full in the 1v3, I think that he maybe world stars that, and that is a clip that we talk about for generations of Warzone competitive. But yeah, they've done phenomenally to get that far. Yes, you don't clear it up when it comes to match point, but we've spoken to a lot of the players. You know, you and me have done a lot of chatting with the various players and gone through things with them, and they all speak about this, about how it's great to get reps in customs, and it's great to get reps when we talk about a competitive space, but it's also then great to get reps on match point, because obviously, when you get to the finals of this occasion, when we get to the finals of World Series, we're playing match points. So these teams want to figure out strategies and executions for endgame when it comes to that. And I think that we'll walk away today with a lot of lessons learned. And although, yes, it's not the victory, I think there's plenty to be proud about there.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, our admins are doing all the math behind the scenes because, well, frankly, it matters a lot, Enigma. Not only is there a lot of money exchanging hands here just today, $10,000 on the line, plus our $12.50 bounty for the top slaying squad in a single map, but also the standings from today affect our overall leaderboard, folks. We got to remind you of how this all works. Each group are playing each other, and then our overall top 40 teams will make the grand finals. We'll have a full lobby for the finals to be able to do it all again for $65,000 in total being played for in the grand final. Such a very unique format. I'm really excited to see it all play out. But I gotta say, I know week 1 was a banger. You and Tiff had a lot of fun on that. I was able to watch that broadcast. Week 2, a lot of the same, and yet again closed out in game 7, which is pretty unique. History repeating itself. Let's take a quick look back at some of those replays, Enigma, and see how this whole event went down, because there was some fun heavy-hitting moments, especially in that last map.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the replays that we're going to get to is the chaos of the end zone, but until then, it's lovely getting to watch some of our biggest stars shine out yet again. Aydan and DJ Master Smith, they're going huge and bizarre. Redman winning this one. This was a little bit of extra. Yeah, you saw Soka coming on out, putting bullets into the back. We're going to get to see that right here. Apparently, he was also putting a couple into the body of enkeo right at the end as well. We know Soka. He's loud, he's proud, and he sure as hell shows it on the map.
Yeah, I totally agree. And here's that final moment. And this is where I thought that Team 26 was done for. You know, we had the shots coming through, taking out everybody besides Almighty TJ, and he goes big against some distant players. But it was Almighty TJ that played spoiler and took down one of the fringe players. But the leaderboard, it's here. Final standings, folks. We knew Biffle was going to be on top, but look at Unrational. Not as much of a margin as we expected, but still a margin nonetheless. 182.4 points. They not only get second place, which is $2,000 to the name, but they also get the bounty. That's what that cool little icon is there next to him. $12.50 for the top slaying game of the day, getting second place. And then Enigma, take me through the rest of this, because some fantastic scores across the board. Some teams just not kind of earning their spot in the top 5.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for a lot of the sides, but what I will say is it is stacked with Group C teams. We spoke about it as the pool of death, and it absolutely is. Cloud9 coming in there in third. Be interesting to see how they progress on out from here through the rest of the tournament, because again, we've spoken about the lack of consistency sometimes, but I think today they showed a real steal to their game. Team enkeo falling from second of last week to fourth this week, but another essentially final fight on match point that meant they could have won both weeks, so they are getting closer, ever closer. And then Team Allman, they were the last team. They joined us across that threshold. Obviously didn't get to play a map on that threshold. Felt like that they got a solid start, but then slowed up around the middle of our tournament. So it's just about them, again, just finding a bit of consistency here on Yerzik's down.
Yeah, and again, all those teams in the middle, they're likely doing pretty well in terms of securing them a spot in the grand finals. You really don't want to be bottom 8 of any stage of this competition, then bottom 8 will be fully eliminated of our full 48 teams. But we have a unique opportunity, I believe, to go talk to our winners. SSD, I believe Team Biffle, represented by Biffle himself. My man, Biffle, it's always great to see you here on main stage. And, well, as per the usual, we're not surprised you're at the top, but I want to hear your reaction. Tournament at large, how did it feel to win it all, especially after you guys went a little bit quiet after the first couple?
I mean, it felt great. Obviously, you know, we had to get back on track because I feel like we were kind of slacking when it came to the past tournaments. So, I mean, it's good that we got the win, but it was a little sloppy, I will say. I mean, it took us like what, 3 games after we hit match point. So, I don't know. We definitely got to work on some stuff, VOD review and all that. But you know, I think we did good, taking at least home the dub.
Well, I was going to touch on it, but you brought it there. When you have been at the top for as long as you have, how do you stay as the side that continues to VOD review, continues to have that motivation to stay, you know, continuously push that bar up and continue to be essentially the trendsetters here in the Warzone scene, the people that everyone else is trying to chase after? What is it that goes through, you know, when you guys sit down after an event or a tournament like today? How do you manage to just make sure you're always on top of your game and keep that motivation high?
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, that's all like Shifty and Soka. You know, they love it, bro. Like, they love being able to like talk mess to people. So like, if they're losing, obviously they can't talk. So they love it. So like, you know, they're about to grind. Yeah. I mean, no, I'm there whenever, like, you know, I have to be there. You know what I'm saying? I can't disappoint them. So, you know, I'm there doing my things or whatever. But you know, they gotta talk their stuff. So, you know, they have to win.
Yeah, look, I think we all know, and I think you all probably know too, generational talent, generational team. You guys have proved it time and time again, not only on main stage, but in even online tournaments, even in tournaments like today with unique formats. I do want to hear from you. Talk to me about a little minutia of strategy. Was there a little different strategy going into today because there was, you know, less players on the map and we were at 96? Do you guys even think about that? Or was it kind of like, let's play our own game, let's do our thing?
Damn, to be honest, I didn't even realize that there was only 96 players. Like, I actually, I didn't even know. But I mean, it kind of just felt the same, to be honest. You know, people kind of stay away from pop off, whatever, and then we used to just play our game after that. You know, with a lot of money, so it kind of felt the same. There wasn't really any change up in the plays that we did. Yeah.
Okay, so no difference in the plays around 96 players. Really glad that you were aware of that, by the way. But what about when it comes to you boys getting onto match point? Obviously, I don't want you to sit here and spill the beans about your entire strategy, but what kind of adjustments are you making when it comes to, you know, your normal game where you're trying to build up a lot of points to get yourself to match point as opposed to trying to seal the whole thing off?
Yeah, I mean, usually match point is just like you look for recons, and obviously you do the bunkers just to get the gold mask and all that stuff. And we kind of learned, I guess, that we need a lot of PDSs because we felt like PDSs were kind of like crucial when it came to those moments in the end game. So we started adjusting a little bit, stacked up a little bit more PDSs. I know Shifty had like 4 in his inventory. Soka maybe had 3. So yeah, probably just PDSing is what really got us through there.
Yeah, I mean, it offers you time, and time is a super valuable resource to be able to survey the outside of the map from the outside of the zone. So I appreciate that a ton from you. Biffle, we want to let you go. We want you to go celebrate and go VOD review, apparently. Final words for the broadcast. Look, there are a lot of people that cheer you on over and over again. They love your team. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts around you guys being the best team ever. Any words for the broadcast, whether trash talk or kind words to your followers that you want to shout out?
Nah, man, I don't really do the trash talking. You know, that's all Soka and Shifty. But I just want to say thank you guys so much for all the support, all the guys in the chat, everyone following us around, you know. And we'll be there in World Series, you know, announced in Vegas. So I'll see you guys there, man, on the 14th.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to have a blast doing it. Thank you so much, Biffle. It's a pleasure having you in here as always. And good luck with the VOD review.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Oh man, I love it. Enigma, it's such a fun team. Like I know I'm close to those guys, and I've had a chance to talk to all of them about kind of strategies and just different team chemistry stuff. But it's so funny hearing Biffle being, you know, one of the best players in the entire world say, nah, I'm not for the trash talk. That's my teammates thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's the best comment from him. And it's how he's been since the very beginning of being regarded as one of the best. Super, super humble and very talented. You gotta love Biffle.
Yeah, I mean, we got up close and personal with them at the Esports World Cup, for example. You know, I interviewed Biffle. You did a lot of roundtable stuff with the boys. We obviously chatted with them over various parts of the event. And it's kind of crazy because, like, you never really, in this space, you're never fully sure how people are going to be online as opposed to, you know, online. Let me tell you, those boys are no different. Biffle, humble as ever. Shifty is going to say exactly what he thinks. And Soka's going to let everyone know that he's one of the best down players in the world. And they are a wonderful set of players, not just generationally talented, but also a wonderful group. So yeah, obviously seeing them on top here, wondering what they could do for the rest of the summer. We all wish them the best of luck, except for me, because I'm European. I want the European team to win something, so it'd be nice.
Well, speaking of Europeans, let's see where your Europeans are at on the overall leaderboard. Folks, we got a lot more to be played for, not only prizing, but a lot more competition. We got another week next week. That's our other groups playing, and then we've got our grand finals 2 weeks' time. You're not going to want to miss it, and this is where we are at. Now, the French are on top, all right? Now, there's some math here about how many games they've played versus other teams.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Relish in the fact that they're on top by a sizable margin.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to take a screenshot of this, put it out on Twitter. You know, EU on top all day. We haven't got a European team in there in second, but no, yeah, when we start talking about average points per game, I'm going to hate to see exactly what's being brought by the likes of Biffle, by the likes of Team Unrational. Those guys have been absolutely insane. Looking as well at a lot of the rest of the teams. I mean, Team Reed Boy, by the way, we spoke about them a lot throughout the event today. They've punched themselves right up to 13.
Yeah.
So really showing up on the day, not many points behind Cloud9. Honestly, it's great to see a lot of these different sides coming on through and being a part of the conversation.
They had a great end to this tournament. They were kind of lurking around like 16th in the group competition that we were in. They've pushed all the way to 13th overall. Might drop a little bit depending on how next week goes, but still, let's take a look at the second page here. Some of the teams that maybe are in a bit of trouble. Now, we have our at-risk squads. Now, again, there's a lot of math and conversation around this. We can't get into the weeds of all of it because it's just a lot. But what you do need to note is that if you are 41st through 48th after next week, you are out of here. You are not playing in the grand finals. We are just taking the top 40. So if you're in the 33rd to 40th or so and you're done, you're not playing next week because, well, you're not group C or group A, then you're in trouble as well, and you have to kind of prey on the downfall of the teams that are beneath you. So a lot of fun math and some really frustrating performances, I'm sure, from some of these teams who are holding on just by a hair to stay in this competition and maybe turn the tide of luck to their side going into the grand finals.
Yeah, I think this becomes very nervy for quite a few sides, especially ones that we saw play last week that are back in next week. So that Group A lineup, I think a lot of the teams in there are currently Group A. So you're concerned. You're looking over your shoulder for sure and thinking we have to put up big numbers, and you didn't manage that against Group B. And now you're going against the group of death. So, yeah, some of those sides have got to find it within them to go big, or they are going home.
Well, mathematically, maybe some teams have already shipped a ticket to the grand finals, but we can't call it yet. The two teams, though, are definitely going to be there. It's Team Ebates and then Team Biffle. So those two squads, your winners from week 1 and then week 2. I've already booked a ticket to the grand finals in 2 weeks' time. You're not going to want to miss it, but we still have some group play next week. But Enigma, I think that's all we've got. We broke it all down. We've talked about it all. There's a lot more money exchanging hands, but some great paydays for a lot of the teams here today, and a great tournament nonetheless. We thought it was going to be maybe in 4, ends up being in 7 yet again. Enigma, any final words for the broadcast here as we close this thing out?
Oh, no, I just think that as a scene, we're absolutely feasting at the minute. It is a wonderful time here in Warzone. Unfortunately, I won't be with you for the next few weeks because I'm waiting on the birth of my baby boy, but you and Tiff are going to have, no doubt, an absolute blast over these next 2 weeks as we settle not only the groups, but then into grand finals as well. The production team here are doing an amazing job, and of course, yourself, my friend, it was wonderful to cast alongside you.
Thank you so much, man. It was a blast. But folks at home, that is all we have for the show. We want to thank you for being here on the Call of Duty Twitch channel. Drop a follow, shout out what you thought about the broadcast. We'd love to hear from you. We got more weeks down the line, and I couldn't be more excited to cast all of the action. But folks, we couldn't do it without you, the viewers. So thank you. Thank you to our production team for making this all possible. They were amazing with our beautiful codcaster. And thank you for Call of Duty for making this happen. It has been a blast thus far, but we're going to close things out here. So folks, until next week, I believe same time, same place. You're not going to want to miss it. Tune back in for week 3. It's right around the corner. But until then, we'll see you then. Have a great week.